Well, hey guys, it's Jessica Leichtweisz. I'm a BCBA and I'm passionate about helping you pass your BCBA exam. I know how hard it is to try to study, to navigate work, navigate life. And that's why I've decided to put this free resource together for you. And I'm so excited to share it. As far as I know, it is the first and only full mock exam, 185 questions with explanations available on YouTube. I could have charged for this. I could have put this on my website, sold it as a course, but I'm giving it away for you for free because I really want to help you pass your exam. So, in the next couple of hours, you're going to be with me, or this is a long video. So over the next day, probably you're going to pause this video, watch it with your friends in your study groups, and you're going to, spend all day watching this, listening to me. We're going to go over, like I said, 185 questions. The way I have set this video up is we're going to do A first, and then B, and then C, and D, and E, all the way through I. So the number of questions we're going to do for each section actually represents the number of questions that'll be part of that section on the test. So for A, there's going to be 6 questions. For B, there's going to be 32 questions, and so on and so forth. So it will actually represent the exam, but unlike the exam, it will not be out of order. It'll all be in order. You may see at times I put cards up on the screen, and those will be some, you click on them. They will be able to take you to other videos that are related to what we're talking about if you want more information. Now, I do provide a lot of details in this, in this video. I try to go over not only the questions and the answer choices, but even the incorrect answer choices, so I can give you as much information as you need. I do go through it pretty quickly, right? If you look at my 5th edition course that I put out, or my Cooper course that I put out, which is new, you're going to find out about that on this video. They're 40 hours, 100 hours worth of studying. And so this is really, really condensed. So I do go through things quickly. I don't necessarily expand a ton on every topic, but the good news is if you need more resources to study, I do have them available for you on my website, hopeeducationservices.com. But again, this is a totally free gift for you to help you study. I'm going to ask you, please, please, please share it. I put in a lot of time into this video, probably 40, 50 hours, and making it, just editing the video took me 2 full days just to edit the video and have it uploaded onto YouTube for you. So please do me a favor and share it with your friends. Use it in your study groups. I put so much work into this. I really want as many people to see it and use it as possible. So I don't usually ask you to share my stuff, but I am going to for now. So just a little housekeeping on how to use this video. So what you're going to get is there's going to be questions, and I read the question and I read the answer choices. Now, if you were in one of my coaching programs or one of my cohorts, you'll know that I typically will give you 1 minute to answer the question. And I don't do that in this video. Number one, it would just make the video crazy long, right? It would add another 185 minutes with 3 hours onto the video. That would just be too long. But then also because, I really trying to condense it. So if you're watching it and you're studying and you're listening to it in your car, you can do that and not have to worry about there being big gaps in time. Plus YouTube really doesn't like that because then they think you're just trying to get your watch time up. So YouTube often pulls videos out that have big gaps in it. So I won't have gaps between questions. What that means is that I encourage you to use this video by listening to the question and then pause it, give yourself a chance to go back, read the question, and then come up with an answer before I explain it. And then so you're going to hear me go into the question and then right into the explanation and the answer without really any gaps. So you will need to just pause the video between questions. But like I said, I really, really hope that this video, it helps you to study, it helps you to pass your exam. I'm so excited to share it with you. And like I said, throughout each section, we'll go over a little bit of some other additional resources I have as well. So happy studying. I really hope this video helps, and you'll be with me for the next few hours. I will just say one last thing. When I'm reading the questions and answers, you're not going to see me. So I'll pop back up in between sections and explain things, but you're not going to see me on the actual screen just because I don't want my image to cover the question and answer. So you can see that and I want it as big as possible, especially if you're doing this on your phone. I want you to be able to read the question and not have my picture in the way. So happy studying, and let's get started with task list A. Hey guys, and welcome back here. So we're going to go over now the task list A. So task list A is your philosophical underpinnings of ABA. There are going to be 6 questions on your exam from this topic. So we're going to do 6 of them right now from task list A. Before we get started, I do want to give a shout out to ABA Connects. ABA Connects is sponsoring this video today. First of all, ABA Connects is one of my favorite apps. I use it all the time. ABA Connects is the only social media platform in our field designed specifically for people working in applied behavior analysis. ABA Connects is great for BCBAs, for BTs, and for RBTs. ABA Connects is all about connecting and empowering BCBAs, RBTs, and BTs to advance their careers. ABA Connects provides resources and support for the amazing and hardworking BTs and RBTs in our field. ABA Connects is available in the App Store and it is absolutely free. I love ABA Connects. I check it out every morning. It's one of the first things I do when I get up and start my day. They often have free CEUs. There's amazing conversations that BCBAs and RBTs have, and it's a great way to connect with other professionals. So I'm going to have a link to ABA Connects. You can get it right from the App Store. I will have it available for you in Android and for the Apple App Store. Just check out the comments of those videos. That link will be there. So I encourage you to download that. Pause this video before we get started. Download it right now. Did you do it? Okay, awesome. Well, then let's get started with task list A. Okay, guys, so this is task list A. Like I said, this video is going to be broken down by task list. It's not going to be going out of order. So the first part of the task list is task list A, and it is philosophical underpinnings. There were 6 questions from task list A on your exam, so we're going to go over 6 questions. Jim always shares his toys with his friends. His teacher told the classroom aide that Jim has a big heart since he always shares his toys. The aide said, "Why does he share his toys?" And the teacher replied, "Because he has a big heart." What does this best exemplify? A, pragmatism. B, circular reasoning. C, explanatory fiction. And D, parsimony. So let's look at the answer choices. A, pragmatism. Well, what is pragmatism? Pragmatism means practical. So if something's practical, you're going to be looking for an intervention that's easy to implement. This is not talking about any interventions, and it's not talking about anything being practical. What is circular reasoning? Circular reasoning is when you're talking in circles. So essentially, you have a reason for something, and then you have the explanation for something, but the reason for the explanation matches the original reasoning, right? You're essentially talking in circles. Explanatory fiction, that's when you make up something, right? It's similar to a hypothetical construct, this idea that you're making something up. So a hypothetical construct is something more defined like depression or anxiety, where explanatory fiction is you're essentially making up a reason, but it's very mentalistic and it doesn't necessarily really matter. So it could say, oh, he's in a bad mood, or he just had a bad day, or oh, he must have woke up on the wrong side of the bed, right? That would be explanatory fiction. And then D, parsimony. What is parsimony? Parsimony refers to the simplest explanation. The idea that you're going to write, if you hear hoofbeats, think horse, not zebra. You're going to rule out the simplest reasons for something first. So what I'm going to do for this video is every question I'm going to show you how to find the answer from keywords here. So let's look at the question again. It says, Jim always shares his toys with his friends. His teacher told the classroom aide that Jim has a big heart since he always shares his toys. And then, why does he share his toys? Because he has a big heart. So if you look here, we're really talking in circles, right? He shares his toys because he has a big heart, and he has a big heart because he shares his toys. So this is an example of B, circular reasoning. So your answer here is going to be B, circular reasoning. And again, your keywords, what you're going to be looking for is here where he provides an explanation and then the rationale matches the explanation. So we're talking in circles. Let's look at our next question. Susan is a BCBA working with Joanne. Joanne is a nonverbal 9-year-old with autism. Joanne keeps putting her hand on her mouth and crying. Susan suggests that mom take her to the dentist to see if she could have a toothache. What is a toothache? A, explanatory fiction. B, a hypothetical construct. C, a functional relation. And D, a private event. Okay, so let's look at our answer choices. Explanatory fiction. Like I just said, it's when you're making up some random reason for something, but it isn't really necessarily based in truth. You don't really know it for sure. You're just making something up. We don't see that in this example. There's nothing that's just being made up. Now we have hypothetical construct. Again, this is going to be similar to explanatory fiction, but they're not quite AKAs because a hypothetical construct is more of a thing or a condition that's made up. Again, like depression or anxiety or PMS, something that, it's some sort of construct that can't be observed and measured. Now, that doesn't mean it's not real, right? We do know depression and anxiety or PMS, those are all real things, but they're not observable. They're mentalistic constructs that we've created. A functional relation, right? That's the idea that when this happens, that happens, right? That would be a functional relation, that something causes something else. And again, that is not going to be in here. What is in here is D, a private event. A private event is a behavior that we cannot observe. In radical behaviorism, Skinner's behaviorism, which is the type of behaviorism that we do believe that private events do affect behavior. They do influence the way that we act, even though we can't observe and see it. So where would we find that? In our explanation. Here, it's talking about, she puts her hand on her mouth and she's crying, right? This is something we can observe. But what are we really talking about? She takes her mom, she suggests, right? Susan is suggesting that mom take her to the dentist to see if she could have a toothache. So what is a toothache? Well, a toothache is actually a private event, right? It's something real that Joanne is experiencing, but it's something we can't observe. Therefore, it's a private event, and we do believe that that would affect her behavior. Let's look at our next question. Joan is a BCBA who works in a preschool classroom for children with autism and related learning differences. While at the nail salon, she reads an article in a tabloid about how having a pet hamster can improve social skills for kids. She immediately stops at the pet store on the way home and buys Freddie, a hamster for the classroom. She writes lesson plans for all of her students to include daily time with Freddie. What attitude of silence did Joan violate? A, philosophical doubt. B, parsimony. C, empiricism. And D, experimentation. So again, let's go over what our answer choices are. A, philosophical doubt. This is the idea that we're constantly doubting the findings of our outcomes. We're constantly questioning if things are true. This isn't an attitude that we should have as BCBAs. This idea that we're always trying to improve and questioning whether something's true. So let's go through all of them, and then we'll look at which one's actually in this description. We have parsimony. Again, parsimony, like we said, it's ruling out the simplest explanations for something first. Empiricism means based on scientific evidence instead of just belief. It's not just something we made up. It's something that's based in science, based in facts, based in data, based on research. And then we have experimentation. In questions, often people get empiricism and experimentation confused. The idea with experimentation, though, is that we're actually conducting an experiment, right? We're using some sort of experimental design to make sure that our independent variable does, in fact, affect the dependent variable. So in a question like this, if the answer is going to be experimentation, they're not going to be referring to that you've done some research in terms of that you're reading a article or that you're creating something based on an article. They're going to be referring to the fact that you're actually conducting an experiment. So what do we see here? Well, here, what do we see that's lacking? Again, let's look at our keywords. What we're seeing here is that she was reading a tabloid, right? She based this idea of going to get her pet hamster and writing lesson plans for all of her students based on a tabloid, right? Let's fix that. So the tabloid is not scientific evidence, right? We know that the tabloids say lots of different things, including aliens living in tunnels under the earth, right? And that doesn't make it true. So we cannot base what our ideas, our interventions, based upon what we read in the tabloid. That would not be basing it on C, empiricism. So your answer here is C. She's violating empiricism, the idea that everything must be based on scientific evidence. And again, I'm asked all the time, what's the difference between C and D? You're going to see something about C like this, where they're basing something on reading research, versus D, experimentation. You're going to see people conducting research. Okay, our next question. Which form of behavior science recognizes and seeks to understand the influence of private events on behavior? A, radical behaviorism. B, experimental analysis of behavior. C, ontogeny. And D, methodological behaviorism. Our answer here is going to be A, radical behaviorism. This is the type of behaviorism that we all engage in. It is based upon Skinner's behaviorism. And it's the idea, just like in another example, a toothache, we may not be able to observe it, but it could affect behavior. Experimental analysis of behavior is going to be ABA that's conducted in a laboratory. This is typically associated with animals, and it's really just research-based. You're conducting experiments. Ontogeny is a form of selectionism. It's the idea that we select behaviors over our lifetime based upon the consequence. And methodological behaviorism is what preceded radical behaviorism, and that did not seek to understand private events. That was simply, if we can't observe it, it isn't real. Okay, let's look at our next question. Jessica puts Lucky in his crate every time that she goes to yoga. One day, when Jessica picked up her yoga mat, Lucky went into his crate without being asked. Jessica praised Lucky and gave him a treat. Now, every night when Jessica picks up her yoga mat, Lucky goes into his cage. What explains this? A, generality. B, pragmatism. C, phylogeny. And D, ontogeny. So what are all these things? Generality is the idea that the findings of one study can be generalized into another setting, right? That an intervention will work with more than one person, with more than one stimulus, and more than one setting, that you can replicate it either directly or systematically. So pragmatism, again, this refers to practical interventions. Phylogeny has to do with the fact that we're all born with certain traits. This is the idea of selectionism, but this is more selectionism amongst the species, right? The idea that a chameleon can blend in, that a rattlesnake has venom, right? The fact that a bird can fly. They've developed these traits over time for the survival of their species. And ontogeny has to do with behaviors being selected during our lifetime. So here, we want to ask ourselves, was Lucky born knowing to go into his cage? No, he wasn't. Therefore, it's ontogeny. It's something that he learned to do over his lifetime, right? And so, we can look at this question. It says every time Jessica puts Lucky in his cage, every time she goes to yoga, right? And then one day he went into his cage without being asked, right? I praised him. I gave him a treat. In other words, I reinforced his behavior, and that caused his behavior to increase. That is ontogeny, the idea that during his lifetime, he learned to engage in this behavior based upon the consequence of getting the treat. Okay, let's look at our next question. Timothy is a BCBA who is going on vacation in Barbados. Carlos will see all of his kids while he's away. Timothy made sure all of his plans were easy for Timothy to understand and follow. Which characteristics of ABA does this best represent? Timothy is a BCBA who is going on vacation in Barbados. Carlos will see all of his kids while he is away. Timothy made sure all of his plans were easy for Carlos to understand and follow. Which characteristic of ABA does this best represent? Again, let's go through what they are. Effective simply means the intervention works. Generality means the intervention can be replicated or applied in another setting, another context. Conceptually systematic means that the interventions follow the principles of ABA, right? We're not bringing things in from other modalities. It's based upon applied behavior analysis. And technological means that something is written in a way that's easy for anyone who's trained in behavior analysis to read and understand. So this idea that a behavior plan should be written in such a way that another BCBA can look at it, read it, and implement the behavior plan. So here, that's going to be our answer, D, technological. And we can see that in our questions because it says here, Timothy made sure all of his plans were easy for Carlos to understand and follow. That is the definition of technological. And again, they should be written down. Hey guys, and welcome back. I have some really good news and some not so great news. So the good news first. Congratulations, you finished task list A. The not so great news is that's the smallest part of your task list. Now we're going to jump into task list B. Task list B is concepts and principles. It's 32 questions and the second biggest part of your task list. I actually think though that task list B is probably one of the most important parts of your task list because it's the concepts and foundations, right? Concepts and principles that sets the foundation for pretty much everything else. So much more of this task list D, E, F builds right on task list B. If you don't get task list B, the foundations of that are just going to come crumbling down. So it's so important that we do this task list together. So the way that I've organized this is a little bit different than I did task list A. So task list A, all 6 questions, right, were mock questions. So they emulate what questions might be like on your BCBA exam. I did that for most of the questions of B, but I also have what I call some teaching questions. And that's what we're going to just really go over straight concepts, principles, definitions. You won't see questions like that on your test in all likelihood, but it'll give me the chance to teach you things like for the verbal operants, which ones have formal similarity and point-to-point correspondence and are based on MOs and based on things in the environment, verbal SDs, all of that we're going to cover right now. So if at the end of this video, you're left still struggling with task list B, I do encourage you to sign up for one of my B intensive workshops. If you don't know what my intensive workshops are, that's when you spend an entire day with me live and we go through the entire task list together for the whole day. We'll take 8 to 10 hours. We'll go through every part of the task list, every part of that section, I should say, of the task list. I give lots of examples. I do lots of questions. If you have any questions, you can ask them to me. Then after that, of the full day, 8 to 10 hours, I send you home with a 40-question mock exam. And then a week later, we meet to go over that mock exam. So I really leave you making sure that you know every part of the task list. To this date, while this is being recorded, I have ones for B, for D, and for G, but eventually I'll have them for all parts of the task list. So if there's, especially if you're a multiple test taker, if you're struggling with B, if you're struggling with D or G, I do encourage you to check that out. You can get it on my website, hopeeducationservices.com, and you will also get a special offer for $20 off by watching this video or the end of this section of the video. They'll give you that coupon code if you do want to do that. So stay tuned and let's dive into B together. Okay, guys, this brings us to task list B, where we're going to talk about concepts and principles. There are 32 questions from this section on your exam. This is actually the second largest section. Only G is actually longer than this. So there's a lot of material to cover. So let's go through them. Thomas was taught 4 phrases to greet a peer: hello, hi, what's up, and hey. How are these 4 behaviors related? A, they are functionally equivalent. B, they are topographically equivalent. C, they are temporally equivalent. And D, they are relational frames. Here, our answer is going to be A, they're functionally equivalent. Something that's functionally equivalent, behaviors that are functionally equivalent, they serve the same purpose, right? They produce the same effect on the environment. So saying hello, saying hi, saying what's up, saying hey, these are all ways to greet somebody, and they all produce the same effect on the environment. The listener is going to say hi back. If they were topographically equivalent, they would look the same. So topographically equivalent means something looks the same. Something can look the same, but have two very different functions or purposes. So for example, if I'm throwing a baseball because I'm pitching in a baseball game, well, that would be very different than if I threw a baseball with the intent of hitting someone in the head with it, right? They look the same, but they're two different functions. They have two different functions. Something that's temporally equivalent, temporally related would be more accurate than saying temporally equivalent, but something that's temporally related means that something happened in relationship to the behavior. They're all the events or behaviors that preceded one distinguishing event or behavior. So for example, if I were looking at the behavior of getting out of my bed in the morning, maybe I turned off my snooze button, maybe I gave my dog a cuddle, maybe I yawned, grabbed my phone and scrolled through Instagram. I know I shouldn't be doing that, but I probably do when I get out of bed. Before I get out of bed, right? Those are all temporally equivalent because they all happened before I got out of bed. And relational frames. So what are relational frames? Relational frames are framework that we make about how objects are related. And then when we see a novel stimulus, we can derive that it's related to that category. So for example, if I say, okay, all birds have feathers and wings and beaks and they fly and they sing, and then I'm traveling and I see a bird that I've never seen before, no one needs to teach me that it's a bird because I have a relational frame, right? This framework I developed in my mind of all the attributes of a bird. And so when I see one, I know it's part of that category. That would be a relational frame. That is not in this example. So again, here, the answer is A. All of these things are functionally equivalent. Calvin was a BCBA training Carlos on how to use features of attack overcorrection. Well, I kind of gave to reduce the behavior of throwing. We'll read the answer choices anyway. Carlos has another client who also correspondence, but with this client, he is using attention extinction to intervene. C, both A and B. Why is Carlos using two different interventions for the same behavior? The answer here is going to be A. They are functionally different. Attacked is B, not, the behaviors are topographically different. You're not saying the exact same behaviors thing. Are formally and it doesn't have formal similarity because and D, the behaviors are relationally different in the environment. So behaviors taking the same form on something means they have the same topography. You taste, so B and C are both not going to be the answer. Right? So it's pretty much something in the environment. So we can it does not those out, and you're going to have things like that on your test, or you can eliminate answer choices simply because didn't say this for co-op. You have two very similar answers. Specific reinforcement. That's so we know these are both not the answer. For MOs, so are they relationally different or you're getting the thing you ask for? Relationally different is just not a term both have generalized conditioned. So that's not going to be our answer. Meaning that you're not. Our answer here is that they're functionally different. What you're saying. Well, how would we know that? He's using restitutional overcorrection for one client, and he's using attention extinction for another client. Okay, guys, well, you're going to be BCBAs, and that means understanding this information, not just memorizing it. And here's how we're going to know that these behaviors are functionally different. If you're using restitutional overcorrection, what that means is that you're going to have the child clean up whatever mess they made, right, by throwing toys, and then also make the environment better. Attention extinction means that we're not providing attention for the behavior. So we can assume if we're using attention extinction that the function of the behavior is attention. If the behavior function is attention, we would not be using restitutional overcorrection, right, which is an attempt at positive punishment, because in order to engage in that correction procedure, we would have to be providing the child attention. So you would never use restitutional overcorrection for an attention maintained behavior, which is how you know here, without being told directly, that these two behaviors would have different functions. So this is an example of where you really have to understand this content and apply it in order to get your answer. What is the only verbal operand under direct control of a motivating operation? A, tact, B, echoic, C, mand, and D, intraverbal. So the answer here is going to be mand, right? This is the only verbal operand under direct control of the motivating operation. Now, what that means is that something is only a mand if you want it, right? So if you're wanting something and you ask for it, you make a request, and it could be manding for information. If you are at an ice cream shop and you say, hey, what flavor ice creams do you have? Or if you're at a dinner and you say, what kind of wine do you have? That would be a mand for information. If you ask someone, where's the bathroom? That's a mand for information. If you ask somebody, what's your name? That's a mand for information, right? So a mand means that the MO is specific to the response. Again, that means it's the only verbal operand that's under direct control of an MO. Now, some people think that that means you have to get the thing that you're asking for. That is not true, right? We know you don't always get what you want. That doesn't mean it's not an actual request. So don't confuse a mand being under control of an MO, meaning you want what you're asking for, with you get with what you're asking for. Now, so far for all these questions, I've gone over all of our other answer choices. I'm not going to do that for this because we're going to go over all of the all of the verbal operands right now. So you'll be able to see them in the next answer choices. What are the feature of an echoic? A, point-to-point correspondence. B, formal similarity. C, both A and B. And D, neither A or B. An echoic is when you say something and I say something and I say the exact same thing as you. So an echoic is always controlled by a verbal SD, and it is point-to-point correspondence, meaning you're saying the same thing, right, as what the original SD was, and formal similarity. It's done in the same way. So an echoic is the only of the verbal operands, and I'm kind of giving away some answer choices here, that have C, both A and B, point-to-point correspondence, and formal similarity. So do know that, like I said, an echoic is the only verbal operand that is point-to-point correspondence and formal similarity. What are the features of a tact? Well, I kind of gave this away, but we'll read the answer choices anyway. A, point-to-point correspondence. B, formal similarity. C, both A and B. And D, neither A or B. The answer here is going to be D, neither A or B. A tact does not have point-to-point correspondence, meaning you're not saying the exact same thing. And it doesn't have formal similarity because a tact is always based on something in the environment. A tact is when you're commenting on something you hear, you see, you taste, you smell, or you feel, right? So it's based on something in the environment, and it does not have point-to-point correspondence or formal similarity. Now, we didn't say this for echoics, but I'll say this here. It's also non-specific reinforcement. That's the same thing for echoics. For MOs, it's specific reinforcement, meaning you're getting the thing you ask for. Echoics and tacts both have generalized conditioned reinforcement, meaning that you're not getting specific reinforcement based upon what you're saying. There's a lot more to tacts than I did cover in this short section. There is a lot on tact extensions as well. So if you want more information, particularly about tact extensions, I did do a video on tact extensions. I'm going to put that card up for you so you could check out that video now. What are the features of a mand? A, point-to-point correspondence. B, formal similarity. C, both A and B. D, neither A or B. Our answer here again is going to be D, neither A or B, right? We said this, that a mand is you're saying something that you want, you're reinforcement specific, but there is neither point-to-point correspondence or formal similarity with a mand. What are the features of an intraverbal? A, point-to-point correspondence. B, formal similarity. C, both A and B. D, neither A or B. An intraverbal does not have either point-to-point correspondence or formal similarity. So it's going to be D, neither A or B. What are the features of an autoclitic? A, point-to-point correspondence. B, formal similarity. C, both A and B, and D, neither A or B. This also is going to be D, neither A or B. Now, if you do want more information on what an autoclitic is, I do have a video on what an autoclitic is, so I encourage you to check that out. Just click on the card above, pause this video, watch that one, and come back to this. Now, I know that I did spend a lot of time on this, but it's important to know, it's important to memorize. These, point-to-point correspondence, formal similarity, if you see a question on this on your test, after doing all of these examples, I'm confident you're going to get it correct. Okay, so let's look at another question. Jessica's phone alarm went off, her Alexa alarm went off, her Apple Watch vibrated, and her dog Lucky licked her face when it was time for her to get up. All of these events happened just prior to getting up. All of these events form which stimulus class? A, formal, B, temporal, C, arbitrary, and D, functional. So let's look at our answer choices again. Formal means that something has the same size, shape, color. It shares some form of similar characteristic. Temporal means that they all happened in relation to an event at the same time, before the event, after event, just as event occurred. Arbitrary means that something is related, but in, frankly, an arbitrary way is the best way to describe it. This is going to be like all fruits. They're not directly related to each other, but an apple and an orange and pear and banana, they're related because they're all fruits. A car and a bicycle and a train and a truck, they're related because they're all vehicles, right? So there's something that relates them all. Farm animals are all arbitrarily related. And then if something's functionally related, it's because that serves the same purpose. So I could say that a cup serves the same purpose as a water bottle. So here, all of these things are B, temporally related, because they all happened just prior to me getting up. So if you're going to be looking at that in your question, and how are you going to get this from a keyword? Because sometimes something temporally related could be confused with functionally related. Because if really you have to look at what, oftentimes I should say, things are related in more than one way. So let's look at vehicles, right? Vehicles could be arbitrary related because let's say a school bus and a race car. It could be arbitrary related because they're both vehicles. You could say that it's formally related because they're both yellow. You can say that they're functionally related because they both take you to school. So when you get a question like this, how would you be able to discern what the answer is? Again, guys, sometimes these questions are really about dissecting what the person who wrote the question was trying to say. So here, our key here is all of these events happened just prior to getting up. Now, you could argue, especially when it comes to this question, that the phone alarm going off and Alexa going off and the Apple Watch going off, those were all purposes to get me awake. I think you'd have a much harder time arguing that with Lucky licking my face, right? My dog, that's my dog. He probably isn't smart enough to know that he was supposed to wake me up. He just woke up, and then that's the first thing he does every time he wakes up, right? So we'd have a harder time in this question arguing, especially that it's function related. But there are going to be times like this question, you can say, hey, this kind of could seem like it could go either way. You're really going to be looking for what is the author actually trying to say. The fact that this sentence is included, all of these events happen just prior to getting up, this is going to be your really, really big cue here that they're looking for the answer that something is temporally related. Anytime they're referencing an event or time, that's going to be the best choice to go with. Using a PEX card, using a break card, signing break, requesting a break vocally, and using a communication device are all ways for a person to request social negative reinforcement. Which response class do these behaviors make up? A, formal, B, temporal, C, arbitrary, D, functional. Here, it's talking about a function of a behavior, right? Social negative reinforcement. This is going to be a clear indication that they're talking about they're functionally related, right? All of these behaviors, they serve the same purpose. I'm asking for a break, whether I'm using a card or signing or saying it vocally or using a device like Proloquo. Whatever it is, they're functionally related. They're serving the same purpose. And again, when you see something like this here, where they're talking about the function of behavior, you can assume that they're functionally related. Every night before Jessica goes to yoga, she picks up her yoga mat, carries it to the door, and gives Lucky a cookie on her way out. From the very first time Lucky saw the cookie, he began to salivate. After a couple of weeks, whenever Jessica picked up her yoga mat, Lucky began to salivate. The yoga mat appears to be A, conditioned stimulus, B, unconditioned stimulus, A response, and D, a reinforcer. So let's look at what these are. A conditioned stimulus is something that takes on the properties of an unconditioned stimulus. So what is an unconditioned stimulus? This is something that automatically causes us to engage in a respondent behavior. A respondent behavior is a phylogenetic part of phylogenetic selectionism. These are the behaviors that we're born with. For example, sweating. I just ran a 5K this morning, and so I sweat, right? Sweating is a respondent behavior. If you have some dust in your eyes, you start to blink. Well, let's just say that you started to pair dust in your eyes with a light. Now, maybe every time you see that light, you start to blink, right? So the dust in your eyes is your unconditioned stimulus, and the light became a conditioned stimulus. You started to blink just because of the light and the dust appeared together multiple times. Well, that's what we're seeing in this example. So a cookie, if I give my dog a cookie, he salivates. If I have cookies on my desk, he just sits next to my desk and he will give me a bath and his just drools all over me. And that's not something he learned to do or I taught him to do. It's just something he does because he's a dog and that's what dogs do. Right. So now, because he constantly saw I was pairing the cookie and the yoga mat, right? Every time he got a cookie, there was a yoga mat there. Now the mat is causing him to salivate. So it's become a conditioned stimulus. So the answer here is A. Now we went over A and B. Let's go over C and D. A response is really simply a specific instance of a behavior. So if I defined getting ready for yoga as Jessica will, pick up her yoga mat and fill up her water bottle and leave her house, if I'm referencing specifically one instance of filling up my water bottle or one instance of putting my yoga mat in my bag, that would be a response. A reinforcer, right, is any sort of consequence that follows a behavior that makes it more likely to happen again. Jessica used to keep Lucky's favorite cookies in her black Lululemon crossbody bag. Every time Jessica picked up her crossbody, Lucky would salivate since the bag had become a conditioned stimulus. Jessica decided to get bougie and stopped putting Lucky's treats in her crossbody and instead kept them in a new Gucci fanny pack. For a few days, Lucky still salivated whenever Jessica picked up her crossbody. But eventually, after it did not result in a cookie several times, he stopped. What is this called? A, respondent conditioning. B, unpairing. C, operant extinction. And D, respondent extinction. Our answer here is respondent extinction. So respondent extinction is when you stop pairing a unconditioned stimulus with a conditioned stimulus, and eventually the conditioned stimulus stops producing the conditioned response. So that's what's happening here. So here we have Lucky, the bag, right, was paired with the cookie. So the bag took on the properties of the cookie. And when I presented the bag by itself and not with the cookie, eventually it lost the properties of the cookie. So let's go over the rest of the choices. So respondent conditioning. Respondent extinction is part of respondent conditioning, but respondent conditioning more accurately refers to pairing a neutral stimulus with an unconditioned stimulus. Then eventually the neutral stimulus takes on the conditioned response, the same response, the same unconditioned response as the unconditioned stimulus. Unpairing is really what is happening here. We're breaking the pair, right, between the conditioned stimulus and the unconditioned stimulus, but we don't call it unpairing, we call it respondent extinction. And then operant extinction is when a person engages in a behavior, but you don't provide any reinforcement for that behavior. And that has more to do with operant conditioning than respondent conditioning. So that's why our answer here is D. Jessica reprimands Lucky every time he barks when she is trying to record a video. The reprimands seem to make Lucky bark even more. What are the reprimands serving as? A positive reinforcer. A positive punisher. C, a negative reinforcer. D, a negative punisher. So here we want to know two things. One is the behavior going up or down. And number two, is something being added or taken to added? Is something being added to Lucky or taken away from Lucky? So here it tells us that Lucky is barking even more. So this tells us that it's some form of reinforcement. So we can cross off punishment. Now, obviously my reprimand was trying to punish, but it wasn't working. So the question is a reprimand adding something or taking something away? A reprimand is adding something. So our answer here is A, a positive reinforcer. When receiving a token in a token economy increases attending to instructions, what is the token serving as? A positive reinforcer. B, a positive punisher. C, a negative reinforcer. And D, a negative punisher. Just like this question, we want to see, is a behavior going up or down? Here it's saying it's increasing and attending to instructions. So our behavior is going up. And is something being added or removed? The token is being added. So it's again a positive reinforcer. When removing a token in a token economy decreases eloping, what is the token serving as? A positive reinforcer. B, a positive punisher. C, a negative reinforcer. And D, a negative punisher. So again, here we're going to look, is the behavior going up or down? In this case, our behavior is decreasing. So we're going to cross off reinforcer, right? And we know it's decreasing because it says decreasing, right? It may not always be that easy. So some of these questions, guys, are teaching questions more than mock questions. So we can go over content. This is an example of that. You're probably not going to get something so simple in your exam. But here it tells us it's decreasing, right? And is it, oops, yeah. So is it something being added or taken away? Something's being removed. So it's a negative punisher. So this is D, negative punisher. And again, it would be wonderful if on your exam you got every question had, oh, something's being removed and it's decreasing the behavior. Sometimes you have to try to figure that out. But here it's a very clear example. Which schedule of reinforcement is associated with the matching law? A, tandem. B, multiple. C, intermittent. And D, concurrent. So let's go through what all these choices are. And first of all, let's go over what the matching law is. The matching law says that reinforcement goes, or behavior goes, where reinforcement flows. In other words, when given a choice, we'll do the things that give us the most reinforcement in the ratio of as much reinforcement as we get from it. So if you have a menu and it has 5 things on it, let's say pizza and pasta and chicken fingers and macaroni and cheese and a hot dog. Let's pretend we're on the kids menu, right? And you like chicken fingers and you like pizza, but you like fingers twice as much as chicken fingers, then it just basically says when given the choices, you'll probably eat chicken fingers just twice as much as pizza. That's really all the matching law says. So what are these reinforcement schedules? A tandem reinforcement schedule is like a chained reinforcement schedule, but the order doesn't matter. So you have to engage in several behaviors to access a reinforcer, but you could do them in any order. And this is like a to-do list is your perfect example of a tandem tandem schedule of reinforcement. A multiple schedule of reinforcement is when one behavior has 2 different schedules of reinforcement, and there's a clear SD, so you know what schedule you're under. So maybe when you're at dad's house, he gives you ice cream for dinner, and mom makes you eat a healthy, balanced meal. And you know when you're at dad's house, you can ask for ice cream for dinner, but when you're at mom's house, you cannot ask for ice cream for dinner. Right? Intermittent schedules of reinforcement just means that you're reinforcing a behavior sometimes and not other times. And then we have a concurrent schedule of reinforcement. Concurrent schedule of reinforcement is essentially the same thing as saying choice. There's multiple behaviors that we can choose from, and they each have their own reinforcement schedule. So concurrent schedule of reinforcement, this is when I wake up and it's Saturday morning. I can either choose to make this video for you. I can choose to go hiking. I can go choose to sit at the pool and have a margarita. Right now, I'm choosing to make this video for you, right? That is the concurrent schedule of reinforcement. That is what is associated with the matching law. So as much as I love making these videos for you, chances are I do like sitting at the pool having a margarita more. So I will probably spend more Saturdays sitting by my pool having a margarita than making videos for you, as much as I love you. All right, so let's look at the next question. Which schedule of reinforcement is associated with behavior contrast? Well, we just went over what all of the schedules are, so let's go over what behavior contrast is. Behavior contrast is the idea that if a behavior is reinforced or punished in one environment, but not in another environment, it'll decrease or increase in that other environment and get worse. So let's just say, for example, that if a parent, again, we'll use the example of ice cream for dinner. If a parent has split custody and he's at dad's house 50% of the time and at mom's house 50% of the time, if he never can ask for ice cream for dinner at mom's house, then chances are he'll ask for ice cream for dinner even more often in dad's house. And that is associated with your multiple schedules of reinforcement. So your answer here is B. And if you're a guy watching this, sorry to pick on you for dads for ice cream for dinner. I'm sure if you have children, you don't feed them ice cream for dinner. Usit is a BCBA working with Thomas. Thomas is given a goldfish cracker after he answers exactly 5 questions correctly. Which schedule of reinforcement is Usit using? A, fixed interval, B, variable interval, C, fixed ratio, and D, variable ratio. Okay, guys, with interval schedules, what those are is when a behavior is reinforced or the next behavior is reinforced after a certain time has passed. So if we have a fixed interval 5 schedule, it means that after 5 minutes, the next behavior a person is engaged in is reinforced, and it is based upon time. A ratio schedule is based upon number of responses, and both of these can either be fixed or variable. Fixed means exactly. So if you see a question that has exactly in it, you know that it is some form of fixed schedule. If you see something that has the word about in it, then you know it's some sort of variable schedule. So here, since it says exactly, we can cross off our variable answers. And then it asks us, well, is it based upon essentially the next behavior after a time or the number of responses? Here it says it's after he answers 5 questions, right? This is telling us it's a ratio schedule. So our answer here is C, fixed ratio. Sandra is a BCBA working with Erica. Erica is given a break about every 5 minutes she completes her work. Which schedule of reinforcement is Sandra using? A, fixed interval, B, variable interval, C, fixed time, and D, variable time. So oftentimes interval schedules and time schedules are confused. So what I said earlier is that an interval schedule is that after a certain amount of time passes, the next behavior is reinforced. So an interval schedule does require a response. A time schedule is when a reinforcer is delivered irregardless of time. It's essentially non-contingent reinforcement. So whether or not Erica would ask for a break, she would get a break. In this example, this is a time schedule. If it said that after 5 minutes, if Erica asked for a break, she would get a break, that would be an interval schedule. But because it's telling us that she's getting a break every 5 minutes and it's not making any reference to her needing to ask for it, we do know that it's a time schedule. So is it exactly every 5 minutes or about every 5 minutes? Here it says about every 5 minutes. So this is D, a variable time schedule. I do want to make sure you know the difference between interval and time schedules. They can be confusing. So make sure that you do take note of that. There is a difference between interval and time schedules. A lot of people just tell you intervals based on time and ratios based on responses. That's true, but intervals still does require a response. Which schedule of reinforcement typically produces a scalloped shaped graph? A, fixed interval, B, variable interval, C, fixed ratio, or D, variable ratio. Our answer here is going to be fixed interval. This is something you do want to memorize. Now, I will help you understand it. So essentially what happens here is with a fixed interval schedule, it's almost like an IV drip. Let's say you can have morphine every hour, but you can only have it every hour. So if you press it before the hour is up, you're not going to wind up getting any reinforcement for it, right? We can only happen every hour. So let's just say that you're requesting that morphine. What it's going to look for is this. You're going to see this post-reinforcement pause. And that post-reinforcement pause is what's actually causing that scalloped effect. You don't necessarily have to fully understand why the graph looks like this, but it is a good idea to memorize this, that if you see a scallop shaped graph, that it is typically associated with a fixed interval scheduled reinforcement. Peter was putting away his laundry. He put his identical black socks, undershirts, and underwear together. What did Peter demonstrate? Reflexivity, symmetry, stimulus equivalence, and transitivity. Reflexivity just means you're matching things identically. Symmetry means you can do the inverse. So I will draw this out for you. So we have our reflexivity is identical, A equals A, right? Our symmetry is going to be if A equals B, then B equals A, right? It's the inverse. For stimulus equivalence means you have all three, reflexivity, symmetry, and transitivity. For transitivity, it actually requires that you teach two things and derive a third relationship. So we have our A, we're going to have a B, and we're going to have C. And it could be that you teach A and B, and then you teach B equals C, and then you derive, right, that A equals C. Sometimes, though, it's actually the other way around in our questions, and that can make it confusing. So sometimes you're going to see a question where they're teaching that A equals C. A equals C, and that C equals B, and you wind up deriving B equals A. It's important to know there are always going to be four relationships you can derive, because you can always derive the symmetrical relationship. So when you have transitivity, it does mean you're deriving one relation, but there are four relations that can be derived with symmetry. Okay. What does not alter motivating operations? A, establishing operations. B, abolishing operations. C, NCR. And D, FCT. So establishing operations are things that make it enhances a motivating operation. It makes a sub behavior more desirable because you're altering the MO. So if I were to not have any water and I was very thirsty, right, I'm going to have more of an MO for water. An abolishing operation is going to decrease an MO for something. So if you make me drink an entire bottle of water and then you ask me if I want water, I'm going to want water less, right, because I just drank it. So those are not the answers. Non-contingent reinforcement, that is an antecedent modification. It does actually create an abolishing operation. So non-contingent reinforcement is not a reinforcement-based procedure. It does not make a behavior happen more often. What it does is it delivers a potential reinforcer on a time schedule, either a fixed or variable time schedule, and essentially takes away the motivation to engage in a target behavior. Because the reinforcer that you're delivering is it's maintained by the same function, it's functionally equivalent to whatever was maintaining the behavior you're trying to reduce. So let's say for attention, let's say it's as in a classroom, you have a child who about every half hour, he engages in attention-seeking behaviors by hitting or kicking his peers. Well, if every 27, 28 minutes he's acknowledged by his teacher, then he won't need to kick his peers because his desire, his MO for attention will be satiated by receiving it from the teacher. So NCR does create an abolishing operation. So since abolishing operation was not the answer, then NCR can also be kicked out. So functional communication training, D, is our answer here. Functional communication training doesn't make you want something more or less. It just gives you a more appropriate way to get the thing that you want. right? So functional communication training is when you learn to use vocal or some sort of language, right? Some sort of communication to request a reinforcer instead of whatever inappropriate behavior was resulting in reinforcement. So that's not making you want the reinforcement less, it's just giving you another way to get it. So it's basically working on existing MOs instead of altering the MOs. So that's why D is your answer, functional communication training. You could never use extinction with A, attention maintained behaviors, B, escape maintained behaviors, C, automatically maintained behaviors, and D, socially maintained behaviors. So attention-seeking behaviors, can you ignore them and not provide attention? Because extinction, first of all, right, means that you're going to allow someone to engage in a behavior but not provide any reinforcement. So if someone did engage in attention-seeking behavior, the reinforcement would be attention. So could you ignore a behavior and not provide attention for it? Yeah, of course, right? So that's not your answer. Escape maintained behaviors. Could you, if someone engaged in a behavior to get out of a task, could you make them follow through with the task? Of course, right? Automatically maintained behaviors. This is when a behavior itself produces reinforcement. If a behavior itself produces reinforcement, and with extinction, you're allowing the behavior to occur, then you cannot use extinction with automatically maintained behaviors. Because as soon as you engage in the behavior, you're going to get reinforcement from it. The problem is it's not socially maintained. Right? So the only type of behaviors that you can use extinction with are socially maintained behaviors. So we already went through, there's 3, attention, escape. The third one is tangible. So you could withhold an object from someone, not give them an object for engaging in a behavior, right? But if a behavior itself results in reinforcement, you cannot use extinction with it, which is why our answer here is C, automatically maintained behaviors. Sandy was traveling to Argentina. She saw this beautiful bird she had never seen before. It had a blue beak, red feathers, and flew faster than any bird she had ever seen before. Sandy had never been shown a picture of that type of bird, but she knew it was a bird because she knew birds have beaks, feathers, and fly. Why did Sandy know it was a bird? A, a relational frame. B, maintenance. C, response generalization. And D, stimulus equivalence. So our answer here is going to be A, a relational frame. Well, why? It's telling us that she's never seen this bird before, but she had an idea of what it looks like, right? What characteristics of a bird are. She says, well, birds have beaks, right? Birds have feathers. They fly, right? So that's how she knew it was a bird. It also makes a point to tell us that she's never seen it before, which means we're looking for that some form of derived learning. Our derived learning is going to be our relational frame. So that is going to be our answer. So what are the other things? What is maintenance? Maintenance is the ability to continue using a behavior after it's being taught, after it's been taught, right? Response generalization is the ability to engage in a different response that's functionally equivalent to get the same result. And stimulus equivalence, again, that's when we're going to be demonstrating reflexivity and transitivity and symmetry and transitivity. We have all of those things. We have stimulus equivalence. It also means we know non-examples, right? So stimulus equivalence is when we can generalize among a stimulus class and differentiate between stimulus classes. In other words, if I had 10 pictures of birds, I knew they were all birds, but if you showed me a picture of a cat, I could tell you that's not a cat. Right, so here that's not what we're seeing in the example. What we're seeing is a relational frame. Joe is 2 years old and just started receiving ABA therapy. The first thing he learned was to follow the instruction, clap hands. The therapist used an edible reinforcer to get him to clap his hands. Now throughout the day, he stands outside the kitchen pantry and claps his hands. What is this called? A, overgeneralization. B, stimulus control. C, response maintenance, and D, stimulus generalization. Here our answer is A, overgeneralization. So what that means is that he's overgeneralized the response of clapping his hands. So he claps his hands even when there's no SD present for clapping hands, right? There's no signal reinforcement is available for clapping hands. That's what makes it overgeneralization. Stimulus control is when a SD produces a behavior or response, and the behavior response doesn't happen when the SD is not present. That's not what we're seeing here. Response maintenance would be another way to get a reinforcer that's a functionally equivalent behavior. We're not seeing that here. And stimulus generalization is when the behavior, the response stays the same, but the conditions around it change, meaning you could be using something else, a different stimulus, or with a different person or in a different setting. Which example is the best operational definition of a behavior? So here we're going to be looking for, right, an operational definition is something that tells us whether or not a behavior occurred. So we have A, Don looked sad. Looking sad is very subjective, right? An operational definition of behavior must be clear, it must be measurable, it must be objective. That is not objective. That cannot be measured. We're going to not count that. Katie was all sweaty. Again, what is all sweaty? Is it a couple drops of sweat? Is it dripping in sweat? Right? It's relative. I did a 5K this morning and I had some sweat on me, but then when I go to hot yoga, I'm more sweaty. So would it be I was sweaty at yoga and at the 5K, or not at yoga, or at yoga but not the 5K? It's too subjective. Sarah was sitting. Sitting is actually not considered a behavior in ABA. So that is not your answer either. Remember, we use the dead man's test to determine if something's a behavior. Well, a dead man could sit in a chair, right? We've all seen it in the movies. So it's not a behavior. So C is not the answer. Regina kicks a ball. So that tells us it's not the best operational definition of a behavior. We could maybe say Regina kicks a ball during a soccer game. We could define that more clearly, but it is the best of the options, the best definition of a behavior. So our answer here is D, Regina kicks a ball. Jessica was up late trying to fix a problem with her website. Suddenly, GoDaddy crashed. She tried and tried to get it to work, but every time she got the same message, the server is down, try again later. Eventually, she gave up and went to bed. What is depicted in this scenario? A, extinction burst. B, spontaneous recovery. C, resistance to extinction. And D, resurgence. So, let's go through all of these. An extinction burst is when a behavior escalates because it's no longer, the previous behavior is no longer accessing reinforcement, right? So if a child whines and they always get to escape their tasks, if you stop allowing them to get out of their task because of whining, maybe they'll start crying. Then maybe eventually they'll start throwing things. Then maybe eventually they'll start hitting you, right? You see an escalation of behavior. That is going to be your extinction burst. We have spontaneous recovery. What is a spontaneous recovery? Well, that's after a behavior has been on extinction, meaning it disappeared and it's been extinguished. It suddenly comes back out of nowhere and you have no idea why. One day they just, let's just say again, they were hitting to get out of tasks. They stop hitting, it goes away completely for 6 months. Then out of the blue, out of nowhere, one day they hit again. That is going to be your spontaneous recovery. We have resistance to extinction. That is when a behavior doesn't escalate because it's not getting reinforcement, but you try it multiple times, right? So with a vending machine, let's just say you're the one person in the world who won't shake it and you just try pressing the buttons again and again. That would be resistance to extinction. And then resurgence. This is also when a behavior comes back that's been previously extinguished, but it's when the reason that the behavior comes back is that the prior behavior, the behavior that was taught to replacement, the replacement behavior is no longer contacting reinforcement. So let's just say an example of hitting to escape tasks. Let's say you taught the person to ask for a break, but then when they ask for a break, you stop giving them breaks, so they start hitting again. That would be your example of a resurgence. Now, a lot of people do confuse the difference between spontaneous recovery and resurgence. I do have a video that you can check it out. I put a card up for you, so you can just click right on it now and pause this and watch that video if you want. That'll go into a longer detail between the difference between spontaneous recovery and resurgence. And I do encourage you to watch that video if you're confused on it. So here, what is actually happening? So Here in this scenario, this is a true story. My computer did go down and I was working on GoDaddy. It says I tried and I tried, right, to get it to work, but I'm a grown adult human. So I didn't slam my computer down. I didn't throw anything. I didn't yell and scream and cry. I just tried it multiple times. So then the answer, because I did not have any sort of escalation of behavior, is going to be resistance to extinction. So I wasn't getting reinforcement and I didn't just stop. I had to try it again and again, see if maybe it would result in reinforcement. Jose was taught his mom's name is Susan. Later in the day, when someone asked who Susan was, he said, "That's my mom," without ever being taught to answer the question, "Who is Susan?" What did Jose demonstrate? A, symmetry, B, reflexivity, C, transitivity, and D, stimulus generalization. So we did already go through what these were. This is an example in action of symmetry, right? Where he was essentially taught, he was able to do it backwards. So if we look at the question here, first, right, he was taught, "My mom is Susan." And then later when he said, "Who is Susan?" he said, "That's my mom." So he was able to do it in the total, in the reciprocal way. So which is what makes it symmetry, the symmetrical way. What type of reinforcement does stimming usually provide? A, automatic positive reinforcement. B, automatic negative reinforcement. C, social positive reinforcement. D, we cannot definitively determine the function of stimming behavior in others. Here, so we have to look at, first of all, what are these? Automatic positive reinforcement is when something is gained and added to as a result of the behavior, right? The behavior itself results in the addition of something. So if I were to be hungry and I were to make myself a snack, right, there's no one else present, that would be automatic positive reinforcement. If the music is too loud and it's bothering me and I get up and I turn it off, that would be automatic negative reinforcement, right? So I'm by myself and again, I'm removing an aversive stimulus. Social positive reinforcement is when another person adds something to a situation that strengthens a behavior. So what is stimming? It is automatic reinforcement, but we cannot determine whether it's positive or negative reinforcement because it's considered to be a private event, or the reason for it is considered to be a private event. So if I was let's say I was rubbing my arm, you don't know unless I tell you whether or not I'm rubbing my arm because my arm hurts and rubbing it is making it feel better, or whether I'm rubbing my arm because I like the sensation of rubbing my arm. So here, those are both automatic behaviors, but we don't know whether or not they're positive or negative. So when you see with stimming, if something asks you if something is automatic reinforcement, you have to be careful to know whether or not we can observe whether it's positive or negative. So if I have music on and I turn off the music, right, you can know for sure that is negative, automatic negative reinforcement. But there are instances when someone's engaging in some form of sensory behavior when you cannot tell the difference. Now, on the note of sensory behaviors, I had done a video a couple of years ago on autism sensory differences. Now, this video was, I was not a BCBA yet, and I was not operating with the knowledge of a BCBA or the advice of a BCBA, and I was not giving behavioral advice. But I did talk a little bit about what autism sensory differences are from my experience in working with autistic children. So you have my disclaimer that it is not behavioral information and it won't necessarily help you study for your exam, but it is a little bit about my experience about what it means for children with autism to have sensory differences. I don't, often talk about this with you guys because I'm doing BCBA Exam Prep with you. I do believe in a child's right to STEM. And if you want to check out that video, I have a card up here. You can check that video out and you can watch it and see a little bit about, just from my understanding, based upon my experience with kids with autism and my research, what it means to have sensory differences. Coral's a BCBA working with Hillary. Hillary struggles a lot with generalization and as a result is not able to functionally use a lot of the skills she is being taught. Coral instructs the RBTs to make sure to teach in different environments, including different rooms in the house and going into the community. What type of generalization is Coral programming for? A, response generalization. B, derived stimulus relation. C, maintenance, and D, stimulus generalization. So we have here response generalization. What that means is that the behavior rate changes. We don't see any indication here that there's a change in behavior that's functionally equivalent, that produces the same effect in the environment. So that's not our answer. Our derived stimulus relations, this is going to be your relational frame or a derived relationship of reflexivity or symmetry or transitivity. We don't see any of that here. Maintenance means that you are able to use this skills even after it's being taught. Now, some of this is good for maintenance, but that's not really specifically what is being outlined in here. And you always want to go with your best response, right? Like these things will help to promote maintenance, but what is the best response? The best response is stimulus generalization because it says you're going to different environments, right? Different rooms in the house, you're going into the community. This is stimulus generalization. So stimulus generalization doesn't mean multiple stimulus. That is not what it means, right? Responses can have a stimulus and they can be functionally equivalent. So for example, if I don't know if this is going to be in here, but I often use an example of stirring a cake and using a stand mixer. Those are functionally equivalent responses. They both have stimuli because we're not cavemen and we don't operate, we operate with tools. So oftentimes our responses have tools, but that doesn't make it stimulus generalization, right? The stimulus generalization is when the response stays the same and the conditions around the behavior change, whether it's different stimulus or different environments or different people, right? So here our environments are changing and that makes it stimulus generalization. Lisa was going on vacation for 2 weeks. Initially, she was feeling stressed and overwhelmed by the amount of homework that she would have to do when she got back. She begged her teacher to allow her to skip her missed assignments when she was gone, arguing it was just too much work to add to her daily routine when she returned. Her teacher agreed and decided to allow her to skip the assignments without penalty. Now Lisa's more likely to advocate for herself in the future. What type of reinforcement was delivered by her teacher when Lisa asked to skip the homework? A, automatic positive reinforcement. B, automatic negative reinforcement. C, social positive reinforcement. And D, social negative reinforcement. So here we can, right away, we know that the teacher is the person who delivered the reinforcer, right? So when it's talking about two different people, right, it's talking about she begged her teacher. So her teacher is the person delivering the reinforcer. So we can right away cross off automatic positive reinforcement because this is a socially mediated behavior. So now we have to figure out, is the teacher giving her something or taking away something? And it can be tricky. This is an example of a scenario where it's not like the one before where I said, oh, something was removed, right? So we have to kind of figure out what's actually happening. It says it allows her to skip the assignments, right? This is essentially escape. So it's social negative reinforcement. So here our answer is D, social negative reinforcement. Orvie is a BCBA who is teaching Kimberly how to bake a cake. Orvie teaches Kimberly to use a spoon to mix the cake. Kimberly finds this to be too much work. The next week on her own, she poured the cake mix into the stand mixer and mixed the cake using the stand mixer. What was Kimberly demonstrating? A, response generalization. B, derived stimulus relation. C, maintenance. And D, stimulus generalization. So this is the question I was talking about where I'm going to give you the answer here. The answer is going to be response generalization, even though we have stimulus. So let's look at this. It says Orvie is a BCBA who is teaching Kimberly how to bake a cake. Orvie teaches Kimberly to use a spoon to mix the cake. Kimberly finds this to be too much work. The next week on her own, she poured the cake mix into the stand mixer and mixed the cake using a stand mixer. What was Kimberly demonstrating? A, response generalization. B, derived stimulus relation. C, maintenance. And D, stimulus generalization. So people often want to just jump to stimulus generalization here because we have two different stimuli, right? We have the spoon and we have the stand mixer. However, it's not the stimulus that's changing or the stimuli that are changing. It's the response that are changing. The responses are changing, right? Mixing a cake with a spoon is one response, and mixing a cake with a stand mixer is another response. Now, they happen to both have stimulus or stimuli, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean it's not response generalization. So that's why you can't go by the saying, more than one response generalization, more than one stimulus generalization. That's not true, because responses often include using a stimulus. So if you still have a question about response generalization and stimulus generalization, I did do a full video describing the difference between them, and I'll put up the card for that here for you. So again, you can always just pause this video and watch that video if you want more clarification. Well, hey guys, and welcome back. Great news, you got through B, and you should really give yourself a pat on the back, because it is the second biggest section on the exam. Like I said, it is going to set the foundations for the rest of your exam. So before we jump into C, I do want to remind you that this video is being sponsored by ABA Connects. ABA Connects is an amazing app. It's a place where we can connect with our colleagues and level up our career in ABA. It is our field's only free community app, social media platform designed just for people in the field of behavior analysis. You can go on there and find CEUs, you can go on there and find support, advocacy, and everything you need to connect with other ABA professionals and amp up your game in the field of ABA. So I do encourage you to go download it right now, pause this video, go download ABA Connects. ABA Connects is available in the Android store and the iPhone store, and I'm going to link to below. And once you download it, make sure you find me and follow me, because I post a lot of these free trainings on there as well. So we're going to jump in now to task list C. Task list C is also a really big section. It's the third biggest section of the exam. It is on measurement, and there are 21 questions on measurement. So we're going to dive right into that right now. Before we do that, I do want to let you know some very, very exciting news. So I announced about my Cooper course coming out. I announced about my intensives, and I also have some exciting news. So watch this trailer and you'll see what it is. And then we'll jump right into task list C. Okay, guys, and welcome back. So we're going to go over task list C now. So just like with task list B, there are some questions that are going to emulate your exam questions, and some questions that are just things that are important to know that I put on here so I can teach you these topics. Like this one right here. Which dimension of behavior represents temporal extent? A, duration. B, IRT. C, frequency. And D, rate. So just like I did with the verbal operants, here I'm going to go through all of these. So I'm not going to go through the non-answer choices, but the answer here is duration. Temporal extent is a behavioral dimension that says that behavior takes up time, a certain amount of time that it takes up. How much time does it take up? Well, how much time a behavior takes up is the duration of a behavior. Which measure represents a temporal locus? A, IRT. B, latency. C, rate. And D, both A and B. Here, our answer is going to be both A and B. So the answer is D. Temporal locus has to do with, again, it's a behavioral dimension, and has to do with the idea that a behavior occurs at a specific time. So that's referencing IRT and latency. So what are IRT and rate and latency? We'll go over those as well. IRT has to do with the inter-response time. That's the time between two consecutive instances of the same behavior. And that does not mean that there's no other behaviors in between. So it's not like you're going to just drop dead and not engage in any behaviors, right? If you sneeze or blink or touch your nose or scratch an itch, that's a different behavior. But it's the idea that there's the time between two consecutive instances of behavior. So for example, if a child asks to go to the bathroom in school very frequently and you want to use some sort of schedule to reduce that, maybe a DRL procedure, then you would figure out what is the inter-response time between asking to go to the bathroom. So if he does it on average every 20 minutes, maybe you want to make him wait 25 minutes or 30 minutes, right? But the child's still doing other things in the classroom between asking to go to the bathroom. So that's inter-response time. Latency has to do with the time between the SD and when the person starts engaging in the behavior. So if a teacher says, clean up the toys, it's time to come sit for circle time, the latency would be the time between the teacher providing that instruction and the time the child starts cleaning up their toys. Rate just has to do with the frequency of the behavior over a certain amount of time. Which measure represents the behavioral dimension of repeatability? This one is going to be rate, right? And the idea is that if a behavior is a rate, if you have a rate, it means that a behavior occurs again. Behavior occurs more than once. And that's what the behavioral dimension of repeatability says, is that behavior occurs more than once in time. We tend to not just do something once, right? Unless it has some sort of a really aversive consequence and we never do it again. Like touching a hot stove, you probably would only ever do that once, but for the most part, behaviors are repeated. And as far as your test is concerned, and the definition is concerned, and the theory is concerned, behavior is repeated. And that's the behavior dimension of repeatability. There are other behavior measures that are also part of repeatability, and those are frequency and acceleration. Those are also part of behavioral repeatability or dimension of repeatability. So the difference between frequency and rate is that frequency is a simple count of behaviors with no reference to how long that the observation period took for. So if I say hitting occurred 3 times, that would be a frequency. You don't know how long I observed the child, or there's no reference to time. If I say hitting occurred 3 times in 30 minutes, that would be a rate. So what you're going to be looking for, the difference between frequency and rate, is that time, and it'll say something like 3 times in 30 minutes or 3 times per 30 minutes. Those are going to be your key words that you're looking for, that the answer is rate. The next one I said is acceleration. Acceleration has to do with the change in frequency over time. So that is, if I were to do the behavior 7 times today and 10 times tomorrow, I would graph those both on a standard acceleration chart, right, using a semi-algorithmic graph called acceleration chart. And that would actually show how quickly I was learning something. Now, that's a whole nother topic that I think you probably don't need to fully understand necessarily in terms of how to use acceleration chart and what that curve looks like and shows, but you should know that frequency that has to do with acceleration. Which measure has no direct behavioral dimension? A, percent, B, frequency, C, rate, and D, IRT. A behavioral dimension has to do with the way that we measure and describe a specific instance of behavior. So what we're looking here is for a number that represents not a specific instance of behavior, right? So frequency, if let's say again, hitting occurred 3 times, that represents 3 actual occurrences of hitting. For rate, if we said it was 3 times per hour, that represents 3 actual times that the person hit in an hour, right? With inter-response time, if we were to measure the time between the hitting that took place, again, that's measuring the actual occurrences of behavior. But a percent has no direct behavioral dimension because a percent is representative of behavior, right? It represents behavior, but it doesn't measure any one specific occurrence of behavior. So if I say that a person engaged in a behavior 5 out of 10 times, that means that they engage in the behavior 50% of the time. Well, that number 50%, it is representative of the 10 opportunities that the person had to engage in the behavior, but it's not referring to any one specific instance of behavior, which is why we do use it. And it's a very important measure, especially in determining learning, but it does not have a direct behavioral dimension. And that is something you want to know and memorize. On this cumulative record graph, how many MANs were acquired between January 1st and January 5th? A, 9, B, 3, C, 5, and D, 8. Well, if you get a question like this on your exam, the first thing you want to do is find where is January 1st to January 5th on the graph. So since I have this on a computer screen, I can, if you see my mouse moving, I'm going to draw lines here, right? And this is going to make this super simple. Now, unfortunately, you can't draw that line on your test screen, but at least in your head, you want to be doing that. So what does that tell us? Like, oh, January 5th, this is going to tell us we're looking at this data right here. And we're looking at these data points, and I'm going to spotlight this for you, right? We're looking at these 5 data points. Now, oftentimes people think that when you're using a cumulative record, that you're going to be adding them up. So a lot of people would add these up, and then it would be 1, right? Plus 2 is 3, plus 2 is 5, plus 3 is 8. A lot of people want to put the answer 8, but that's not the answer. So when you're using a cumulative record, it can't go down, right? Which means that we're only keeping a record of how many targets a person knows. If we were targeting the number of responses that a person learned in any one day, then it could go down, but it can't go down because it's really just a record of the number of things that a person knows. So here, what we want to know is how many do they know on the 5th? Well, here it says they know 3. And how many did they know on the 1st? 0. So 3 minus 0 is 0. So here our answer is going to be B, 3. Now on this particular graph, because it was asking us a period of time, right? We don't have to have necessarily, because it started at 0 and the reference time at reference started at the beginning of the graph, we could have just actually looked at January 5th and got the number from 3 without subtracting anything. But let's just say, for example, it would have had different dates. Let's just say it would have had January 4th, right, to January 9th in the middle. That's how you would get that. 5, again, that looks like it would be 3 as well. 5 divided by minus 2 is 3. But you are going to be looking for here, when you're using a cumulative record, you're going to be looking for whatever number it is. That means on January 8th, he knew 5 targets. When you see it flat, it means on January 9th that he didn't learn any targets between the 8th and the 9th. So there was no change. So that's what a cumulative record is, and that's what the cumulative record chart means. Which of the following is not true? A, data can be accurate, but not reliable. B, data can be valid, but not reliable. Data can be valid, but not accurate. And D, data can be accurate, but not valid. These questions are so annoying, and it always seems like they come at the end of your exam. I mean, I only took my exam once, but that's what it felt like for me when I did take my exam, because you're tired and it's tricky and you have to read through this really carefully. So before we do that, before we go through this and read it carefully, we have 3 things here that we have to make sure we define and know the definition of. If you don't know the definition of accurate, reliable, and valid, then you are not going to be able to get your answer here. So what does accurate mean? Accurate means that it matches the true value, that if something occurred 2 times, that your data says it occurred 2 times. Reliability has to do with if multiple times of measuring something and getting the same result. So if I step on my scale and it says I weigh 130 pounds, which I don't, that would be ideal. But let's say it did. Let's say I did. The scale said I did. But then I step off of it and it says I weigh 160 pounds. That's not reliable data. It would be reliable if it said 130 both times. Validity, right? Data being valid has to do with the fact that you're measuring what was supposed to be measured. So for example, if I stepped on my scale and I said I weighed whatever, 26 kilograms or 26 pounds, but I have no idea what kilograms that would be. But I had said, oh, I weigh 26 pounds, but it was in kilograms. Well, then that certainly would be not data that was not valid. So an example here of like where data in ABA, where data could be invalid, if you're trying to measure the number of times a child pushes someone off of a swing and you go to the lunchroom, well, that's not going to be valid data because you didn't have an opportunity to see the behavior in question. Or maybe your BCBA, you're an RBT and your BCBA tells you to go and measure hand flapping, and you go in the room and you count jumping and not hand flapping, well, that data would be not valid. So now that we know that, let's look through and figure out which of these is not true. Here it says data can be accurate, but not reliable. Well, accuracy, right, has to do with the true value. So let's look through this. Let's use this example of, okay, I got on the scale and it said, and let's pretend I actually weigh 130 pounds because that'll make me feel good about myself. And when I'm recording this is Friday and I'm going out for cocktails tonight after this. So it would make me feel good about myself to think I weighed 130 pounds. So anyway, and so that's what I actually weigh. So now let's say I have data and it was 130 pounds and then I got 125 pounds, right? So this is data that is not reliable because I got two separate measures, right? One was 125 and one was 30. Well, at least one of these points is inaccurate. So here, A is actually our answer. This is what's actually not true. A is the answer here. But let's look at why these other ones are true. So it says here that data can be valid, but not reliable. Well, let's look at this exact same example that we have here. Here, the data is not reliable, right? But it doesn't mean it wasn't measuring pounds, right? Validity has to do with you're measuring the right thing. I was probably still measuring pounds. I might have just shifted my weight weird, and so the scale had a different number on it. So it's still valid data, but it's not reliable. Here again, it says data can be valid, but not accurate. Well, this exact same example, we've already proved that this is not accurate data because at least this one's off, right? But we do know that it is valid data because it was both measuring pounds. And again, here it says data can be accurate, but not valid. This one here is the one that trips up a lot of people. I get this question all the time. People say, well, how is it possible that data can be accurate if it's not valid? Well, again, let's just give the example of you are a BCBA and a teacher calls you into the classroom. And I think I actually use this on one of the mock questions in this video, so I might be giving this away. But a teacher calls you into the classroom and says, the child is having a really hard time waiting for the swing. They love the swing, and every day during recess, when recess comes, they push other students off the swing. So you go to observe this behavior, to write a behavior plan and do a functional behavior assessment. And it happens to be raining that day. And then you do your report, you assess the child, but they were in the gym room and they had tricycles and they had balls and all other fun toys and jump ropes, but there was no swing. So at the end of your session, you say that pushing children off the swings occurred 0 times. Well, that's true. That's accurate. That is actually what happened. The child never pushed anyone off the swing. But it's not valid data because you didn't have an opportunity to measure the behavior in question. So that's why it would be not valid. Space responding DRL manipulates which of the following? A, rate, B, latency, C, duration, and D, inter-response time. So we have gone through all the answer choices by now, so we should know what all of these are. What is space responding DRL? That's actually a question I get all of the time. Space responding DRL has to do with lowering the rate of a behavior. It's a type of DRL procedure. DRL stands for differential reinforcement of lower rates of behavior. You would use DRL with a behavior that's appropriate, but is occurring too often. So I used an example of that earlier when I said that you wanted to have a child, they were asking to go to the bathroom in school, but they were doing it too often. There are different ways that you can lower the rate of the behavior. One is to tell the child how often they can do something and the number of times they get to do something in a certain period of time. But oftentimes that can be challenging for learners to track, or they'll do all of their opportunities in the first few minutes and then run out of opportunities. So a good way to manipulate the rate is to actually manipulate the inter-response time. And if you manipulate the inter-response time, you are actually indirectly going to be working on the rate of the behavior. Well, let's talk about why. Let's say that a child is eating too fast. What that actually means is that they're taking too many bites of food in a certain period of time. Well, you want to lower the number of bites of food. That means you want to lower the rate. But you're not going to tell somebody, hey, who's eating too fast, hey, you can only take 5 bites per minute. That would be ridiculous, right? And it just wouldn't work. But let's just say you figure out that they're taking a bite every second. Then 1 second is your inter-response time. So if you tell them, okay, after you take a bite, then you have to wait 10 more seconds before you take the next bite. So while you're chewing, I want you to count in your head to 10. Well, there, what you actually did is you increase the inter-response time, which naturally will decrease the rate of the behavior. Because if a person is taking a bite every second, right, the rate of the behavior is going to be 60, right? So there's 60 bites per minute. But if a person's taking a bite every 10 seconds, then the rate of the behavior is actually going to be 6. So you do want to remember, and I'm going to write it out for my visual people. This is important to know. When the inter-response time goes up, the rate of the behavior goes down, right? And conversely, or symmetrically, we'll get into stimulus generalization or stimulus, equivalence. When the rate of behavior goes up, the inter-response time goes down. I think we saw that one. Here we go. Jessica woke up. She opened her eyes. 1 second after she opened her eyes, Lucky gave her a big kiss. She cuddled Lucky in her arms and fell back to sleep. 5 minutes later, Lucky wiggled out of Jessica's arms and licked her face for 30 seconds before Jessica laughed, got up, and made him breakfast. What is the latency of Jessica opening her eyes and Lucky giving her a kiss? Well, here we just want to find both of those behaviors, and this is how you're going to do this. If they're asking you for the latency between two things, right? So Jessica opening her eyes, me opening my eyes, this is actually the SD that signals to Lucky that reinforcement is available for his behavior. And here it says, Lucky gave me a big kiss. Well, in our case, we're lucky because there is literally, right, Lucky in the question, and Lucky, we're lucky because there's only one number between it, 1 second. So that is actually our answer. That's our latency, because that's the time between those two behaviors. Let's look though at what the rest. Now, this is one of those questions, I'll say this first. This is one of those questions I think is really annoying on your exam. And again, it just at least feels like they're all towards the end of your test after you've been doing this for like 3 hours, is that you have a lot to read and very little is important, right? If you would have just read this part here, this is all you would have had to read in order to get this answer correct. And sometimes people stop reading here. I'm going to encourage you not to do that because sometimes there's things at the end that you miss. But I will say it is annoying that that happens. So let's look here again. It says here, Jessica woke up. She opened her eyes. 1 second after she opened her eyes, Lucky gave her a big kiss. She cuddled Lucky in her arms and fell back asleep. So 5 minutes later, Lucky wiggled out of Jessica's arms. This is actually another latency, right? The time between really Lucky falling or Lucky being cuddled in my arms and him wiggling out. That could be conceived potentially as a latency. 30 seconds, he licked my face for 30 seconds. This is a duration, right? So, but the latency we were looking for is the one up here. You also could potentially say that I opened my eyes. And does it say? No, it doesn't say anything about me opening my eyes again. So yeah, that's all that would be. That's all we can get out of that. All right. All right, let's look at this one. Tanya goes for a jog. She records how far she runs using the Couch to 5K run training program. It says she ran 4 kilometers. She was also wearing her Apple Watch, which says she ran 3.8 kilometers. What was wrong with this data? A, it is not accurate. B, is not valid. It is not accurate or reliable. And D, it is accurate, but not reliable. Well, let's look it up now. Well, first of all, we had said that D couldn't be true. We said data could not be accurate and unreliable. We did that in a previous example. So right away, we can cross that off. Now we have 2 numbers that are different. If that means it can't be accurate, right? Because, well, first of all, we know this is unreliable. And I will probably jump the gun here. But because we see these 2 numbers, right, and we went already over reliability, we see that they're different, so they're unreliable. As far as your exam is concerned, they have to be the same to be reliable. Now, in real life, we use some kind of margin of error to determine reliability. But as far as your exam is concerned, you don't want to argue 3.8 is almost 4 kilometers. You want them to be the same because they're just testing to see if you know the definitions on your exam. So now here, is the data invalid? Well, it's not, right? Because they're both measuring kilometers. Here it says kilometers and here it says kilometers. So in assuming it says I'm running the Couch to 5K program, so you can assume, right, that it was supposed to be tracking kilometers based upon the information here. So we know here it's not accurate and it's not reliable. We know at least one number is wrong because they're different, and therefore it's not accurate and it's not reliable because they're not the same. Karen is a BCBA who is planning to implement NCR to reduce throwing toys at peers with Caleb. In order to do so, she needs to determine the IRT of his behavior. What is the average IRT in this example? Okay, so we're going to be looking for the average IRT. I'm going to read the example, but before you even read it, you should be looking for what are we looking for? He's throwing toys. Okay, this is the behavior that we're looking at. That becomes important because when you're reading it, you want to underline instances of that behavior. And then you're going to want to figure out what all those things are. So I'm going to read this. It says here, Caleb picks up a toy and examines it for 3 seconds. He throws it at another student. So this 3 seconds could be 2 different things: the duration of how long he examined it for, or the latency between picking up the toy and throwing the toy. So this number here, because that's what it is, it's not the IRT, we're not going to count that number because we never want to count at the first instance of behavior. And then it tells us that he threw it 5 minutes later, he throws a toy again. This is an inter-response time. This is a super clear inter-response time. Okay, great, we have one. So we're going to do 5 here. Okay, it says he plays nicely for 3 minutes before throwing another toy. Now this again could be a duration of how long he played nicely for, and nicely is obviously would be better defined if we actually were defining that in behavior terms. But it is also inter-response time because it's the exact same thing that it just said another way, right? But it's the exact same thing. It could have said he threw a toy at a kid 3 minutes later. Just like this one says 4 minutes later, he threw a third toy. So here, we do have multiple things referenced, right? And there actually was 4 toys. He threw 4 toys in this example. But these are all going to be inter-response time. So how do we do that? 5 plus 4 plus 3 equals 12 divided by 3 equals 4. So when you're taking the average, right, you're just going to add up the numbers together and divide by the number of things you're adding up. That's how you do an average. So here our answer is going to be D, 4 minutes. All right. What is true about whole interval recording? A, it tends to underestimate behavior. B, it is used with behaviors that you want to increase. C, it has a risk of creating data artifacts. And D, all of the above. So what is whole interval recording? Well, whole interval recording is a discontinuous measurement procedure. The best and most accurate way to take data is to take continuous measures of data, to constantly be tracking data. But sometimes this isn't possible. And there's a few reasons why. One, it could be resources. It could be that a teacher is in a classroom and has lots of students and doesn't have the ability to take data on one person and have to look at them all the time. The second reason would be because the behavior occurs so much, it would take so much, and this is again related to resources, if the behavior occurs at a very high rate, if the practitioner working with the child was taking constant data, it would take away from their ability to provide the actual ABA therapy, right? Because they're going to do nothing but take data. And then the third reason is if the behavior doesn't have a really clear beginning and end. And this is what people often call discontinuous behaviors. There is no such thing as discontinuous behaviors. That's not a real term, and just get it out of your head. People say, oh, but I learned that discontinuous behaviors goes with, or excuse me, continuous behaviors, I apologize. Continuous behaviors goes with discontinuous measurement, and see, I'm even confusing it. And discontinuous behaviors go with constant measurement, no, or continuous measurement, and it's the opposite, and it makes me happy. And if it makes you happy, good for you, but they're not real terms. And you shouldn't get in the habit of using not real terms, because if you see them on your exam and they're there to throw you off, you're going to get the question wrong. So I do know that there are other BCBAs who teach that, but I would encourage you now to use pretend words in ABA. We have made up our own language as a field, and there's a lot of like AKAs and confusing ways of saying things. We don't need to add to the confusion by making up pretend words. Anyway, now that I'm off my soapbox, there are times when a behavior does not have a clear beginning and end. It is a longer duration behavior, and maybe it's not really clear. And again, that's what some people would call the continuous. That you're not going to call it that though, but some people call it that, continuous. It's not continuous. It's just a behavior that happens. It could happen for a longer period of time, or it could just be not clear when one behavior starts and one behavior ends. So for example, crying or whining, right? Let's say if a kid cries for 5 minutes and then they stop, but they only stop for 20 seconds and they start crying again. Well, is that one instance of behavior or two instances of behavior? And let's say that they were crying for 1 minute and then they stopped for 10 seconds and then they cried again. Was that again, is that one instance or two instances? How do we know? How many seconds does it have to be between crying and the behavior? And how long does it actually last for? What's the difference between if we're going to say that a child will have a tantrum, that if they say no and they ignore us for 20 seconds, is that a tantrum? Or is it only a tantrum if they do it for 2 minutes? So sometimes it can be hard to figure out when an actual occurrence of behavior happened. And that's another time we would use some sort of discontinuous measurement procedure. So what is discontinuous measurement? Discontinuous measurement is that when we don't pay attention to every single occurrence of behavior, we just pay attention to the child in intervals. And there's three kinds of discontinuous measurement procedures. There's whole interval, partial interval, and momentary time sampling. So here we'll talk about whole interval recording. So whole interval recording means that the behavior must occur for an entire interval in order to count it as an occurrence of behavior. Now, with all discontinuous measurement procedures, that all you can do is estimate the percentage of time that a behavior is occurring. That's all you can do, right? There is no such thing as, it's not real. We said, right, that a percent is not actually an actual dimension of behavior. So discontinuous measures don't actually have an actual definition, a dimension of behavior, because you're not measuring specific instances of behavior. You're estimating the percentage of time that a behavior occurred for. So all of whole interval recording is a data artifact, or all of discontinuous recording creates data artifacts, which basically means when something looks like it happened or didn't happen more or less often. So whole interval recording, it tends to underestimate behavior, because if a person, let's just say with the interval was 10 minutes long, if a person engaged in the behavior for 9 minutes out of 10, if you're using whole interval recording, they don't get any credit for that. According to the data, they occurred in the behavior 0% of the time. But that's not actually true. They actually engage in the behavior 90% of the time, right? But the way that it measures, it's going to look like 0. So whole interval recording, it will always underestimate behavior. So what would you use it for? Well, you're going to use it for behaviors that you want to increase, because it's better with whole interval recording, since it makes it look like things happen less often than it did. If you want to increase a behavior, then you want to keep an intervention in too long, which is really what would happen with whole interval recording, is you would keep the intervention in too long, than to take it out too early. Because if you take it out too early, then you're going to run into trouble. So you're going to put in, you're going to use whole interval recording for behaviors that you want to increase. Okay, so let's look back at our answer choices. Which is true. It does, we said it tends to underestimate behavior. That is true, we said that, right? It is used with behaviors you want to increase. We just said that as well. And it has a risk of creating data artifacts. We said that as well, right? It makes it look like something happened less often than it did, which is an artifact. So here our answer is D, all of the above. Orvie is a BCBA working with Camilla. She asked Camilla to graph the number of functions of objects, targets that Camilla mastered. Functions of objects, right? That's what she's graphing. What measure is Orvie using? A, trials to criterion. B, cumulative record. C, rate. And D, acceleration. What is trials to criterion? Trials to criterion is the number of times it takes in order to master a skill. Well, that's not what it says here. We're talking about the number of functions of objects, which is the name of the program, right? The targets for that program that Camilla mastered. Is that a rate? Well, nothing is referenced to time, right? And there's no change in fluency. There's not more than one number, so it can't be acceleration. This is our cumulative record. That's exactly what a cumulative record keeps track of, the number of targets that someone has mastered. So our answer here is B. Nazilla is a BCBA working with Teresa. Teresa has a very hard time sitting in class. Nazilla wrote an intervention plan to help Teresa stay in her seat. What would be the best measurement to use to track Teresa's progress? A, whole interval recording. B, rate. C, partial interval recording. And D, momentary time sampling. So our answer here is going to be A, whole interval recording. So why would it be that we're going to be using whole interval recording? Well, what we said earlier in this video is that when we use whole interval recording, it's that we're going to only count a interval as correct if Teresa is sitting in her chair for that entire interval. Whole interval recording tends to underestimate behavior. So when we want to increase a behavior, like here it says we want to increase her sitting in her seat. Now, again, I know that sitting is not really a behavior in ABA, but if that still, it is a classroom, we use interventions a lot, right? To increase the time a person stays at their desk. So it's really decreasing eloping, but we're looking at it as we're increasing sitting. Well, then we want to use whole interval recording because we're actually increasing the time she's in her chair. So that's why the answer here is A. It can be said that in professional running races, the person with the best latency wins the race. Who is this describing? A, the person who runs for the shortest amount of time. B, the person with the least amount of time between steps. C, the person who runs the fastest. And D, the person who starts running the soonest after the race starts. So what is latency? Latency has to do with the time between the SD and a person starts engaging in the behavior. So let's see what we see here. A, the person who runs for the shortest amount of time. This would be the person with the shortest duration. B, the person with the least amount of steps, time between steps. That would be the person with the shortest average inter-response time. C, the person who runs the fastest. That could be looked at as maybe the person with the highest rate, maybe of steps taken. It'd be kind of harder to quantify that, right? And then D, the person who starts running the soonest after the race starts. That would be your answer here when we're looking for latency. So our answer here is D, right? Let's say someone says ready, set, go, or they use a foghorn or whatever it is that starts the race, the person who starts the soonest, right? Oftentimes in a short distance sprint, sometimes that person actually is the winner, but either way, that's the answer to the question here. Jared has a bad habit of crumbling up paper and throwing it on the floor during math class. Every day after class, after everyone leaves, the teacher counts the number of crumbled up papers on the floor and graphs the number of papers Jared threw on the floor during the 1 hour class. What is the teacher measuring? A, permanent product, B, rate, C, frequency, and D, acceleration. So here that is specifying that there's a number of papers and it's specifying the time the class took place, which is kind of meant to throw you off, make you think it might be rate or frequency, but it's actually a permanent product because what she's measuring is the effect that Jared's behavior of crumbling up the papers and throwing them on the floor left on the environment after he left, right? The papers on the floor are a permanent product. He altered the environment, and now she's examining the environment, the papers on the floor. So the answer here is going to be A, permanent product. Avery is a BCBA who is working with Tyrone. Avery is using shaping in order to get Tyrone to speak more loudly. What would be the best way for Avery to measure Tyrone's progress? A, pitch, B, prosody, C, magnitude, and D, fluency. So here, pitch and prosody are not really things that we deal with as ABA professionals, right? We could, we talk about prosody of language, but those are really things that a speech therapist would use. But when we're talking about the magnitude of the behavior, we're talking about how loud or soft. Like magnitude is how much of a behavior is happening. So here, magnitude is going to be our answer. And we do deal with fluency in ABA, and that has to do with the speed in which a person's using this skill, right? How quickly they're doing something. But when we're talking about loud and soft or a lot, the intensity of a behavior, we're talking about C, the magnitude of the behavior. Jennifer is a BCBA working with Ricardo. Ricardo has a very hard time with staying in a seat during lunchtime. Jennifer went to observe him at lunch and used whole interval recording data to track how much time Ricardo spent sitting. Each interval was 10 minutes. 5 minutes into the first interval, the fire alarm went off. The class had to wait outside for 45 minutes. As soon as they got back inside, Jennifer had to go. Jennifer indicated that Ricardo spent 0% of the lunch period in his seat. What is wrong with this data? A, it is not accurate. B, it is not valid. C, it is not reliable. And D, Jennifer is using an incorrect measurement system. So remember, accurate matches the true value. And it also tells us what she was using. She was using whole interval recording. If we were to actually write out these intervals, we would find that it is actually accurate. According to the procedure she was using, right, each interval was 10 minutes. And 5 minutes into that interval, the fire alarm went off. So presumably he had to get up and go outside, right? So the first interval he got no credit for. He waited outside for 45 minutes. And then she had to come back. As soon as they came back in, she had to go. So that's true. He did spend 0% of the lunch period in his seat, according to the interval, the calculation she was using. So A is not our answer. It is actually accurate data. Now here, is she using an incorrect measurement system? Let's go to D. No, whole interval recording, right? We just said that can be used to increase the time you're spending like sitting. And again, sitting is not considered a behavior in ABA, so we'd have to look at how you would define that. It really would be on-task behavior you'd be increasing, but we're not worried about that for the purpose of this question. So is it valid or reliable? Well, reliability has to do with the repeated measures, right? There's no repetition of measures here, so we're going to cross this off. So we're left with the answer B, which is our answer here. The data is not valid. Why is the data not valid? Jennifer didn't have an opportunity to record what she was supposed to be recording, right? It said it spent 0% of the time in his seat, but because of the fire alarm going off, he didn't have the opportunity to engage in the behavior. So the data is not valid because it really wasn't, what we're really looking for here is the amount of percentage of time given the opportunity to stay in his chair, right, during lunchtime that he actually did it. So it's not valid data. So this would be an example of where data is accurate, but not valid. So B is our answer. Which measure is used to describe the form of a behavior? A, magnitude, B, latency, C, topography, and D, function. We've already said that magnitude is, right, the intensity of a behavior. Latency is the time between the SD and when the behavior starts. We know that function is the reason for the behavior. What the behavior looks like, or the form of the behavior, is C, topography. That is our answer here, topography. Fufu was playing in the dog park. 5 minutes after entering into the dog park, he started digging a hole. His mom told him to stop. He did. 3 minutes later, he started digging again. 1 minute later, he started digging again. His mom told him to stop. He stopped, but barked for 1 minute afterwards. His mom got frustrated and took Fufu home. What is the average inter-response time between Fufu's digging? So in all honesty, I wrote these questions a while back. So I'm going to have to do it myself. And I'm going to help you. We're going to go through and we're going to find out, okay, when did the behavior start? So it says here that Fufu was playing in the dog park. 5 minutes after entering the dog park, he started digging a hole. So that is our latency. So that is not, we're not going to use that number. Okay, so let's change our color now. His mom told him to stop. He did. Then it says 3 minutes later, he started digging again. Okay, so let's 3 minutes later, right? That's going to be our first inter-response time. Then it says 1 minute later, he started digging again. Now we have another inter-response time, and right, to get the average, we're going to add them and then divide by the number of actual inter-response things that we're adding up. Inter-response times are adding up to get an average. So his mom told him to stop. He stopped, but barked for 1 minute afterwards. This is a new behavior, does not represent inter-response time because it's not consecutive instances of the same behavior. And that is now going to be a duration. He barked for 1 minute. It says his mom got frustrated and took him home. So we only have 2 inter-response times. We added up, 3 plus 1 equals 4, divided by 2 equals 2. So our answer is C, 2. Jessica is teaching Lucky not to mount other dogs while playing at the dog park. Every time Lucky mounts another dog, Jessica takes him home. On Monday, they stayed at the dog park for 7 minutes. On Tuesday, they stayed for 9 minutes. On Wednesday, they stayed for 8 minutes. What is the average latency of Lucky mounting another dog? A, 8 minutes, B, 9 minutes, C, 7 minutes, and D, not enough information. So here, this is a bit of a trick question, because if we look at this, right, what is it asking us? It's asking us for the latency. And the latency is the SD, right? When the SD is given and the behavior begins. And here we have the amount of time they spent at the dog park, which is the duration of the behavior, which should make you think that you don't have enough information to answer this. And the answer would be D. But it's not actually the case, because if you look at this question here, this is a bit of a trick question where you have to read into this. It says here that every time Lucky mounts another dog, Jessica takes him home, right? So if it tells you that we were there for 7 minutes and then 9 minutes and 8 minutes, then those times, right, if that's how long we were there for, or I was there with Lucky for, Lucky's my dog, that means that that's how long that was the latency, right? That's how long it was before he mounted another dog, since that was the consequence. So to get the average, knowing that, we're just going to do that average. It would just be 9 plus 8 plus 7, which equals 21. I apologize. divided by 3 equals 7. All right, so 7 minutes is going to be our answer. All right, and just some bonus, that procedure is an example of negative punishment. Okay, and this is our last question in task list C. Jared is a BCBA who is conducting. Okay, here it says Jared is a BCBA who is conducting a free operand preference assessment. What measure is he most likely to use? A, duration, B, IRT, C, frequency, and D, rate. Well, here we have to look at what a free operand preference assessment is. A free operand preference assessment is when you observe a child in the natural context and you record how long they play with different items. So since that's the case, we do know that our answer here is going to be A, duration, right? Because that's how, when they're recording, how long the items are interacted with. And that brings us to the end of our task list C. All right, guys, and welcome back. So we're about to tackle experimental design. There were 12 questions from experimental design in your exam, which is not a lot. It's actually the second smallest part of your exam. A lot of people, though, overlook experimental design thinking, it's not that worth that much. And it is seemingly, a lot of people find it complicated to study, right? But if you really do understand the principles of experimental design, you don't need to memorize all those things. It's the biggest complaint I get about experimental design is I just really struggle to be able to memorize all the advantages and disadvantages of all the designs. But the truth is you don't need to memorize that for your test. You need to just be able to understand the concepts and be able to apply them. So now we're going to go through 12 different questions. There are 12 questions on your exam in this section, and we're going to break them down and apply some of the principles from experimental design. This is also one of these sections that I do have an intensive workshop on. So it is a small section, but how many people, right, if our multiple test takers, I got a 383, 390, 396, those couple of questions could be what puts you over the edge. So let's jump right into experimental design and get started. Okay, so this question says, why is an AB design better than an ABA graph? A, it's not. B, it demonstrates a stronger functional relationship. C, it shows replication. And D, both B and C. So in order to understand this question, we have to do two things. Well, we do have to know what these designs are, a few things. So an AB are both, and an ABA design are both reversal designs, right? So one of them, you're basically withdrawing the intervention and going back to baseline, and one of them, you're withdrawing the intervention, going back to baseline, and then putting the intervention back. So an AB design is going to be better, and it's for two reasons. So the answer is both D, B, and C, or there's a few reasons, but in this question, it's two reasons. It does demonstrate a stronger functional relationship, but it also does show replication. And that's important to know, because what it means when you're putting the, there's kind of two ways you could look at this. Well, number one, it's just common sense, right? Because when you're putting the intervention back, you're going to duplicate the results you got the first time. The second thing, though, is really has to do with baseline logic. And I'm going to kind of draw this out here. There's some white space here. Our baseline logic, it has 4 parts to it. I always kind of tell this little story. So I'm going to put what is actually happening in black, and our hypothetical, I usually put it in yellow, but I saw sometimes it doesn't work well in video, so I'm going to make it, I'll make it red. So this is our baseline, right? And then at some point we make a prediction, and I'm going to put that prediction in red. And we say that if we weren't going to do anything, nothing would change. So this didn't really happen, this baseline, but we say hypothetically nothing would change. And then we go ahead and we put the intervention in place. And if we do see a change, right, we say that we have an affirmation of the consequent, AOC. Essentially means we were right. But that's not necessarily a really good indication that we were right. So what we do is we actually take the intervention out, and we put it back to baseline. And then when we put it back to baseline, the idea is, okay, if we were able to replicate those results, then we have pretty good verification right? This is our verification that we were in fact correct, because we were able to verify our prediction by going back to baseline. Now, when we do that, it's important to note there is automatically another prediction here, which is that if we would not have withdrawn that intervention, let me make that red, we would not have withdrawn that intervention, then the intervention would have stayed effective. Now here, this is our ABA design, right? And I'll write that out here. I'll put that in another color. We'll do that green. We have our ABA. Well, if we were going into our B, putting it back, then we would put the intervention back. And then, again, we have another prediction, which is baseline would have stayed there. But this here is called replication, because we're replicating the original results of the study. And I'll circle that both in another color. So that's my 30 seconds or less kind of summary. Oh, let's see how it's replicated there. We have both times we got the change. All right, so that's my 30-second little explanation of baseline logic. I do explain that a lot more in my course and also in my intensives, but there's a really quick overview of baseline logic for us. And you can see that baseline logic is what we're talking about when we talk about the prediction, verification, and replication. And by showing replication, we show better functional relationship. So B and C are both correct, so our answer here is D. What is the minimum number of treatments in an alternating treatment graph? A1, B2, C3, and D4. So remember, you're using an alternating treatment graph when you want to compare two or more interventions, right? And you're going to rapidly switch them back and forth. So the learner never really picks up on a contingency. It's a little bit unnatural, but it does help to minimize some sequence effects. So here our answer is B2. You should need to have at least 2 treatments to compare. Ideally, you shouldn't have more than 4. You know, I do say that it's not like the ABA gods are going to come down and interrupt your intervention. You know, you may have a harder time getting things published. And ideally, you know, if you're comparing more than 4 interventions, you probably need to do a better job of selecting interventions. Really, for any given behavior, you shouldn't really be listing out all possibilities and throwing them against the wall to see what sticks. But a general rule for alternating treatments is a minimum of 2 and maximum of 4. Natasha is a BCBA who wants to test whether or not using differential reinforcement of incompatible behavior, DRI, will disrupt eloping during a math lesson. What is DRI in this experiment? A, independent variable, B, dependent variable, C, confounding variable, and D, extraneous variable. It probably should say that DRI will be kind of lowered or decreased, not disrupted, but that doesn't really matter. It doesn't change the answer to this. DRI in this experiment is our independent variable. Right, we know that in experimental design, we're always testing 2 things to see whether or not the independent variable creates a change in the dependent variable. Our independent variable is always going to be our intervention, and our dependent variable will always be the behavior that we're trying to change. So in this case, disrupting eloping, or eloping would be the behavior or the dependent variable, and the independent variable or the intervention would be DRI. What type of graph is this? A, multiple baseline, B, multiple probe, C, delayed multiple baseline, and D, multiple treatment reversal. So I will describe this to you because I know a lot of you guys are testing, you're studying for your test while you're doing dishes or driving kids places or making dinner. So, and I totally understand that. I did as well. So thank you for using my materials that way. And maybe you are able to pay attention and look at the graph. But just in case you're not, what this shows is 3 graphs stacked on each other with the the y-axis labeled as behavior 1, 2, and 3. It does show baselines in all three graphs. There are dots in each one of them. They start at the same time, but they don't end at the same time. And the dots are not connected by lines in baseline, and they're not being done all the time. And then there's interventions. Once the interventions take place, the interventions are introduced at 3 different times, but data is collected on them every day, and they end at the same time. So even if you don't see the graph in front of you, and certainly if you do see the graph in front of you, you should know that this is a multiple probe design, right? It's not delayed multiple baseline because they all start at the same time. The baseline data starts being collected at the same time, but data is not being taken every day. And it looks like there might be some resource constraints here. And so rather than taking a data every day, they couldn't start the intervention at the same time for all the kids. So rather than continuing to take data every day and really mitigate the fact that there could be treatment effects, right, where they just learned it during baseline, then you're going to take intermittent data. So to make sure that the children are being probed, their skills are being probed, and they still need the intervention, but that you're not taking so much data that they learn it during baseline. So here, our answer is going to be B, a multiple probe design. Anytime, and I am going to highlight this, anytime you're seeing things that are not connected, like these are not connected, you can just go with a multiple probe design. And that includes with generalization probes. Don is a BCBA who conducted an experiment and found that using FCT and a token board was more effective than using a token board alone, but using NCR with the FCT, and a token board was unnecessary. What type of analysis did Don do? A, parametric, B, non-parametric, C, component, and D, comparative. All right, well, there's a lot in here. So we have to first break this down. So let's first look at what our answer choices mean. So a parametric, right, means that there's different gradients and dosages of the reinforcer. So that would be if you're assessing something like 5-minute break versus a 3-minute break versus a 1-minute break versus a 10-minute break. Here, we're looking at using a token board alone, and then using NCR, and then a token board with NCR and FCT, right? So do we need to, is that anything in there about that? There's not. So since that's not the case, we're going to be crossing that off as one of our choices because there's nothing there about dosages, right? These are all separate interventions. Now we have a non-parametric intervention. A non-parametric intervention would be turning an intervention on and off. This would be our basic withdrawal design. Is this a withdrawal design? You know, are we turning something on and off? Well, no, right? Because there's multiple things we're talking about. Here we have using FCT and a token board, and then we have using a token board alone, and then we have non-CR and non-contingent reinforcement with FCT and a token board. So we have lots of different treatment packages there. So that's not just one intervention on and off. So we're going to cross off B. Now, C and D are often confused. So what is the difference between a component and a comparative analysis? A comparative analysis is when we're comparing interventions against each other. And there could be 2 or more, but that would be if we were comparing standalone interventions, like NCR compared to FCT compared to a token board. Here, what we see is we're actually comparing intervention packages to determine which parts of the intervention packages are important and necessary. That is actually a component analysis. So here, what we have is we have using non-contingent reinforcement and a token board, right? And then we have, that's one treatment package. The next treatment package is a token board alone. And then the next treatment package would be NCR, FCT, and the token board. So here we're comparing these 3 intervention packages to each other. And this is what a component analysis is. And here we found that FCT and token board, that's what was required. So you didn't need to use NCR, right? But it wasn't enough to just use a token board. You needed to have functional communication training. So when you're looking at parts of a package to determine which ones are necessary, that is the answer C, a component analysis. So why would you do this in practice? Let's just say that you have an intervention package and it's working really well, but it's difficult for the RBTs to manage. And maybe you don't have time to do behavior skills training over and over and over because of resource constraints, or maybe they're just newer therapists and they're coming back to you as a BCBA and saying, this is really hard to do. What you would want to do is to try to simplify it by taking out any parts of the treatment package that are not necessary. Now, there is possible that all of them are necessary, right? But it's possible that not all of them are necessary. And so you'd use a component analysis to figure that out. There are two ways to do that. There is one called a dropout component analysis. That would be when you started off with all of the whole intervention package. Here, there's three things. You start off with all three, and you drop out one at a time, and you test all possible combinations to see which is necessary. And then the other would be an add-in component analysis. When you start off with one intervention and you add in interventions until you figure out which ones are necessary. Either one of them, they both work. I tend to like to do a dropout component analysis when I do this in real life, but however you do it is your preference. But you should know what those things are. Now, if you do hear birds in the background, I don't know whether Zoom is filtering them in or out. That is not part of the question. It's just a free bonus because the weather is amazing here where I live in Arizona. And I have my door open. So that is a bonus, those birds in the background. All right, let's move on to the next question. Which of the following behaviors would be appropriate to target using a multiple baseline design? A, tying shoes, B, baking cookies, C, brushing a dog, and D, all of the above. Now, when you get a question like this, it's kind of annoying because you want to look at this and think, man, what is the difference between these things here? Well, here, these are all skills, right? They're all skills. They all have more than one step. They're all skills that can't be reversed. These are all things that you could use to teach a multiple baseline design. So our answer here is D, all of the above. Well, how would you know that if you really weren't sure? A, B, and C, they're not really that different. If you look at like that, and then yes, of course, you can say, well, tying your shoes, that's a daily living skill, and baking cookies, I guess that is too. Brushing a dog, you might argue, well, not everyone has a dog. And obviously they look different, and the topography, the behaviors of them all look different. But the reality is they are all things that are adaptive living skills. They all are teachable skills that can't be reversed. They're all socially significant, at least for some families, if they have a dog, right? They're all things that are appropriate, but they don't really have that much different about them other than what they look like. So there, if you have a question and the answer is all the above, if you really can't find a big difference between the answer choices, and this is more of a test taking strategy, you'd probably want to go with all of the above. All right, let's look at this next question here. And I do have the citation for where this graph has come from. So you can check that out down there. So what type of graph is this? A, multiple baseline design, B, multiple probe design, C, delayed multiple baseline, and D, multiple treatment design. So I will explain to everybody, because like I said earlier, I do know some of you guys watch this while you're driving and can't look at the graph, or are doing your dishes, or maybe at your kid's soccer game. If so, you should watch your kids play soccer. But other than that, you should, you're doing dishes or cooking dinner, and I highly encourage you to listen to me. My disclaimer is if you are listening to this while you're driving, please be careful and be safe. I am not liable if you are looking at the graph and you hit into something. But I will describe it for you to make sure that doesn't happen. So here we have three graphs. They are stacked on top of each other. They have a percent. It says percent of pills taken from 0 to 100% on your y-axis. And on our x-axis, we have successive weeks. There were 3 participants in this experiment, Juan, Dylan, and Darrow. And each graph is broken into 3 different phases, or excuse me, there's 2 phases in each graph. And one is baseline and one is treatment for each one of them. The data points are all connected on the graph, and the baseline starts at different times. So anytime you have a baseline starting at different times, that's going to be C, a delayed multiple baseline graph. The reason it is a delayed multiple baseline is because the baseline starts at different times. Do not confuse that with the intervention starting at different times. The intervention starting at different times is a traditional multiple baseline or multiple probe, depending upon if continuous data or probe data was taken. But if the baseline starts in multiple times, that is going to be a delayed multiple baseline. So that is our answer here. What type of analysis would you use to determine the number of tokens that are most effective when using a token board? A, parametric, B, non-parametric, C, comparative, and D, component analysis. We really just went over these, right? But this is very similar to what I talked about in the last question when I gave the examples of a parametric analysis determining the gradients of a break. Here, what we're going to be determining is how many tokens to use. Using a token board is an intervention, right? So however many tokens are on that intervention, that makes it a parametric analysis. So if we were just using 5 and we were taking the token board on and off, using it and not using it, it would be non-parametric. But since we're analyzing the number of tokens, our answer is A, parametric. Kenya is a BCBA who is working with several new RBTs. She has a behavior plan that utilizes functional communication training, non-contingent reinforcement, and a token economy. She's concerned that it may be too challenging for her new RBTs, so she tests the interventions to see if any can be removed. What type of analysis is Kenya doing? A component analysis, B, a comparative analysis, C, a parametric analysis, and D, a non-parametric analysis. So this we just went over, right? This is a component analysis, and we're looking at different components of an intervention package to see if they're all necessary or if any can be removed. So our answer here is A, component analysis. What type of graph is this? A, multiple baseline, B, multiple probe, C, delayed multiple baseline, and D, multiple treatment reversal. So in this graph, what we have here is comparing different treatment phases. So we have our A, our B, and our C. So A represents our baseline, and then our B and C is 2 different interventions that we're comparing. So this looks like a comparative analysis. Well, since the treatments are taking place in different phases, this is going to be considered D, a multiple treatment reversal. A multiple treatment reversal is when you're comparing 2 or more interventions, and each intervention is taking place in its own phase. So there's a very clear contingency. This is similar to an alternating treatment design, which also compares interventions, but the difference is in an alternating treatment design, you're rapidly changing the intervention, and all of the interventions take place in one phase. So the learner never knows what the contingency is. So the benefit to doing an alternating treatment design is it minimizes treatment effects, which take place potentially here, meaning the carryover effects, or one intervention carries over into the other effect because the learner doesn't realize things changed. But with an alternating treatment design, it can be very unnatural and isn't really good for learners who are not sensitive to changes in the contingencies because they may not realize the contingencies changing at all. So that's the difference between a multiple treatment reversal and an alternating treatment design. But this is a multiple treatment reversal. What type of error is known to be a type 1 error? Dependent variable error, false negative, false positive, or independent variable error? Okay, guys, so this is just something to memorize. A type 1 error is a false positive. So the answer here is C. A type 2 error is a false negative. So that's really all you need to know with that. Dependent variable error, independent variable error, those would just be maybe confounding variables that would affect one of those 2 things, but they are not, there's not a name for those errors. Katie is a BCBA working with Nazilla. Nazilla agreed to do a makeup session with Katie on a Saturday, but was unaware that on Saturday there are soccer games in the same property as the clinic. Nazilla kept running to the window to look at the game, and her scores were much lower. What likely accounts for the lower scores? A, subject confounds, B, setting confounds, C, measurement confounds, and D, intervention confounds. So what are confounds? Confounding variables are anything that are outside of the experimenter's control that are a threat to internal validity. They mess up the effects of our experiment. So what are subject confounds? Subject confounds are something that happens to the individual who is receiving the therapy or the study of the experiment, whoever the individual is who's actually participating in the study. So let's say that that person doesn't get a good night of sleep or is sick, or maybe they just mature throughout the experiment, maturation, or maybe they got into a fight with someone on the school bus and the services took place at home right after they got into that fight. Those would all be subject confounds. Setting confounds is something that is in the place where the study is taking place. It could be lights flickering, it could be an air conditioner not working, a heater not working, noise, right, in the setting that is not in the control of the experimenter. That's what this is here. This answer here is B. The soccer game taking place outside the window, right, is something in the setting that's affecting the experiment. So that's our answer here. But I will go over the rest. Measurement confounds, that would be if there is some sort of confounding variable around a measurement, maybe observer drift, the person started taking data incorrectly. Maybe a measurement confound could be a poorly defined behavior that's creating an issue with the measurement. It could be an incorrect measurement system, whatever, some sort of error regarding the measurement is making the study look like it did or didn't work when it really did or didn't, right? Creating that type 1 or type 2 error we just spoke about. And intervention confounds, that would have something to do with the person running the experiment. Let's say that Katie had a really, really great relationship with Nazilla, and Nazilla did anything Katie asked, but then Nazilla didn't have a great relationship with another therapist, and that affected the results of the study. Those would be intervention confounds. Now, people ask me all the time, what are the difference between confounding variables and extraneous variables, and does it matter? Are they AKAs? A lot of BCBAs teach they're almost AKAs. They're not actually almost AKAs. They're completely and totally different. Not only because confounding variables are not in the experimenter's control, and that extraneous variables are in the experimenter's control, although those things are true, but because extraneous variables, they actually help to protect internal validity. They're things we hold constant throughout the experiment to protect internal validity, whereas confounding variables are things we can't control that threaten internal validity. So please do make sure you know those differences. You will need to know I can't tell you what questions you're going to see in your test because I don't know, right? But it is important to know the difference, or could be important to know the difference. And they are different. Guys, well, you got through your experimental design. Congratulations. And I do hope to see you in my next experimental design intensive. Now, we're going to jump into ethics. Ethics is one of those parts of the exam that can be really challenging for some people, because the truth is a lot of it can be seemingly somewhat subjective, right? We can know the ethics code, but then read the situation and not be sure how to apply it. But ethics is really, really important, because in our everyday lives and everything that we do, we're going to need to be really engaging with ethics, right, as part of everything that we do. Now, one of my favorite ways, not only studying ethics, but to be really familiar with ethics, is to connect with other behavior analysts and talk about ethics, right? It's so important that we're having an ongoing conversation about ethics. That's why I love my favorite app that is sponsoring this video. It is our only ABA community-based app, and that is ABA Connects. What I love about ABA Connects is that if I have any questions about ethics, I want to connect with other behavior analysts, ask their question, I can just pick up my app, pick up my phone, right? Find my ABA Connects app and connect with other people in my profession. I love ABA Connects because it is the best app out there for bringing together behavior analysts. So like I said, guys, I encourage you, if you did not already download ABA Connects, pick up your phone, head over to the App Store. You can find the link on the video below and download ABA Connects. And now let's jump into ethics. So there's going to be 18 questions that we're going to go over now on ethics. There are 18 questions about ethics on your exam. That's what they say, but the truth is I think there's actually more than that, because ethics is built into so much else that we do. So Let's go over the next 18 questions. Lori has been a BCBA for many years. She has always worked for early intervention, but she has recently started to take an interest in working with older children. She applied for a job at a high school and got it. Can she accept? A, no, we must always practice within our scope of practice. B, yes, but she should review recent literature. C, only if in college she took a class on working with teens. And D, yes, but she must be truthful about her experience and she should request supervision until she is competent in working with teens. So this is a question that we see a lot of mock questions about. We do have to practice only within our scope of practice, but we are allowed to change the population that we work with, or really the part of the field that we work in. We don't start off as competent in anything, right? We gain competence through experience. So when we first start our careers, we're not competent in anything. So what does that mean? We have supervision, right? Just like we did our supervised field experience. So we're not stuck in one aspect of the field simply because that was our first job or we chose it when we were in college. We can move through different aspects of the field. We simply need to be competent in the area. So here, the answer is we can eliminate no because it's, we can take no out. You don't have to stay in one aspect of the field. So that leaves us between two choices, B and D. And the question becomes, does reviewing recent literature make us competent enough to work with kids? The answer is no, right? We can't just review literature and then be competent working with children. It's different if it was asking, where we found a study and we wanted to know whether it could be applied to kids, and the study was done with older children, then we review literature for that, right? But you need to really make sure that you're having supervision until you're competent. So here our answer is going to be D. She can take this job, but she must be honest. She can't be deceptive and say she has experience if she doesn't, but she can work in the field as long as she's supervised. Patrick is a BCBA working with Dylan. For Christmas, Dylan's mom went to the dollar store and bought a homemade ornament kit. Dylan painted it for Patrick and gave it to him for Christmas. Can Patrick accept this gift? A, no, behavior analysts cannot accept gifts. B, yes, there is nothing wrong with accepting a homemade ornament because the item does not have a large monetary value. C, no, this would create a multiple relationship. And D, yes, behavior analysts can accept any gifts. So this is a switch, right, between the older edition of the ethics code and the newer edition of the ethics code that just came out. Here, we now can accept gifts as long as the value of the gift is under $10 and it doesn't create a multiple relationship. So it's not something that happens every week. So here the answer would be B, yes, there's nothing wrong with accepting a homemade ornament because the item does not have a large monetary value. Here it clearly states that the item costs $1. So that would be within the new ethics code, that would be okay to accept that gift. Melissa is a BCBA. She was at a bar when she saw Brad, the father of an old client of hers. They couldn't believe it was 3 years since Melissa had stopped working with his son, Jeremy. She found out Jeremy was doing very well. Brad and Jerry's mom had gotten a divorce, but they were both happy. Melissa and Brad wound up spending hours catching up with each other. She chatted and laughed all night. By the end of the night, they were enamored with each other. Brad asked Melissa on a date, and Melissa happily agreed. Did Melissa do something wrong? A, yes, we cannot date our clients. B, yes, this is a dual relationship. C, no, we can date our clients. And D, 3 years had passed since she stopped working with Jeremy. So the key here, if you wanted to unlock the answer to this question, is to look where it talks about the fact that it was 3 years since Melissa had stopped working with his son, Jeremy. Believe it or not, and this actually surprised me, the ethics code says that if 2 years passes when you stop working with someone's child, you can enter into a romantic relationship with the parent of that child. So the answer here is D. No, it's not a problem because 3 years had passed since she stopped working with Jeremy. I will admit that actually did surprise me. Wasn't aware of that before studying that part of the ethics code. Renee is a BCBA working with Nicholas. Nicholas's mom approached Renee and said that Nicholas seems to be having a difficult time swallowing and asked that she work on eating nicely. What should Renee do? A, conduct an FBA and determine the function of Nicholas's behavior. B, write out an intervention plan to increase appropriate mealtime behavior. C, proceed if this is in her skill set, but ask for supervision from a qualified professional if it is not. D, recommend Nicholas's mom seek out medical advice from a medical professional. This is actually something that happens fairly frequently, and it is one that you really do want to know the answer to, not only because it might be on the test, but this might come up in practice. When someone is asking us about working on mealtime behavior or helping kids with food, we do need to be 100% positive according to the ethics code. And just honestly, because we want to make sure everybody's safe, that there's no medical issues that are creating that difficulty. So if someone is having difficulty swallowing, right, this is not saying, oh, the person doesn't want to try new food, or the person's throwing their food on the floor during mealtime, or they don't know how to use a spoon, or they insist on eating spaghetti with their fingers, right? Swallowing is a medical skill. If someone is struggling with swallowing, we work on this, not knowing whether or not they physically can swallow or there's some sort of medical problem, they could choke, right? They could get hurt. And obviously, not only would we be liable, but someone could get severely injured. So we want to really make sure that D, that we would recommend Nicholas's mom seek out medical advice from a medical professional. It's not that we can't work on mealtime behaviors, but we would need to be 100% positive before we did that the struggles were not being caused by medical issues. Coral is at BCBA working with Rich. Rich's parents are divorced and they are constantly fighting. They absolutely cannot agree on anything regarding Rich. Whenever Coral writes a behavior plan, one parent will intentionally do the opposite, willing to sabotage Rich just to hurt each other. Coral has tried everything to get them on the same page. She has spoken to both parents, recommended counseling, and even with their permission, brought in another BCBA. After several months of no improvements, she has determined that services are causing more harm than good to Rich. What should Coral do? A, terminate services. B, contact child services since the parents are sabotaging Rich. C, resign from the case. And D, do the best she can in a challenging situation. Here, right, it talks about the fact that Coral tried everything, it's just not working, and she thinks the services are doing harm. In this case, we would A, terminate services. Now, typically, right, we don't terminate services, but there are some reasons we would terminate services. The first is that if we try everything, but there's no improvement, the services are just not working. The second reason we would terminate services is if the services are doing harm. The third reason we would terminate services if there's a loss of funding, right? If a parent loses their job and loses their insurance, that happened a lot during the pandemic. And then the fourth reason that we would terminate services is if the client asked for services to be terminated. But this is a case where if the services are doing harm, we would terminate services. So the answer here is A. Jessica is a BCBA who loves yoga. She noticed there was a need for yoga instruction for autistic children in her area. She decided to open a yoga studio that specializes in sensory-friendly yoga for kids with autism. What must Jessica do? A, she must notify the BCBA and get permission. B, make it clear that when she is teaching yoga, she is not practicing as a BCBA. C, hire someone who is not a BCBA to oversee the studio. D, give up her BCBA certification. So this goes again to practicing within our scope of practice. There is nothing saying that we can't do other things besides be a BCBA. So if we want to do something else, even something else in the field of autism, we can. We just need to make it clear that we're not acting as a BCBA. So here our answer is B. There would be nothing wrong with Jessica or me in this case teaching yoga. I just need to make sure people know that while I'm doing that, because it is not a behavioral practice, that I'm not practicing as a BCBA. Joan is a BCBA who was working with Rita during early intervention. Rita was diagnosed with autism at 18 months old. She made remarkable progress during early intervention and was able to attend an inclusion preschool when she turned 3. Rita's mom was very grateful and tagged Joan in an Instagram post stating that she cured her daughter's autism. What should Joan do? A, remove the tag. Rita's mom can post what she wants, but Joan can't be tagged in a post about curing autism. B, thank Rita's mom, but ask her to take down the post. C, no actions are required since it's not her Instagram. And D, contact the BACB to inform them about the post. So our correct answer here is B. Whenever we see misinformation and our name is being used in that misinformation, we do have to make an attempt to correct it. Now, we also have to recognize and understand that in this example, Rita's mom, she is not under the ethics code of the BACB. So she doesn't necessarily have to take down her post. However, we have to be able to prove and document that we did attempt to correct the information. So if Joan contacted Rita and Rita took down the post, great, no problem. You should still document that just in case someone saw it and contacted the BACB. I actually know of someone that happened to, a friend of mine, she is a BCBA, and a client tagged her and put her in a post. She asked him to remove it, but between the time that she asked someone to remove it, someone had saw it. I guess they did. You should always contact someone first, right? So they did send her a message on Instagram, but she doesn't really check her Instagram. It went into her spam folder, so she never saw it, and they reported her to the BACB. You don't want to be in that situation. So you do need to attempt to have the information removed from Instagram or from Facebook, whatever it is. And then you do want to document the fact that you've made that attempt. But again, we can't force it. You can't do anything to force, like Rita's mom in this example, for taking it down. So you just want to be able to show that you did attempt to have the post removed. Sandra is a BCBA who lives in a very small town in a rural area. She is the only BCBA in her town. In fact, she is the only BCBA in a 2-hour radius of her house. There is only one church in her town, which Sandra attends weekly. A boy in her church is diagnosed with autism, and the doctor prescribes ABA. Her insurance lists her as the only provider for that child. What should Sandra do? A, decline the case. Taking it creates a dual relationship. B, drive 2 hours each week to the next closest church. C, ask the family to stop attending church if they work together. D, take the case and never discuss the case at church, including with the family. So this is a difficult situation, right? Because the BACB clearly says that we don't want to have dual relationships. However, they also do know and understand, and in many areas, it may not be possible to completely and totally not interact with your clients outside of ABA, especially if in this case you live in a rural area. And this is a real situation for a lot of people. There are a lot of places in the world, not as many in the United States, but there are still places in the United States, but a lot of other areas where things are very spread out, and there is one church for the town. There is one school for the town, and it's possible you're going to wind up not able to avoid having some form of relationship with a client outside of, ABA. So what would you do? And if you look at these cases, declining the case, well, that doesn't really work, right? Because there's no other option for this boy who is diagnosed with autism. So you can't decline the case. So we're going to cross that off as an answer. Drive 2 hours each week to the next closest church. The BCBA or BACB, they don't expect you to do that, right? That's taking some extreme measures. That is not something that they're going to expect you to do. Ask the family to stop attending church if they work together. Again, you can't really do that. That's not something that's acceptable. You can't ask a family to not go to church. Take the case and never discuss the case at church, including with the family. This is the only thing you can do in this situation. There is nothing else that can be done. You do have to be really careful. Don't answer parents' questions. And this is why this becomes an issue, because it's tempting for the pastor to say, oh, I heard you're working with Jimmy and how's he doing in ABA, right? We can't answer any of those questions. We have to be very, very careful, minimize any form of dual relationship that we possibly can. But there will be situations in which some form of dual relationship is unavoidable. And the BACB does know and understand that, especially in rural areas. Catherine is a BCBA. She has been encouraging her best friend Lisa to become an RBT for years. Lisa finally agreed. She took her 40-hour required course online and then asked Catherine to do her RBT competency exam. What should Catherine do? A, do the exam, but ask her supervisor to sign off on it. B, tell Lisa that she can't. C, do the exam. Dual relationships don't extend to RBTs. D, report Lisa to the BCBA. She should have learned about dual relationships during her online training. So the first question we have to ask ourselves here is, does this constitute a dual relationship? So if Catherine did do the RBT competency assessment for her best friend, that would qualify as a dual relationship. So can she do it and have her supervisor sign off on it? That is not, no, it's not something you would want to do. Does she, so here it is a dual relationship, right? So we can cross off C. And you wouldn't report, right, an RBT to the BCBA because they don't know that. You would inform them of that, make sure they do know that. That's the point of the RBT competency exam, right? To make sure they know what they need to know in order to sit for the exam and become an RBT. So we would be supporting them, not punishing them. So she would have to tell Lisa that she can't. So our answer here is B. Which of the following is not true about data? Excuse me. A, ethically data must be displayed in a way that's easily understood. B, using data is a best practice but is not addressed by the ethics code. C, behavior analysts are ethically required to use data to justify all treatment decisions. D, behavior analysts must utilize data during all behavior reduction procedures and all skill building procedures. So here, again, we're going to ask ourselves, first of all, this is a negation question, right? So we're looking for something that's not true. Should, ethically, do you have to display data in a way that's easily understood? Yes, you do. Is data addressed by the ethics code? It is. It is actually, you're ethically required to use data. And really C and D are pretty much saying the same thing. So here our answer is B. Ethics is in the data isn't in the ethics code, right? It is in the ethics code. It's not a recommendation. It is a requirement if you are a behavior analyst. Okay, which of the following statements is true? Behavior analysts can never post photos of their clients on their social media or websites. B, behavior analysts can always post photos of their clients on their social media and websites. C, behavior analysts can post photos of their clients on their social media or websites if they obtain informed consent. And D, behavior analysts can post photos of their clients on their social media or websites if they obtain informed consent and post a disclaimer indicating that informed consent was obtained. Our answer here is D. So you can post clients of your photos or photos of your clients on your social media or websites. It is interesting to note, and I might be giving away a question. I forget if I put this in. If you're going to post it on social media, it has to be a business related page that's registered to your business, not your personal social media. But you can post pictures on your social media or website as long as you do have informed consent, and you must post a disclaimer saying that you have informed consent. So you are required to post that disclaimer, which is really what this question is asking. Leslie is a BCBA working with Jimmy. Jimmy's speech therapist made a sensory bin for Jimmy. She asked Leslie to use the sensory box at some point during every session because she thinks it helps him feel more self-regulated. In the past, the speech therapist has been very receptive to Leslie's input. What should she do? A, tell the speech therapist she can't use the sensory bin because it is not conceptually systematic with ABA. B, find some way to use the bin and justify it as an NCR procedure. C, agree it can do no harm, there is no ethical concern. D, use the bin but take data on the impact of Jimmy's behavior to share with the speech teacher. So this is a challenging question, and you are very likely to see something like this on your exam. Now, I'm going to say that there is no black and white answer to this question. If you were to look it up in the Cooper book, it does give you an answer and to what you should do here. And what it says is that it is important to play nice in the sandbox, right, to work together, and that you have to ask yourself a few things when you're doing recommendations by another professional. And number one, is there any risk of harm? So I interpret this as there is no risk of harm here. The second thing you would say is, do you need to have any specific training to implement the procedure? Now, using a sensory box, it doesn't tell us what this is, but typically, right, it's giving a kid some toys like a fidget spinner, maybe Play-Doh, or some sort of tube they can pull. So, bubbles. Usually there's no training required to use a sensory box. Usually it's something you just give the kid the box and they can play with the toys. So I would say, no, there's no specific training. The third, say, what would be the impact on the professional relationship in the event that you didn't do it? Here, it seems like it would probably harm that professional relationship. So in my opinion, and again, there is not a black and white answer to this, and I'm just pulling, those are the test questions that in Cooper it says you should ask yourself. In my opinion, we can use the sensory box. So I would say that we're going to cross off A. Right now, it is not necessarily we're going to recommend it, but it's probably no harm in this situation. So here it says, B. Let's look at between B, C, and D. Should we try to use the box and try to justify it as NCR? There are times when you could say, okay, well, we're just going to use non-contingent reinforcement and we're going to give a child to breaks and make that available. But that's only if it's appropriate. Or we might say, okay, well, this child is, engaging in, let's say, hand flapping. And so giving them some sort of activity that engages their hands, like a Play-Doh or some sort of therapy, that could be considered an alternative behavior, right? So giving them access to something that would provide the same function, the reinforcement to create an abolishing operation for a target behavior. So it could be seen as an NCR procedure, but we wouldn't find some way to justify it as an NCR procedure. We only wouldn't really use it as an NCR procedure if it's appropriate. And we wouldn't be necessarily forcing a speech therapist's interventions to fit into the ABA principles. Although in Cooper, it does actually address that sometimes there are ways to integrate other recommendations as part of ABA, that there is sometimes a way that we can say, okay, this is, coming from another field, but that may not mean that it's completely opposed to ABA. And again, here, using a sensory bin, if it is looked at as a reinforcer, if it happens to serve the purpose of a reinforcer, that could be a way that you could kind of say, okay, well, we may not necessarily think it's going to make someone feel a specific self-regulated, right? That's mentalistic language, not language we use. We may be able to say, but it is a potential reinforcer. But we're not going to force it, and we're not going to find some way to justify it. So here, agree, there's no ethical concern, it can do no harm. To an extent, I do believe that in this case, this is true. And again, this is not a black and white question, but I think we're always looking for our best answer here. So when it talks about using data to check its impact on behavior, D is going to be our best answer here. We are going to, again, use the bin. The reason we're using the bin is because we don't believe it can do any harm. We don't believe it can in any way cause harm to Jimmy. We don't think that you need any special training for it. We want to keep the professional relationship intact. It's not something that's in any way totally out there that we've never heard of before. So we are going to do it, but we want to take data on it. We want to be able to display that data. So D is going to be our best answer here. And again, I've seen other BCBAs write mock questions similar to this, and I'm just going to be honest, there's no black and white answer. It doesn't clearly say in the ethics code or in the Cooper book, you can always do this or always can't do this, because it's going to be very situationally specific. So it's one of those things where you really have to use your judgment. And again, those questions in Cooper, that's what it tells you to do, to answer those questions and make a best decision in that moment. Martha is a BCBA working with Jaden in a church preschool. Jaden started receiving services because his classroom teacher, Annie, asked his mom, Janet, if they could provide an aid for the classroom. Jaden's parents are divorced, but both parents will participate in the ABA program. Jaden's dad's insurance agreed to pay for ABA in the preschool. Who are Martha's clients? A, Jaden and his dad. B, Jaden, his mom, and his dad. C, Jaden, his mom, his dad, and the preschool. D, Jaden, his mom, his dad, the preschool, and the insurance company. According to the BCBA Ethics Code, a client is defined as anyone who is benefiting from services. So Jaden is benefiting from services, his mom is benefiting from services, his dad is benefiting from services, and the preschool is benefiting from services. The insurance company is not benefiting from services, they're paying for the services. So the funding source is not considered the client. So here the client is C, Jaden, his mom, his dad, and the preschool. Layla is a BCBA who owns an ABA agency. Lately, she has been getting less cases than normal. She decided to put up Google Ads. In the process, she found out that one of her competitors, who is a BCBA, had an ad up stating they can cure autism. She decides that this is likely why she has been losing business. What should she do first? A, report it to the BACB. B, call an attorney. C, report it to Google. D, call her competitor and ask him to remove the ad. According to the ethics code, if we believe someone is violating the ethics code, the first thing we would want to do is to approach them and to let them know and give them an opportunity to rectify the situation. And only then, if they don't rectify the situation, would we report it to the BACB. So the answer here is D. The first thing we would do is call her competitor and ask him to remove the ad. Now, it does seem pretty straightforward. We cannot say that ABA cures autism. So we should know, right, that this is an ethics violation, but either way, we still need to go to the person first. Which of the following is not a part of informed consent? Informed consent gives you the right to know the audience that will receive your information. Informed consent gives you the right to know the results of a study. Informed consent gives you the right to know the potential risks or benefits. Informed consent gives you the right to know of any incentives for research participation. So the answer here is, well, first of all, we have to know that this is a negation question. So what are you not entitled to receive? You're not actually entitled to receive the results of the study, believe it or not. If you were in a study, you're not necessarily, informed consent, I should say, does not give you the right to the results. So that is something to know. And the rest of this was copy and pasted right from the ethics code. Which statement is true? A, behavior analysts can post pictures of their clients on their personal social media accounts with informed consent. B, behavior analysts can post photos of their clients on their business social media accounts with informed consent. C, behavior analysts can post photos of their clients on their personal and business social media accounts with informed consent. And D, behavior analysts cannot post photos of their clients on either their personal or business social media accounts with informed consent. So this is something to know, to memorize. This is important. I did go over this earlier. The answer here is B. You can post pictures of your clients on social media if you have informed consent and you actually write that you have informed consent, but it must be on a business social media account. It cannot be on your personal account. So make sure if you have a Instagram account or a Facebook account that you're doing it on not your first Facebook profile, but on your Facebook page, your business page. And make sure your Instagram account, even if it is a business account for your business, it has to be set up as a business social media account, not a personal social media account. And the same is true with LinkedIn. So you can just Google how do you do that if you don't know how to do that, but make sure you do know how to do that if you are going to be posting any images of your clients. Jared is a BCBA looking to make some extra money on the weekends. He decided to walk some dogs in his complex. In an effort to be able to raise his rate, he advertised that he's a board-certified behavior analyst and can correct inappropriate walking behavior with behavior analytic interventions. Jared has had dogs his whole life, but has no formal training with dogs. What is the issue here? A, Jared is practicing outside his scope of practice. B, dog walking is not behavior analytic in nature. C, behavior analysts can't be dog walkers. Or D, there is no issue. So here, the key word here in our phrase is that Jared has had dogs his whole life, but has no formal training with dogs. Now, you can be a dog behaviorist. I've actually read several books from dog behaviorists because my dog is incorrigible in his behavior, and I've attempted not to practice applied behavior analysis with other animals, but to correct my own dog's behavior using the principles of ABA to no avail because I have no formal training with dogs. And having dogs and being a pet owner does not give you formal training with dogs. So if Jared wanted to do applied behavior analysis with dogs, he could, but he would need to seek out some supervision and get formal training in how to do that. So the issue here is that Jared is practicing outside his scope of practice. Dog walking can be and dog training can be behavior analytic in nature, and behavior analysts actually can do work with dogs. But the issue is here that he is practicing outside of his scope of practice, and we know that because it really directly says that in the question. Ethan is a 22-year-old male who is receiving ABA therapy. He is totally nonverbal, and his mother is his legal guardian. He has started to watch pornographic videos during ABA sessions. His RBTs were outraged and complained to the BCBA. The BCBA spoke to his mom, and they decided Ethan would be given breaks during the session to go into his room with the iPad and would be taught to come out when a timer went off. They agreed to respect his privacy and that the RBTs would not question or monitor what he was doing on his breaks. Was there an ethical violation? A, yes, we cannot use harmful reinforcers. B, yes, the RBTs can claim sexual harassment against the BCBA. No, Ethan is an adult and has a right to engage in sexual behaviors in the privacy of his bedroom. And D, no, any interventions that are socially valid do not violate the ethics code. So let's look at each one of these answer choices and come up with the best answer here. This is one of those cases where this is not black and white in the ethics code. You really have to read between the lines, and you're going to get questions like that on your test. So the ethics code does say we cannot use harmful reinforcers. Now here, it doesn't really seem like the RBTs or the BCBAs are using harmful reinforcers, right? They may not be preventing someone from engaging in a behavior that I guess some people could look at more as morally questionable, right? Using pornography, I think, is morally questionable. I think it's something that, I personally don't think is the right thing to do as a Christian woman, but certainly, you'd have a stretch to argue that allowing someone to go into their room and take a break and not monitoring what they're doing would be using harmful reinforcers. So that's not the answer. The RBTs can claim sexual harassment against the BCBA. The truth is that it may be that there are certain RBTs that are not comfortable working with an older male that have sexual behaviors, but the BCBA is not actually asking the RBTs to do anything wrong. And there are times when we will need to teach adults or children about sexual behaviors as a behavior professional, as a behavior technician or a BCBA. These are things that actually need to be addressed, right? And we often do address them. So you can't claim sexual harassment simply because of the fact that you are being asked to address this. C, knows Ethan is a legal adult and has the right to engage in sexual behaviors in the privacy of his bedroom. That is true, right? He is an adult. Now it does say he's nonverbal and his mother is his legal guardian. So he does have a guardian, but he is also a man, right? And we know that sexual desire is one of the unconditioned reinforcers, one of the things our bodies just naturally crave. And he's an adult. And if he's in the privacy of his bedroom, he is not hurting anyone. That is his right to do that. And D, any interventions that are socially valid do not violate the ethics code. Social validity has to do with the parents buying into things. So here, yes, mom is agreeing to it, and it would be very important. I mean, all parents have to agree to all interventions, but especially here now, mom, it is saying mom's the legal guardian, so mom would have to agree to any interventions. This is an example where it's especially important to make sure you have social validity, but there can be the case where socially valid interventions would violate the ethics code. Many years ago, and I had a parent who wanted us to teach their child and they actually were not RBTs yet at the time. That's how long ago it was. She wanted us to teach her son to drink his urine because a shaman had told her that it would cure him of autism. And obviously we could not do that. Now that would have been socially valid, meaning that we had mom support, but we could not ethically do that. And that's not something we did do. So there can be socially valid interventions that violate the ethics code for sure. So here our best answer is C. And that does bring us to the end of our ethics section. All right, guys, we're done with ethics, which is a really great thing. It's one of the parts of the exam that a lot of people find really subjective. So they struggle with it and often question, how to really dissect these ethics questions. But the good news is that if we really pay attention to some rules, if we follow the ethics code, we can really use common sense about what we would do in practice. Now, a lot of people, they actually tell you don't think about what you would do in practice, but if you have been in the field of ABA, most of the stuff just kind of makes sense. So I do encourage you, even though a lot of people say not to, I do encourage you to think about what you would do in practice. That's how I got through those questions when I took my exam, which was under the 4th edition. So now we're going to jump right into assessment. So task list F, there were 18 questions in your exam about assessment. We're going to go into a little bit about the types of FAs and other things you need to know about assessment. So stay tuned and let's jump into those questions. Which of the following would you not look at when conducting a preliminary assessment? A, potential target behaviors. B, potential medical variables. C, potential reinforcers, and D, potential referral fees for accepting the client. Well, the first thing we want to pay attention to is that this is a negation question. So we're looking for what is not true. So do we look at potential target behaviors? Of course, right? That's one of the first things we're looking for is what behaviors need to be addressed. We look for potential medical variables. We want to make sure that if we're going to be using behavior analytic services, that it's not some sort of medical issue that is accounting for the behavior. Potential reinforcers, we are going to look for potential reinforcers, right? One of the first things I do when I conduct parent interviews is say, what are some things that your son or daughter enjoys? And they were looking for those potential reinforcers. What we do not do is ask or really pay attention to potential referral fees. We don't consider that in any way when we're taking preliminary assessments or doing preliminary assessments. In fact, we don't take referral fees from other professionals for accepting clients. So our answer here is D. After conducting an initial direct assessment, you find your new client, Paul, has stated that he is depressed and has suicidal ideations. What should you do? A, refer him to an appropriate medical professional and terminate services. B, seek supervision while treating Paul. C, review literature on using behavior analytic interventions to treat depression. D, continue providing services. Depression is a hypothetical construct. So here we have to look at, is this within our scope of practice? Now, if he's talking about being suicidal, he's talking about being depressed, this is not in the scope of practice of behavior analysis. So this is not something we can treat. So given the answer choices, our best answer is A. Now, it was meant to trick you because, we know for sure we would refer Paul to an appropriate medical professional, but would we terminate services? The truth is if there is something else we can treat, so if it says that there's other behaviors that we can work on that require intervention, or there's something in the question that leads us to believe, let's say it says that Paul struggles with communication and he lacks social skills. He states that he wants to commit suicide, we would certainly refer him to a medical professional, but then we could also still continue to address the language and social skill deficits with ABA. It doesn't say in this question that we have any other behaviors to work on, which is why we're going to choose A as our answer, refer him to an appropriate medical professional and terminate services. So don't add anything to the question. A risk that people have is they say, well, what if, he had other things we could work on? Well, it doesn't say that. So if it doesn't say that, don't add that to the question. And anytime you're seeing anything about some sort of medical problem, you're always going to refer to a medical professional. Which of the following should you not consider when selecting behavior goals? A, whether behavior will access reinforcement in the natural environment. B, social significance. C, social validity. And D, research goals. So the first thing we want to pay attention to is what the question's asking, and this happens to be another negation question. So which is not true? Should a behavior access reinforcement in the natural environment? Yes, right? That's true. We do want to make sure we consider that, because if not, it won't be maintained. What is social significance? Social significance is that the goals are important to the learner. So we do want to pay attention to social significance. Social validity. This means that the people in the child's environment or the learner's environment, they're willing and able to carry out the interventions. That is also critical. So we do want to make sure goals are socially valid. What we don't pay attention to is research goals, right? We don't select the behaviors to intervene on based upon our own research. We don't, make behavior plans based upon what our outcomes are going to be. If you're writing a thesis or doing a study or you want to get published, you're not going to, select a behavior just based upon that. The behaviors we select have to benefit the person receiving the intervention. So our answer here is D. Myra is a BCBA who is working with Kayla. She is using backwards chaining with leaps ahead in order to teach Kayla to make the bed. What is the most likely assessment that Myra used when she initially probed making the bed? A, single opportunity probe. B, multiple opportunity probe. C, indirect assessment. And D, functional assessment. Okay, well, the first thing we want to look at this is a chaining procedure. So there were two types of chaining procedures, a single opportunity probe and a multiple opportunity probe. So we can assume one of those is going to be the answer. An indirect assessment is talking interviews, checklists, rating scales, right, in some sort of parent interview. That wouldn't apply in this situation. And a functional assessment is determining the function of a behavior. So it's not talking about this. So what is a single opportunity probe? This is where we assume that if a learner messes up on one step in our behavior chain, that they can't finish the rest of the chain. So we would not give them a chance to continue to try any other steps once they got one step in a behavior chain wrong. With a multiple opportunity probe, we're going to give them a chance to do every step. So if there's 5 steps, they get the first one correct, the second one wrong, we still give them a chance to do steps 3, 4, and 5. Now, what is backwards chaining with leaps ahead? This is when we're going to be working backwards, right? Teaching from the last step to the first step, but we're skipping steps that the learner knew how to do. Well, unless we did a multiple opportunity probe, we wouldn't know that there were certain steps that the learner knew how to do. Because if we did a single opportunity probe, we would have stopped assessing once they got the first step wrong. So here our answer is B, multiple opportunity probe. What type of preference assessment does not consist of trials? A, free operant. B, single stimulus. C, multiple stimulus. And D, paired stimulus. So our answer here, our best answer here is going to be A, free operant preference assessment. With a free operant preference assessment, we're going to be observing someone in a natural environment and watching what reinforcers that they interact with. A single stimulus preference assessment, we're presenting one object at a time, typically recording the duration of how long they play with each object. Then when they're done playing with it, we present another object. A multiple stimulus preference assessment is when we're going to be presenting multiple stimuli, right? Letting them pick one and then either replacing it or just leaving it out and doing that and creating trials. And a paired stimulus preference assessment is when we're having a person choose between 2 different objects. So with B, C, and D, there are trials. With a free operant preference assessment, we're just watching someone in the natural environment and writing down what they're interacting with. So our answer here is A. Which function of behavior do descriptive behavior assessments tend to overpredict? A, tangible, B, sensory, C, attention, and D, escape. So this is interesting. This actually comes from Dr. Iwata himself. It is discussed in Cooper. Descriptive behavior assessments, they tend to overpredict attention as the function of the behavior. So first of all, what is a descriptive behavior assessment? It's when you're going to write down what happened before the behavior, what the behavior was, and what happened after the behavior. And you're then going to look at the consequence, and you're going to use the consequence to determine what is maintaining the behavior. Now, with a descriptive behavior assessment, since you're writing things down and you're not just using a checklist, right, and writing, some sort of predetermined criteria, you tend to write even with something that is a tangible function or escape a function. Oftentimes, you're just writing down what happened. When you're writing down what happened, someone had to intervene into the situation. So let's just say someone was banging their head on the floor, and it's a clear escape function. They did it because a demand was presented. They banged their head on the floor, and then you write down that mom came and she put a pillow under the person's head, right? It may look like in that situation, or when you're just writing out descriptively what happened, it looks like that the function of the behavior might have been attention because mom had come and intervened in the situation, but really mom just needed to keep the child safe. So let's just say, again, let's say that a child wanted to have the iPad. And so what they did, and the function was tangible, say the child asked for the iPad, mom said no, and then the child threw all their crayons on the floor. And then mom takes the iPad away and then uses restitutional overcorrection and has the child clean up all the crayons and wipe the floor up with a rag. All right, again, it's going to make it look like it is attention because mom is intervening and she's intervening with the behavior. So it makes it look like attention, even though that wasn't the function, which is why actually descriptive behavior assessments, even though they actually have more information than a narrative assessment, they're actually less accurate because they tend to overpredict attention as the function. Because when you're simply writing down exactly what happened, oftentimes someone does need to intervene in a behavior, and it makes it look like the function's attention when it's actually not. Okay, what is the function of the behavior in this graph? This is an alternating treatment graph. It is a functional assessment, functional analysis. There is a reference. You can see where this picture came from. This is not my picture. This is reference, so it's right there. When you're looking at a functional assessment, you're looking for one behavior that occurs at a higher rate than other behaviors and that's separated from the rest. So we see here we're really checking demands versus play, and our demand behaviors are all here, and attention, excuse me. And then we have our play behaviors that are all here. So these seem to be occurring at a very low rate. And then at a very high rate, we have our attention behaviors. So here, because attention is separate from the rest, we can know that the behavior is maintained by attention. So the function of the behavior would be A, attention. What is the control condition of a functional analysis? A, play, B, escape, C, alone, and D, attention. The control condition of a functional analysis is a play condition. It's when a child has access to all of the reinforcers, right? So we're not testing for tangible. They have everything they want. We're providing them attention. There's no demands on them. So that is our control condition, and it is called our A, play condition. Joey is a fourth grader in a typical classroom. During math lessons, he frequently elopes from the classroom and runs around the hallway. His teachers chase him, but he can usually evade his teachers for 10 to 15 minutes at a time. By the time he gets back to the classroom, math is often finished. What is most likely the function of Joey's behavior? A, tangible, B, sensory, C, attention, and D, escape. Well, you guys are going to be behavior analysts soon, so you are going to need to start predicting the function of a behavior. Now, we obviously will test for it, right? But we start being able to predict the function of a behavior. So if a teacher calls you into a classroom and tells you this is happening, you have to predict what's going to happen. So what are our keywords here? It says that he's going into the hallway, he's evading his teachers for 10 to 15 minutes at a time. We'll make that so you can see it, right? And then math is often finished when he gets back. So that's going to lead us to be able to make a hypothesis, prediction, right? This is our prediction. Our scientific level understanding is prediction here, that escape is maintaining the behavior. And then we would test it out and show some sort of control through experimentation. All right. Thomas will often make crude jokes in the playground. This is followed by his peers laughing and giving him a high five. What is the most likely function of this behavior? A, tangible, B, sensory, C, attention, and D, escape. So this is another example of where you want to be able to, as a BCBA or soon to be BCBA, because all of you watching this are going to be BCBAs, look at the consequence. So the behavior is that he's laughing. The consequence, or excuse me, that he tells a crude joke, that's the behavior. The consequence is his peers are laughing and giving him a high five. What is that? That is social positive reinforcement in the form of attention. So we can predict here that the behavior is maintained by attention. What is an AKA for a functional analysis? A, an analog assessment. B, an indirect assessment. C, a descriptive assessment, and D, a direct assessment. You do want to know this. This is important. If you know this, this is a freebie. If you don't know it, well, I just potentially saved your tush, because you may see this on your exam and you do not want to get a question wrong because you don't know the AKA. The AKA for functional analysis is A, an analog assessment. Make sure you know that. Now you do. So pat yourself on the back for watching this video. You will not get that wrong if you see that AKA on your exam. What is not a disadvantage of a functional analysis? A, it can cause dangerous behavior. B, it requires a lot of resources. C, it can make problem behavior worse. And D, it can be ineffective. So this is sort of like a double negation here, right? So we know it's a negation question because it's not, and we're looking for something that's not bad, right? So it can cause dangerous behavior. Is that true? And is it a disadvantage? It is true. A functional analysis can cause very dangerous behavior because we're setting up a situation to invoke problem behavior. So that can be very dangerous. We have to be really careful if we're doing a functional analysis that we're ready and able to deal with that, and that we're not going to be provoking behaviors that are very dangerous to the learner. And if we are, we're going to make sure we're using some sort of precursor ABA, right? Precursor functional analysis or a latency functional analysis to make sure we're minimizing that potential risk. It does require a lot of resources, right? So we have our synthesized FA or brief FA to help with that. But a traditional FA it uses a lot of resources, right? You have to test every condition, and it takes, so it takes time and it takes skill. So it does require a lot of resources. It can make problem behavior worse. Well, that's actually true. If you're doing an FA and you're going to be reinforcing problem behavior, you're reinforcing problem behavior, which if you're reinforcing the behavior, the definition of reinforcement is it makes it happen more often. So you're going to potentially increase the rate of problem behavior. And D, it can be ineffective. Well, it is not true that it is ineffective. It is effective, which is why we do this, right? It is the most effective way we have for knowing the function of a behavior. We wouldn't be potentially evoking dangerous behavior, using up a lot of resources, risking making a behavior worse if it wasn't effective. So it is effective, which means that is not a disadvantage. And this is a negation question. So our answer here is D. What are the 4 most common conditions in a functional analysis? A, play, escape, attention, tangible. B, play, tangible, attention, alone. C, play, escape, attention, alone. D, play, escape, tangible, alone. This is just something to memorize. I do tell you all the time, really, that most of this is understanding concepts and not memorization. This is not one of those cases. This is a case where you simply have to memorize. And the 4 conditions are play, escape, attention, and alone. So C is our answer, play is our control condition, and then we're going to test for escape, attention, and alone. We only test for tangible if we believe that the function is tangible. Brandon engages in very severe behaviors of headbanging. In the past, they have resulted in him needing to go to the emergency room for stitches. Raquel, his BCBA, needs to do a functional analysis to determine the function of his behavior, but does not want headbanging occur during the FA. Which if A will she most likely use? A trial-based FA, B, an analysis of precursors, C, a latency-based FA, and D, a brief FA. So what are all these things? Well, a trial-based FA is when we're going to be very quickly creating contingencies and then reinforcing them. There we will have the behavior occurring. Precursors, when we're analyzing the precursors, the idea of that is that typically a behavior like headbanging, a dangerous behavior, doesn't just occur in isolation. There's typically precursor behaviors or warning behaviors that occur prior to that behavior occurring. So the idea between an analysis of precursors, if we can identify those precursors and then we reinforce those precursors, then we will be able to prevent the actual target behavior from occurring. And that the idea is that typically those precursor behaviors will have the same function as the target behavior because they're happening right before the target behavior. There's also actually some benefit to that. So when we're reinforcing the precursor behaviors, we're actually reinforcing a lesser intensity of the target behavior that has the same function. So sometimes you can actually reinforce precursor conditions to not decrease the behavior, but to decrease not decrease the rate of a behavior, but to decrease the severity or the magnitude of a behavior, or really just kind of replacing it with less severe behaviors. A latency-based FA is the idea that the shorter in duration that a behavior occurs in a condition, the more likely it is that that function is maintained by that contingency. So for example, if I tell you to do your homework and 30 seconds later you have a tantrum, that would be more of an indication that the function of the behavior is escape than if I told you to do your homework and 30 minutes later you had a tantrum, right? Because if it happened 30 seconds after demand, then it would be more likely that that was the function than if it happened 30 minutes later. A brief FA is where we go through all of the conditions, but we just do it shorter, right? The periods are shorter and we do less repetitions of them. So here, the one type of FA that's not going to result in the behavior occurring is the analysis of precursors. And all the other conditions, the behavior would occur. So here, if Raquel, does not want the behaviors to occur of headbanging, then she would most likely do a analysis of precursors. So our answer here is B. And I do apologize for Lucky barking during this part of the video. And if you do have an issue with it, feel free to email me and I will refund you your cost of admission for this video, which is free. But no, just kidding. But Lucky does like to make himself known, and that's part of the benefit of working from home, right? You get to spend time with your fur babies and have them sometimes bark during your videos. All right, let's look at the next one. Kimberly is a BCBA working with Mia. She frequently throws herself on the floor and punches herself in the stomach while making a piercing, screeching noise. Kimberly wants to conduct a functional analysis, but has a limited time for Mia. She speaks to Mia's RBTs, and based upon their description of the behavior, she predicts that she does it for attention. She conducts an FA using only attention and play conditions and determines that behavior is reinforced by attention. What type of FA did Kimberly do? A, synthesized FA, B, brief FA, C, trial-based FA, and D, latency-based FA. This is going to be an example of a synthesized FA. So with a synthesized FA is when you make a hypothesis or prediction or guess about what the function of the behavior is, and then you reinforce that one function, and typically in the natural environment, and you compare it against a play or control condition. And so this is actually very quickly becoming the go-to type of FA that we do, right, as behavior analysts. The truth is that we probably don't need to test every behavior in all conditions. A good behavior analyst typically can predict pretty accurately what the function of a behavior is. So this is a rather new type of FA and is probably the one that we do the most often. In fact, I think oftentimes we think we're not doing formal FAs. We think we're just doing FBAs and then making predictions, but oftentimes we're really doing a synthesized FA in practice anyway. So this is probably the most common type of FA that we're doing. And I think will be probably the most common type of FA that's used moving forward. Which type of FA analyzes the amount of time between the start of a condition and when a person engages in a behavior? A, latency FA, B, trial-based FA, C, brief FA, and D, analysis of the precursors. This is going to be our latency FA. A, right? We discussed this already. That's the idea that when a condition starts, the sooner a behavior occurs, the more likely that it is maintained by that function. So again, I gave the example of homework. If 30 seconds into doing your homework you have a tantrum, then it's much more likely that the condition escape is maintaining the behavior than if 30 minutes into doing your homework you had a tantrum. So that is a latency FA. Which type of assessment is used for basic information gathering to determine if ABA services are appropriate? A, direct assessment, B, indirect assessment, C, ecological assessment, and D, preliminary assessments. So our answer here is going to be D, a preliminary assessment. And that's likely going to consist of both A, direct assessments, and B, indirect assessments. An ecological assessment is going to be analyzing all of the variables in a person's environment to see which ones could be potentially contributing to a situation. Right? But when we're determining whether or not behavior services are appropriate, we're conducting a preliminary assessment. Kathy is a BCBA working with Angelica. Kathy obtained consent from Angelica's mom, Rose, to do an FA. Kathy told Rose it was basically just an observation that they do with everyone. When Rose picked up Angelica, she noticed she had been crying and had a scratch on her arm. Kathy said it was no big deal and it was just because she provoked her tantrum behaviors during the FA like they discussed. Rose was furious. She reported Kathy to the BACB and withdrew her daughter from the ABA program. What did Kathy do wrong? A, she did not account for her behaviors escalating during an FA. B, she selected the wrong type of FA. C, she failed to obtain informed consent. D, she shouldn't have conducted an FA if it would cause scratching. Here, the issue is that Kathy went to Rose and had asked her permission to conduct an FA, but when she says what it is, she says it's basically just an observation that they do with everyone. But she did not inform her about what would actually happen. When you're doing an FA, there are certain risks and there are certain benefits. Part of informed consent is that it's informed, meaning that the person who's consenting, in this case, who was Rose, is aware of what the risks and benefits are. And that's not what happened here. She was not aware of the risks and benefits. So informed consent was not actually obtained since there were no risks and benefits. We do know that part of the risk of an FA is that the behaviors could escalate. So there's nothing in this saying that Kathy didn't take account for that. It's nothing in here saying she caused the wrong type of FA. And, there may be a case, you might have argued, well, she could have done a precursor FA, but it might have been appropriate to conduct an FA even if there was a risk of it causing scratching, if it wasn't something that was dangerous, right? If the pros outweighs the cons. But the issue here is that Rose did not, Angelica's mother, did not have the ability to really give informed consent because she was not aware of the risks and benefits and exactly what would happen. So our answer here is C. And that does bring us to the end of assessment. All right, guys, we're about to dive into task list G. This is the biggest part of your exam. It is also, in my opinion, the part of the exam where you're likely to be able to get the most questions if you really understand these concepts. So G, it's a section where you really have to know applied behavior analysis. You not only have to memorize the ideas and memorize the AKAs and memorize the definitions, but you have to be able to apply it in a practical way. People ask me all the time, how do I study for task list G? Well, my favorite two resources are my task list G intensive, which is available on my website, and of course my deep dive 5 class, which I told you guys a little bit about. I really go way into task list G in that course. I mean, it is probably close to 20 hours on task list G in my deep dive intensive course, or in that section on my deep dive task list course. So I know when this is released, that is not yet out. It will be out June 1st, like I talked about, and I'll put the promo for that again at the end of this section. But task list G, it's a big section. My second best advice to you in really understanding this is people will say, well, I've memorized all these examples, but I'm still getting the questions wrong. My best advice to you is to be able to explain it and give examples. So for DRA, instead of just saying it's differential reinforcement of alternative behavior, no, okay, I would use DRA when I want to get rid of a behavior, but I need to teach someone an appropriate way to replace that behavior. An example of that would be using functional communication training to have a child request a break when they're throwing papers on the floor in order to escape a task in their ABA session. So be able to really apply things and explain things. This, again, you are not going to get through task list G if all you do is know the information. You really have to be able to apply it and give examples. So let's go over some questions from task list G. There are 35 questions on this section. Again, it's the biggest part of your exam, so we're going to spend a lot of time on it right now. Jessica's laundry was stolen twice out of her laundry's complex's communal laundry room. After the second time it happened, Jessica stopped doing laundry in the laundry room and now does laundry at her friends' houses. Jessica's laundry being stolen can be described as A, positive punishment, B, negative punishment, C, positive reinforcement, and D, negative reinforcement. So the way that I like to talk people through answering these questions, because they can seem kind of confusing, is really a 4-step process or 4-question process. So the first thing you want to ask yourself is, what is the behavior? That's the first question that you want to ask yourself. So here, the behavior that we're talking about is doing laundry in the laundry room. Now we're going to ask ourselves, did it go up or down in this situation? Here it went down. So when a behavior is decreased, we know that punishment is what we're looking at. So we can cross off both of the answers that have to do with reinforcement. Anytime a behavior is decreased, it's punishment. And anytime a behavior is increased, it's reinforcement. And now we're going to ask ourselves, what was the consequence of Jessica doing the laundry originally? So the consequence of the original behavior of doing laundry was stolen. Now we ask ourselves, was something removed from Jessica or was something given to her? And obviously something was removed, right? And that makes it negative punishment. So our answer here is B, negative punishment. So if you go through these 4 steps and asking yourself these 4 things, you'll get these questions right every time. I know they can be confusing, and I've taught this and as an intensive, and then went over some answer choices and people were confused. But really, if you go through these 4 questions, it will be every time you'll get the answer right. These should be free questions on your exam if you go through this process, because once you go through this process, it makes the answer really clear. Valerie is a BCBA working with Jennifer. 5 minutes before her ABA session ended, Jennifer threw all the stimulus they were working with on the floor in order to escape the demands placed on her. Valerie told her to pick everything up. Jennifer screamed for 7 minutes. Since the session was supposed to end already and Valerie had to pick up her son, she asked Mom to make sure Jennifer picked up the items and left. Jennifer's mom had a long day at work and did not want to argue with Jennifer. She just picked up the toys herself and turned the television on for Jennifer. Now Jennifer screams more often to get out of demands. What was the result of Jennifer's screaming behavior? A, it was extinguished. B, it was reinforced. C, it was punished. And D, it was satiated. So here we have a classic example of what happens oftentimes right before sessions end, right? So when you first start off in this field, you learn the hard way not to put demands on a child you don't think that they're going to follow through with right before session ends, especially if they have a habit of having long tantrums. So here we have Valerie does this with Jennifer. Jennifer starts screaming. Valerie is obviously using escape extinction, right? Keeping the demands in place. She asks mom to continue this escape extinction. Mom didn't feel like it, had a hard day. It happens, no judgment on parents. I've had parents do this in my own sessions. What wound up happening though, all we really need to know is that her behavior increased. So nothing other than this one sentence was important. The behavior increased, so therefore B, the behavior was reinforced. So our answer here is B. Jessica keeps her living room screen door open for her dog Lucky so that he can enter in and out of the house freely. A fly flies into Jessica's living room while she is teaching a coaching session. Jessica says, "Excuse me," takes off her shoe and squashes the fly on her desk. She then gets up and closes the door. In this question, what purpose is Jessica's shoe serving as? So this is, well, let's go over the answer choices first. A, the MO, B, the SD, C, the AO, and D, the prompt. So I'm pretty sure I do have a question about the fly. I did actually write these slides quite a while ago. It took me a long time to make this video, but I'm going to go over them both anyway, and you'll just know the answer if you get the next question. So the purpose here of the shoe is actually the SD. So the fly is creating an MO, which is to kill the fly, right? The fly is buzzing around my head. It's being irritating. Now I have a desire to kill the fly. The fly is what's creating the MO. Now, I may not have any way to kill the fly, right? It's like if I decide I had a really bad day and want wine, but it's 2 o'clock in the morning and the wine store is closed and there's no wine in my refrigerator, I could want wine all I want, but there's nothing signaling wine's available. So here, I could want to kill the fly all I want, but if I don't have anything to kill it with, then that is not an option I have. So here, the shoe is giving me knowledge that the reinforcement for killing the fly is available by taking the shoe and squashing it. So here, our fly is the MO and our shoe is the SD. I think we might see that later again. So I gave you the answer. All right, let's look at the next one. Here we're going to look at conditioned motivating operations. Alicia loves the beach. Every time she's on the beach, she collects shells. What type of conditioned MO is her desire to collect shells? A, CMOT, B, CMOR, C, CMOS, and D, CMOP. So first, let's go over the types of CMOs. First of all, the answer I can tell you is absolutely 100% not CMOP, because that's not a real thing. I made it up. I needed 4 answer choices. Can't blame me. All right, I'm not trying to trick you. Or maybe I am. All right, let's go over the answers. So we have CMOT. CMOT stands for CMO transitive. I like to think of it as CMO tool. This is when you need something to get the thing you want. So you just really want that thing. So the key is the classic example, right? If I want my mail and it's in my mailbox, I need my mail key. I don't actually want my mail key. If I just had my mail key by itself, it wouldn't provide me any sort of value or reinforcement. I really want my mail and I just need the key to get the mail. So that's an example of a CMOT, a CMO transitive. You really could think about it as CMO tool. The next thing is CMOR. This is CMO reflexive. Now, in the Cooper book and Lasting Behavior Change, they only discuss CMORs as warnings that an aversive situation is about to happen. And it creates an MO for a desire to escape or to really avoidance. It creates a desire for avoidance of a bad situation. So for example, if it's thundering and that signals to you that it's about to rain, and then you run to your car because you want to avoid getting wet. That would be reflexive MO. There is other research somewhere where it talks about CMORs, there being a second type of CMORs that talk about things getting better. I don't operate from that as far as the test questions are concerned. This is a question I get all the time. Can a CMOR be a signal for a worsening or improving situation? And I go by the Cooper book. The Cooper book, as far as I have found, has never said anywhere about it being a improved situation. It only discusses CMORs in relationship to an avoidance, creating an avoidance MO. Now, obviously, you don't want to avoid an improved situation. You want to avoid a worsening situation. So my answer to that is no, but someone once did send me a text message where they talked about CMORs being a good thing. Now, that was actually in an article, and I couldn't tell who wrote that article or whether or not it was written by a student, whether or not it was written by just another BCBA who made a blog post or something more legitimate. I go by with the answer no. A CMOR is just a warning MO that is creating an avoidance, a desire for avoidance. That's what Cooper says. But you may find other resources like I did and go with your best answer. Okay, then we have a CMOS. That stands for a CMO surrogate. What that does is it's a pairing, right? So CMOS is pairing. It's when you are experiencing one thing and it makes you want something else. So a classic example is when I go to bed, maybe I want my blanket. I don't want it particularly. I don't have a security blanket. So maybe a child. Let's think about a child instead of what I want, right? A child goes to bed and they want their security blanket. For me, an example for me would be every Sunday on my, at church, I have a latte, whereas Monday through Friday, I drink black coffee. Monday through Saturday, I drink black coffee. But I associate church with just indulging in a latte. So that would be a CMOS. Here in our example, we have she's at the beach. Whenever she's at the beach, she has a desire to collect shells. So she's paired the beach with shells. So our answer here is C, CMOS. Janet got into a big fight with her boyfriend. She went to the gym to calm down. When she was finished working out, she went to change and realized she accidentally grabbed her boyfriend's lock and didn't know the combination. Her keys, wallet, and clothes were in the locker. She did not want to talk to her boyfriend, but had to call him to get the combination. What type of MO was her desire for the combination? A, CMOT, B, CMOR, C, CMOS, D, CMOP, the fake one. That's not the answer. Well, I did just describe what these all are, so I'm not going to do it again. Here we know she did not want her boyfriend, right? This says that outright. She didn't want to talk to him, but she had to because he was a tool. He was a transitive MOA, right? She needed the combo. So that's where you think of CMOT, think of it as a tool. Her boyfriend was a tool. Don't tell him I said that. All right, next question. What is not an unconditioned reinforcer? A, sex, B, sleep, C, oxygen, and D, money. So unconditioned reinforcers, first of all, those are things let's go over the AKAs first. An AKA for an unconditioned reinforcer is a primary reinforcer or an unlearned reinforcer. These are things that our bodies are born or naturally develop that we want. And those are oxygen, sleep, sex, now you know the answer, food, water, removal of pain, removal of extreme heat, removal of extreme cold, and movement. Those are the 9 unconditioned reinforcers. We're born with all of them except for sex. That's something that we develop obviously later, but we develop naturally. We're born knowing those, right? Those are not things that we learn are good. We just know they're good. So our answer here is money. Money is an example of a generalized conditioned reinforcer. So a generalized conditioned reinforcer is a reinforcer that works in like pretty much any situation. It's not specific to a particular event. So for example, if I ask for water and you give me water, the reinforcer is water. Giving me something else like money wouldn't work in that situation, right? Because I wanted water. So money would be like going to work. It would be giving you, like selling you something, right? Or Maybe as a kid, if they do ask them to do their chores, you give them money. So that would be a generalized conditioned reinforcer. It's not specific. It can be used with anything. And generally, it's accepted. Its reinforcing value is accepted. Georgia is a BCBA working with Christina. Christina completes her math assignments way too quickly and makes a lot of mistakes. What would be the best DRL procedure to slow Christina down? A, full session DRL. B, space responding DRL. C, DROL. D, interval DRL. So the answer is not C, because I made that one up again, tricked you again. But I'm going to go over what DRL is. Now, before I go over what DRL is, I will say it's a pretty big topic, and a lot of people get the three of these confused. I did make a pretty extensive training video on DRL, and I'm going to put the card for that up. So you can just click on it now, pause this, click on that, watch the training, and come back to here. I'm going to tell you what DRL is, but I'm going to explain it in really like a minute or less, whereas I have a 15-minute video on it earlier. So DRL, you use DRL when a behavior is appropriate, but it's occurring too often. So you want to decrease it, but you don't want to decrease it to zero. You just want to decrease it and make it happen less often. So there are three types of DRL: full session DRL, interval DRL, and space responding DRL. Full session DRL is when you have something like a class period or a game or an ABA session, and you say to the child, okay, you can only do this X number of times. So that poses a couple risks, right? Number one, the child doesn't get the reinforcement until the entire period is over to see whether or not they did it X number of times. The other issue can be that the child can do all of their opportunities in the first few minutes of the session and then run out of them for the entire session. So let's say you have a class period and it's 1 hour and the child is allowed to have, let's just say, I don't know, 3 glasses of water, and they drink 3 glasses of water in the first 2 minutes. Now, that's a silly example, but you get the point. Then they can't have any water for the rest of the hour. So then an issue to solving that is interval DRL. This is when you break a period into intervals. So you have, instead of a class period or a game or an ABA session that's 1 hour, you break it into maybe 3 20-minute segments. And then they can only do something, let's say, twice in that 20 minutes. And they get the reinforcement at the end of the interval. Then we have space responding DRL. This is when you're indirectly manipulating the rate of a behavior by increasing the inter-response time between occurrences of behavior. So if a person, let's say, is eating too quickly and they're taking 20 bites of food per minute, then the average inter-response time, right, is 3 bites of food per minute, or excuse me, 3 bites, 3 seconds is the average inter-response time, meaning they're taking a bite of food every 3 seconds. And then again, that's 20 bites per minute. That seems excessive. So if we said to the child, okay, you have to wait 10 seconds between bites of food, number one, it's a little easier for a behavior like that, like eating, than when you're doing it very quickly. And it then will indirectly decrease the rate of the behavior because you're slowing it down. So if someone is waiting 10 seconds between bites, they can only take 6 bites per minute. So it's going to go down the rate from 20 bites per minute to 6 bites per minute. Typically, space responding DRL is used when someone is doing something too quickly. So that is our key word here, too quickly. That goes hand in hand with a space responding DRL. So here, Georgia would tell Christine, you have to wait and you have to check your math problems, let's say, every time you finish, and you have to spend at least 30 seconds on each problem before you can go to the next one. I actually do this sometimes with my coaching clients. I do one-on-one tutoring. If you didn't know, you can check out my website, hopeeducationservices.com. I do one-on-one tutoring. And sometimes I'll tell people, look, you're going too fast. You have to slow down. And I'll set the timer and say, I'm not taking your answer. If you tell me your answer, I will put you on extinction. You have to spend 1 minute reading the question, right? That's an exam prep to kind of know that each question you have about a minute to answer it. Now, obviously, you may not need a minute on every question, and sometimes you may need more. But when people are going too fast, I'll set the timer. Say, you have to wait a minute between answering questions, right? Then you're decreasing the rate by increasing the inter-response time. Ami is teaching Kimberly to write her name. She teaches her to write her name with a pencil on lined paper, a crayon in her coloring book, paint on the art easel, and chalk on the blackboard. What type of generalization is this? A, response generalization, B, stimulus generalization, C, stimulus equivalence, and D, generalization across materials. So I think it's fairly straightforward that we're talking about generalization. So we can cross off C and D, and we're left with response generalization and stimulus generalization. Now, there are a lot of people who teach the rule: more than one response generalization, and more than one stimulus generalization. That is not true. If you were to use that gauge, you'd get this question wrong. Because the truth is, we are not cavemen. We have tools, right? We have lots of tools. We have cups and spoons and pencils and paint and bikes, and we have chairs and all sorts of things, right? That we use on refrigerators and sinks and all sorts of things, vacuums, brooms. These are all stimuli. And when we engage in responses or behaviors, we use the stimuli, right? We are not cavemen. We do not sit naked, beating our chests, engaging in responses. We are using stimulus or stimuli when we're engaging in responses, which means that it is entirely possible that our response can look different, but we can still use a stimulus. For example, if we walk to work versus we ride a bike to work, versus we skateboard to work, versus we roller skate to work, right? So now we have a skateboard, a bike, and we have a, whatever I said, roller skates, right? Skateboard, roller skates, and bike. So those are three different behaviors completely. And we're using stimuli in each of those behaviors. Well, they're not stimulus generalization. It's not stimulus generalization just because we're using stimulus. So here's the correct gauge that you need to use when you're seeing a question like this. And it's very likely on your exam, right, that you're going to see something about generalization. So you do really, really want to know this. If there's more than one response that produces the same effect on the environment, it is response generalization. In the example I gave, riding the bike, using roller skates, or the skateboard, they're all three different behaviors, three different responses. They have the same effect on the environment. They got you to work. Now, yes, they use stimuli, but that's not relevant. And then you have stimulus generalization. Well, what is stimulus generalization? Stimulus generalization is when the behavior or the response remains exactly the same in terms of what it looks like topographically, but the conditions around the behavior change. And that could be with another person in a new place or with different stimuli. Now, when you do have different stimuli and you're in stimulus generalization, the behavior has to remain exactly the same topographically. So now that we know that, we can look at this question and look at what are the different responses that are here. And do they look the same or look different? Writing on a pencil with lined paper and a crayon in a coloring book, that somewhat pretty much looks the same. If it just ended there, you could probably say, well, that's stimulus generalization, right? She's just using a writing utensil and you hold it the same way and you write it the same way and you put it on the table and you reach over your paper and hold it with your pincher grasp and you move it around. But then we have here paint on the art easel. Well, now we are not looking at the same response anymore. Now this response looks totally different. And chalk on the chalkboard, again, this is a totally different response. So here we have four different behaviors and they're topographically different. They don't look the same. So even though they use stimulus or stimuli, it is response generalization. All right, so please, if you were taught more than one response, more than one stimulus, get that out of your head. The question is there more than one response? If so, then it's response generalization, and if not, then it's stimulus generalization. That's your new gauge. So really at this point, there's not much of a point in even reading this question for you to answer it, but just to tell you, this is what it would look like if the answer was stimulus generalization. So Ami is teaching Kimberly to write her name. She teaches her to write her name with all the different colored crayons in her crayon box. What type of generalization is this? This is going to be your stimulus generalization because the behavior remains exactly the same when she uses different colors. Natasha wants to know how to play her daughter's iPad games. She sits behind her and copies her without her noticing. What is this an example of? A, modeling, B, a response prompt, C, imitation, and D, generative learning. So here, really the purpose of this question is to teach you the difference between modeling and imitation. One of those is the answer to this question. So what is the difference really? Is that modeling is trained. You can have a planned model or an unplanned model, meaning they were put there in the environment intentionally to be a model, or they were just taken advantage of to be a model. And then you have untrained imitation. So since here, Natasha was not taught to actually be was not taught, right, to copy. She wasn't told to copy her daughter. This would be untrained, it would be imitation. So this is C, imitation. And the reason being is no one's telling Natasha to copy her. Now, if someone was telling Natasha, let's say Natasha asked her son, hey, how do you how do you play these video games? And then he says, oh, I'll just look at, my sister, she's sitting on the couch and copy what she's doing. Then it would be considered modeling. And then it would be whether or not she was put there to be a model. In this case, if she probably wasn't, it would have been an unplanned model. But the big thing people teach about it has to do with the immediacy. I mean, both of these things happen immediately. Now, for modeling, you might need prompting in order to be able to gauge in the model. But the idea is that you're engaging in the behavior right away. So it would just be, it's really just, is the person being told to do it, or are they doing it on their own? When they're doing it on their own, it's imitation. Allie Beth is a BCBA teaching a child to label animals based upon their description. What is the most likely type of procedure that Allie Beth is using? A, discrete trial training. B, naturalistic teaching arrangements. C, discrimination training. And D, free operant training. So in the previous example, we had 10 pictures on the table and she was pointing to the correct answer. Here, this is just your classic discrete trial training. So you're going to hold up the picture, right? Describe, or maybe you're going to describe an animal. So say, okay, what animal is green and walks slow and lives in a shell? And then you're expected to respond immediately. So the description of the animal is the SD. Then you're going to respond. The person has to respond immediately, and then they'll be given reinforcement or an error correction, depending upon if they get their answer right or wrong. So that is your classic discrete trial training. One of the key words here is also going to be labeling. So typically when you're labeling something, which is you're naming something, that is usually associated with discrete trial training because there's one correct answer and it's expected to be given in the moment. Which teaching methodology does incidental teaching fall under? A, discrete trial training. B, naturalistic teaching arrangements. C, discrimination training. And D, free operant training. So incidental teaching means that you're taking advantage of learning opportunities that take place in the moment and you're going to use them to progress towards the child's goals. That is part of B, naturalistic teaching arrangements. Which training procedure would you use to teach a teenager who is developing typically to complete household chores? A, forward training. B, total task presentation. C, backwards training. And D, backwards training with leaps ahead. So when we're looking at our training procedures, right, with forwards training or backwards training, and we did go over what those were already, you're going to be teaching things in steps. You're only going to be teaching things in steps if learners have a difficult time learning the procedures and concepts. So here our key word is that the child is typically developing, and it's a teenager, right? So this is an older child who's typically developing. Now, granted, sometimes men are not always that great at learning things around the house. No, just kidding. Sorry if you're a man watching this. Most of you guys are women watching this, but sorry if you're a man. I was only teasing you. But typically, even men can learn all the steps at once. So with total task presentation, B, which is our answer here, means you're just teaching all the steps at the same time. So if you're teaching a teenage boy to do his laundry, you don't really need to teach him. First, you're going to open the laundry door, and that's all you teach him on day one, and then you do the rest. And then you teach him on day two. Okay, you're going to open the laundry door, and then you're going to take your clothes out of your hamper and put them in. Right? No, you just show them how to do it. So B is your answer here, total task presentation. What would be the least likely training procedure used to teach a child to play an electronic jigsaw puzzle game? A, forward training. B, total task presentation, C, backwards chaining, and D, backwards chaining with leaps ahead. So here we have to think about, again, so we went over all these procedures, right? So forward chaining would be that they put in the first piece and then you finish the puzzle. And then you put in two pieces they put in two pieces and you finish the puzzle. And then they put in three pieces and you finish the puzzle. Total task presentation is they put in all the pieces at once. Well, backwards chaining would be they put the last piece in, but you do all the pieces up into the last piece, and then they put the last piece in. And then they put the last two pieces in, and they put the last three pieces in. Leaps ahead would be maybe they put in the last piece and the last two pieces, and they skip to 5 pieces, and then they skip to 10 pieces. So here, when we think about it, we would never use forwards chaining for a puzzle, because the truth is that in order to get reinforcement, the child would have to wait for you to complete the puzzle. So if it's a 20-piece puzzle and the child puts the first two pieces together, they have to sit there as you figure out where the other 18 pieces go. So that just doesn't make any sense. So here our answer is A. You would never use forwards chaining to teach a puzzle. Which chaining procedure would you be least likely to use after doing a single opportunity probe? A, forward chaining. B, total task presentation. C, backwards chaining. And D, backwards chaining with leaps ahead. Well, we said forward chaining is when you start with the first step, right, and teach just the first step, and then just the first 2 steps and first 3 steps, and so on. Total task presentation, you teach all the steps at once. And with backward chaining, you start at the last step, then teach the second to last step and third to last step. So you go backwards. Well, backward chaining with leaps ahead, we said, is when you start in the back to teach the last step first, but you skip steps along the way that the person already knows how to do. If you did a single opportunity probe, you wouldn't know what steps they know how to do, because with a single opportunity probe, once they make a mistake, you stop probing them. You don't give them a chance to finish the rest of the task analysis. So if you did a single opportunity probe, you wouldn't be able to use backwards chaining with leaps ahead because you didn't know what steps they know how to do. So in order to use backwards chaining with leaps ahead, you would need to use a multiple opportunity probe. What is it called when extinction is used for 9 out of 10 trials and reinforcement is used for 1 trial? A, extinction of B9 schedule. B, punishment. C, failed extinction. And D, intermittent reinforcement. Well, I can kind of see you thinking that it's failed extinction, but I put this here for a point, and this is really a teaching question. You're not going to see a question probably quite like this on your exam. One of the problems with extinction is that it is almost impossible to do extinction all the time. So let's just say, for example, that you're not reinforcing a child from crying, but now your child goes into a restaurant and they're crying and crying and screaming and crying. And finally, the manager comes over and says, you guys need to leave the store or leave the restaurant. And let's say they were crying for escape. Well, now they're going to get what they want. Right? Or let's just say something more practical example everybody can relate to. Let's just say that you're, on the phone and you're in a very important business phone call and you're working from home because of the pandemic, and then your kids are driving you insane and you're on the phone with your boss and they're asking you an important question and your son is like, mommy, 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 and you just put the TV on. And you know that you're not supposed to be doing that. You should be extinguishing them coming up to you and saying mommy, mommy over and over, right, to get what they want. But you kind of just had to do what you had to do in the moment. The problem with that is when extinction is not used properly, even if it's used 90% of the time correctly, it's actually intermittent reinforcement. And why is that such a big issue? Well, intermittent reinforcement is the hardest schedule to break, because kids do it because it worked that once. It worked that one other time, that 2 other times it worked. And they never know, maybe this will be the time it works again. So our answer here is D, intermittent reinforcement. And again, this is, you do want to know that for your test, but also just keep that in mind when you are a BCBA, and everyone watching this exam will be a BCBA, because the truth is that when you're planning for your interventions, know that extinction is a last case scenario. You should be doing everything you possibly can in antecedent modifications to prevent a behavior from occurring that you don't want to occur, and then use extinction if you have to when it does occur. but it's not your starting place, right? You don't just say, oh, we're just going to extinguish it. No, you do everything you can to not give it the opportunity to occur, to create that abolishing operation for it to not occur. And then if by some chance you fail at, creating the abolishing operation, then you use extinction. I always look at extinction as a failure on my part. Not that I failed as a human or a bad person or bad therapist or bad BCBA, but I wasn't able to get to the point where we could prevent this behavior from occurring. So I, acknowledge that, and I look at my antecedent modifications. And you can always prevent a behavior from occurring, but whenever possible, that's what your goal is going to be. Lucy loves gummy bears. Her BCBA Janice is teaching her to mand for them. Initially, she holds up a gummy bear and says, "Gummy." Lucy repeats, "Gummy," and Janice gives her a gummy bear. Eventually, Janice is able to fade out saying "gummy," and Lucy says "gummy" all on her own. What procedure did Janice use to teach Lucy to say "gummy"? A, echoic to mand procedure, B, echoic to tact procedure, and C, tactic mand procedure, and D, chaining. Well, it's not chaining, right? That we could just take out. Oops. All right, so let's just cross off chaining. That is definitely not the answer. All right, so now we have echoic to mand, echoic to tact, tact to mand. So I think the first question is this a mand procedure or a tact procedure? So the question becomes, is the reinforcement specific? Is she saying the thing she gets? So here, Lucy says "gummy," right? And she gets a gummy bear, which means this is a manding procedure. So we're going to cross off B. Now the question is she repeating what she says? And echoic is right when one person says something, the other person says the same thing, or identifying what she sees. So if we have the gummy out on the table and Lucy said, "What is it?" or Janice, said, "What is it?" and Lucy said "gummy bear," that would be tact to mand. And if Janice is holding up the gummy bear and says "gummy," and then Lucy repeats it, then it would be an echoic to mand procedure. So here, what happens, let's look at it. It says that Janice, she holds up a gummy bear and says "gummy," and Lucy repeats it. So this is an echoic to mand procedure. So here our answer is A. And if you get a question like this, it can be confusing. So those are the steps you're going to go through if you get that question to answer it. Hirikusu is out for dinner to celebrate passing her BCBA exam. She asks the waitress what type of champagne they have. Which verbal operant is this? A, tact, B, intraverbal, C, intraverbal, and D, mand. Well, obviously it's not intraverbal because I put that twice. So we'll just cross that one off and pretend that didn't happen. So is it a tact or a mand? This is actually a mand. It's a mand for information. And I have seen BCBAs and even make YouTube videos and teach this incorrectly. If you ask somebody a question and that question results in an answer that is that you wanted, right? It's actually considered a mand because what you're getting is specific to the MO of what you were asking for. Other things that are considered mands is prayers. Prayers are considered mands. Requests are considered mands. Giving advice is considered a mand. Those are all considered mands. So that is in Cooper. That is in the Cooper book. So you do want to look that up. But do know that if you're asking a question and you're getting an answer and that answer is specifically information that you wanted from that question, then it is a mand. It is not an intraverbal. And a lot of even BCBAs confuse that. So be careful when you're studying, because I've seen more than one resource, and I don't want to call out anybody, but I've seen more than one resource that is put out by BCBAs helping you study for your exam that are calling that an intraverbal, and it is not. Oh, look, it was an intraverbal and an interverbal. So they were not the same. So, but it is neither an intraverbal or an interverbal. All right, I'm relieved there that there was a difference. Abriana is a BCBA working with Logan. Logan is constantly disrupting the class. Abriana says, "Logan, if you talk out of turn one more time, you are staying after school." She then says, "What will make you stay after school?" And Logan says, "If I talk one more turn out of time. One more time. If I talk out of turn one more time." What is this an example of? A, transitivity, B, symmetry, C, reflexivity, and D, stimulus equivalence. This is going to be just like in our previous example our symmetry, right? So we did it backwards. First, the teacher says, if you talk one more time, you're going to stay out of school. And then what will make you stay after school? Talking one more time. We did an example just like this. But this is another example of where the child asks, what's your mom's name? Susan. Who is Susan? My mom. That is symmetry. When you're reversing the response in the stimulus, that is symmetry. A high probability request sequence is A or N, abolishing operation, A, B, punishment procedure, C, establishing operation, or D, type of reinforcer. So a high probability request sequence, which is an AKA for behavior momentum, is when you present 3 to 5 very simple tasks before presenting a demand you think the child may not comply with. And it's very simple, like touch your nose. Yay, great job. Okay, raise your hands. Wow, look at you raising your hands. All right, give me 5. Wow, right, high five, good job. Okay, go clean up your toys. That would be a high probability request sequence. Now, it is often thought about as, and a lot of people confuse thinking that you're establishing compliance, but you only would use an abolishing operation as an antecedent modification for a potential problem behavior. Right? I just said from the beginning, you're going to do this when you think someone won't comply. So what you're actually doing when you're using a high probability request sequence is creating an abolishing operation, and A is our answer, an abolishing operation for the problem behavior. By providing reinforcement just before you think a maladaptive behavior would occur, then you are going to decrease that desire for the maladaptive behavior by having them want to continue accessing that reinforcement. And that's how a high probability request sequence works. Aria was sharing nicely with Leilana. Leilana said thank you and told her what a good friend she is. Now Aria shares even more often. What is this called? A, positive punishment. B, negative punishment. C, positive reinforcement. And D, negative reinforcement. So if you remember, I took you through 4 questions in order to get these answered earlier in this training. And that is, what is the behavior? Well, here, the behavior is sharing. Did the behavior increase or decrease? It went up, right? It says that Aria shares even more often. So since the behavior increased, which we see right here, we know it is a reinforcement procedure. So we'll cross off punishment. Okay, now is it positive or negative? The next question we ask ourselves is, what is the consequence? And it turns out the consequence here is that Leilana said thank you and told her what a good friend is. So we'll call it social praise. And then was something added or taken away? And something was added, right? The social praise was added. So that makes this answer C, positive reinforcement. And I do apologize for my pup. I think you guys have heard him a couple times in this video. He lives with me and I'm working from home. So you'll hear him every once in a while. Extinction can never be used with A, attention-seeking behaviors, B, escape behaviors, C, automatically reinforced behaviors, and D, access-controlled behaviors. So what is extinction? Extinction is when you let a behavior occur, but you do not provide it with reinforcement. So it decreases, right? Because it's not accessing reinforcement. Well, you can't do that with automatically reinforced behaviors, because by definition, an automatically reinforced behavior results in reinforcement as soon as the behavior occurs. So extinction can only be used with socially mediated behaviors because it requires another person to withhold reinforcement. But if the behavior itself results in reinforcement, then you can't use extinction. So for example, if I were to get up and turn the radio off, right? That's an automatic behavior. What I wanted was the radio off. When I engage in the behavior, the radio went off. You can't use extinction there. So our answer here is C. Praise is an example of A, generalized conditioned reinforcer, B, good punisher, C, backup reinforcer, and D, primary reinforcer. So we said a generalized conditioned reinforcer is a reinforcer that's not specific to a situation, can be used really in any situation, and is generally has accepted value that it's a good thing. A punisher obviously is something that decreases behavior. A backup reinforcer is the thing you're working for when you're using a token economy. It's it's the thing that you exchange the tokens for. And a primary reinforcer is something you're born with, something that's not learned. So praise is something that you learn. So it is a conditioned reinforcer, and it's not specific to any situation. So it is a generalized conditioned reinforcer. A contingency contract must A, be written, B, agreed to by both parties, C, include a method for recording data, and D, all of the above. Our answer here is D, all of the above. So I will go over a contingency contract briefly. I do have a full video on it, so I'll put that card up here so you can pause this video now and watch that full video if you want to learn everything about it. But it is essentially a written agreement between a person delivering reinforcement and a person engaging in a behavior where both parties agree to reinforcement specific on that behavior, specific or contingent upon that behavior being displayed. It is only used not to teach skills, but to increase the behavior or increase the use of skills that a child already has or a learner already has. Because there really is no teaching component to contingency contract. And it is neither considered an EO or an AO. It is I guess it would be an establishing operation, but it's a complex treatment package. There's a lot of things that go into it. So it can't be defined as one type of intervention. It is a complex treatment package. It's right. It's not an AO or an EO. It uses differential reinforcement. It uses all sorts of things. Premack principle uses a lot of things involved. What is not a type non-exclusionary timeout procedure? A, ribbon timeout. B, planned ignoring. C, a hallway timeout. And D, removal of a specific reinforcer. Man, so this is like our double negatives, right? So the first thing we need to figure out is what this is asking. So a non-exclusionary timeout is when someone does get to participate. They get to stay in the environment, but they're removed, like they're not able to participate. So they're denied access to an activity, but they're not denied access to the environment. An exclusionary timeout, they are denied access to the environment. So with a ribbon timeout is when you a person has to wear a ribbon and you can't call on them or talk to them. So think about if a person has playing basketball and they maybe fouled too much and now they have to wear a wristband that says you can't pass to them, but they can still play. That would be a ribbon timeout. Planned ignoring is actually a type of timeout when you're not going to talk to anybody. You're going to completely ignore somebody and tell everybody don't talk to that person. I don't recommend you do that in a classroom setting. It's not probably a good idea, but it is considered a type of punishment, a type of timeout. A hallway timeout would be if you removed someone from a classroom and told them to wait in the hallway. And then removal of a specific reinforcer. This would be if everybody in the class got something, but you took it away from that child. So if everybody else got to play basketball and the other person didn't, they got to sit on the sideline and watch. That would be D, removal of a specific reinforcer. The type of the timeout procedure that is exclusionary, so it's not a non-exclusionary, would be C, a hallway timeout, because they have to leave the environment. Dawn is a BCBA who is working with Adam. Adam is struggling a lot with completing his homework. He is well liked by his peers and they are very supportive of him. Dawn creates a group contingency where the whole class gets a pizza party on Friday if Adam turns his work in on time all week. What type of group contingency is this? A, an independent group contingency. B, a punishment procedure. A dependent group contingency. And D, an interdependent group contingency. So let's go over, it's not a punishment procedure. So let's cross that off. And then let's go over the different types of group contingencies. An independent group contingency is every man for himself. Everybody has the chance to gain access to a reinforcement by earning it through their behavior, and only their behavior affects their chance. Then we have a dependent group contingency. That's a hero procedure when the entire group is reinforced based upon the behavior of one or two or small number of people. And then there's an interdependent group contingency where everybody in the group has to perform a behavior for everybody to get access to it. If even one person doesn't do it, nobody gets access to it. Here, it tells us that if Adam turns in his homework on time all week, the whole class gets a pizza party. So this is our dependent group contingency, C. Which of the following is an unwanted effective punishment? A, matching law. B, behavior contrast. C, increased learning. And D, behavior momentum. Well, obviously, an unwanted effect would not be increased learning, so we'll cross that off. Behavior momentum, we said, is an AKA for high probability request sequence, so we'll cross that off. We talked about matching law being right reinforcement goes where behavior goes where reinforcement flows. That's associated with the multiple scheduled reinforcement. It is a choice. It's matching law is not the answer. Our answer here is behavior contrast. And the idea here is that if a behavior is punished in one setting and decreases in another setting, it could potentially go up in a non-treatment setting where it's not being punished. So that would be why B is our answer. A good strategy to plan for maintenance is A, use shaping. B, following the relevance of behavior rule. C, using chaining. And D, utilizing the matching law. At this point, we have gone through all of these things. We've talked about what all of these things are. So I'm just going to give you the answer and explain why. The answer here is B, following the relevance of behavior rule. And the idea is the relevance of behavior rule says that you're only going to teach behaviors that are socially significant. Socially significant behaviors all have access to reinforcement in the natural environment. So if you want a behavior to be maintained when you're done teaching it, it should access reinforcement in the natural environment. So a perfect example of this is I studied Japanese in college. I studied it for 8 semesters and I spoke it fairly well. By the time I graduated, I could read and write in hiragana and katakana and some kanji. And I was able to, it wasn't fluent, but I could have a conversation in Japanese. Now, if my life depended upon it, I couldn't order a, California roll in Japanese. It's just, I have not practiced it and graduated over a decade ago. I won't tell you how long ago. I can tell you I have told you I've been in the field for 15 years. So you can surmise it's been a long time since I graduated college. And so I don't speak Japanese anymore. Why? Because it didn't contact reinforcement in the natural environment. It wasn't really following the relevance of behavior rule. It wasn't relevant to my life because I didn't know anyone who spoke Japanese and I didn't plan to go to Japan. So it was a fun hobby, but I forgot it because I didn't have a chance to practice it. But if you are following the relevance of behavior rule, like let's say, for example, I do where I lived and I wound up, moving to New York and then New Jersey and then Arizona, I have a chance to speak Spanish every day. So if I would have learned Spanish and that would have contacted reinforcement in a natural environment, I would probably still speak Spanish. So a good strategy to plan for maintenance is to B, follow the relevance of behavior rule. Coral is a BCBA teaching a child to fold and put away his laundry using a visual schedule. The schedule has pictures on it and the drawer is labeled with the word shirt. All right, so we have a couple of things. We know we're going to go, we look at these answer choices, we say reflexivity, transitivity, matching law, symmetry. I just encourage you to start doing this right when you write it down. Right now you have pictures of shirts, right? Pictures of shirts, just like write already down what you have, because that's going to really help when you're going through these questions. So on your exam, you'll read it through twice, but for this purpose, we're just going to do it once, right? And then we have the word shirt. Okay. And then it says he goes to get, and he goes to his shirts from his laundry basket. So now we have an actual shirt. Then it says he folds the shirt, he gets it and he walks over to the drawer. He reads the word shirt. So now we know that reading the shirt and puts the folded shirt where they go. So we know that we have all these things being equal. Right, so he, specifically, here it's talking about transitivity. So let's back up a second here and let's show you, I'll show you all the steps on how we derive that. Our answer here is B, transitivity. So it says here the picture and the shirt, the picture has schedules and it's labeled with the word shirt. So this is a relationship he was taught, right? The pictures of the shirt is the same as the shirt. So then he said the student was then taught that the picture of the shirt represents the shirt, right? And these things were taught. And so then this relationship was derived, that the picture of the actual shirt is equal to the word shirt, which is where transitivity comes in here. So transitivity is when you're taught two relationships and you derive another. And it is important to note that with stimulus equivalence, you always have the reflexive relationships so that you can derive with stimulus equivalence for relationships. What is a do not enter sign considered to be? A, an AO, B, a stimulus prompt, C, response prompt, and D, rule governed behavior. So you do want to know and you do want to memorize that a sign is considered verbal behavior, which is considered to be a response prompt. It's considered to be a verbal direction. So no, all signs, a stop sign, a do not enter sign, it's considered to be a response prompt. Lucas is learning to make a cake. His BCBA Jenny teaches him to crack an egg by getting a cup and hitting it against the cup. Later, he realizes that it's just easier for him to crack it on the counter. What did Lucas demonstrate? A, a relational frame. B, stimulus generalization. C, maintenance. And D, response generalization. So remember, we said that when the behavior remains exactly the same topographically, it's stimulus generalization. And when the behavior looks different, but has the same effect on the environment, it's response generalization. Here, he used to crack it against a cup. Well, now he's doing it differently. He's cracking on the counter. That does look different. It's topographically different, but it's functionally equivalent, right? They both have the same effect on the environment. They're of cracking an egg to make the cake. So it is response generalization D. And that brings us to the end of task list G. So great job, guys. This was a big section. Okay, guys, you got through G. So congratulations. Like I said, that's a massive, massive section. It's super, super important. And we're going to jump now into task list H. And that is very similar to G in the sense that you really have to know these concepts. So H is all about selecting and implementing interventions. So it's really going to build a lot on what we just talked about in task list G, where we talked about differentiating or understanding, reinforcement and punishment and extinction. Now we're going to really look at some of the unwanted effects of those things and how to know how to apply those interventions and when to use them and what to look out for. So we're really going to build on it. And again, this is a section where you absolutely must understand the concepts, not just memorize definitions. If you want to get through these questions on your exam, really, this is about applying information, not just memorizing information. So there are 16 questions on your exam in task list H. So let's go over them now. What is the best description of an operationally defined goal? A, Jalen will stop throwing blocks at people's heads. B, Jalen will not throw blocks for 2 weeks. C, Jalen will not throw a block at a person when he is asked to clean up his toys for 2 weeks. D, Jalen will not throw a block at another person when he is asked to clean up his toys for 90% of opportunities across at least 2 people over 2 weeks. So here we're looking for what is an operationally defined goal. Now, that is different than an operationally defined behavior. The purpose of an operationally defined behavior is to know when a behavior occurs. And the purpose of an operationally defined goal is to know when a goal, right, an objective is met. So what we're looking for is the details about how we know this person really knows it. How many people does he do it with? How many times does it happen? What percentage, what rate, what fluency or latency, whatever it is, what is the time period we want to see that for? So our best answer is D. Now, I've heard a lot of people say that they typically go with the longest answer. That's not necessarily going to work every time when it comes to these questions, but often you are looking for them, or you always are looking for the most complete response. Kyle is a 16-year-old boy with autism. He has limited play skills and only likes to play on his iPad. He enjoys card games on his iPad. His BCBA told him that he has to be able to do something other than play on his iPad and told him he had to do puzzles. Kyle told the BCBA that he hated puzzles. He said that they always got him frustrated and he would never do a puzzle if he had the choice. Instead, he asked if he could learn to play solitaire with cards since he enjoyed playing card games online. His BCBA told him he could learn to play card games after he learned puzzles. The first time puzzles were introduced, Kyle cried for 1 hour and threw the puzzle pieces at his BCBA. Kyle refused to work with the BCBA again, and his parents wound up requesting a new BCBA. What did the BCBA do wrong? A, doing a puzzle was not age appropriate. B, she did not take into account client preference. C, nothing, puzzles were an appropriate goal. D, nothing, escape behavior should not be reinforced. So let's look at all of these. Doing a puzzle is not age appropriate. Since Kyle's 16, I do puzzles sometimes. I think puzzles can be appropriate at any age. And there's nothing in the question indicating that. So that's not going to be our answer. She did not take into account client preference. Well, that's a big one. We should take into account client preference when making when selecting interventions. That is one of the things that the BACB does recommend we take into account. And she didn't do that here, right? He told her nicely he wanted to do puzzles, to play solitaire. It seemed like a reasonable thing. The BCBA had provided him with the explanation that he had to do something other than puzzles and or online, the iPad games, and he seemed to be willing to do that. So should that have been honored? That's the question. C, nothing, puzzles were an appropriate goal. So do you think she didn't do anything wrong? So I guess that's the question, right? Is it B or is it C? Did she do something wrong? Should she have stuck to her gun or let him do something else that he was advocating for? And then D, nothing, escape behavior should not be reinforced. That's really referring to the fact that he asked that question, right? He got frustrated and he asked if, no, obviously, or he said, right, that they always got him frustrated. He would never do a puzzle if he had a choice. Instead, he asked if he could learn to play solitaire with cards since he enjoyed playing card games online. This was really a command, right? He was using communication to express his desire to escape doing the puzzles. So is it always the case we should never reinforce escape? Of course not, right? If someone's asking appropriately to escape something, we may want to reinforce that. We may not always want to reinforce it, but we may want to. In this case, the issue is that she did not take into account the client preference. He's 16 years old. He does have preferences. When you're working with older kids, or really any kids, but especially older kids, you're looking at a skill that they don't need, right? So following the relevance of behavior rule as well, that kind of can be pulled into here. If he was never going to play puzzles at 16, there's really no reason he needed to learn to do puzzles. The BCBA had said she wanted him to do something that didn't involve the iPad. He suggested something he was wanting to do, so that should have been honored. So their answer here is B. The problem is the BCBA did not take into account client preference. Karen is a BCBA working with Jude. Jude always eats bean burritos for lunch. He has a bad habit of throwing them at his teacher. Karen recommends that when Jude throws burritos at his teacher, his lunch is removed and he does not get to eat lunch. Jude's teacher is in agreement, but his mother is opposed to this. What is this intervention lacking? A, social significance. B, social validity. C, empirical evidence. And D, an appropriate punisher. So here we want to look at these. Well, C and D is out, right? this is really an example of punishment, so negative punishment. So empirical evidence, there is empirical evidence for negative punishment. So we'll cross off C. An appropriate punisher, it seems like an appropriate punisher to me, that he threw the burrito, so he lost his lunch. It seems like an appropriate punisher. So social significance or social validity. A lot of people ask me all the time, what's the difference between these two? It can be confusing. Social significance means that the behavior you're teaching is important to an individual. So here, is this lacking importance? Jude being able to eat nicely is not lacking importance. So there is not a lack of social significance, but there is a lack of social validity. It says here that his mother is opposed to the intervention. Social validity refers to the fact that the people in the child's life, the people that have to carry out the interventions, agree to them and are able and willing to carry them out. So in this case, since his mother does not agree, it's lacking social validity. What is not a downside to extinction? A, extinction bursts. B, it does not teach a replacement behavior. C, it can be very effective. And D, failed extinction is intermittent reinforcement. Okay, so this is a challenging question, even though it doesn't seem like it at first, because this is one of those almost like double negation-ish questions where you have to really figure out what it's asking. So what is not a downside to extinction? So we're going to read each question and say, is this a downside to extinction? That's how you're going to get through these questions. So extinction bursts, are they a downside to extinction? Yes. It does not teach a replacement behavior. Is that a downside to extinction? Yes. It can be very effective. Is that a downside to extinction? No, it's true, but it's not a downside. It's actually the reason we do it, despite all these other things. And then D, failed extinction is intermittent reinforcement. We went through this already, right? That if you do extinction almost perfectly, but not perfectly, it's really intermittent reinforcement, which is the hardest reinforcement schedule to break. So that is true, and it is a downside to extinction. So our answer here is C. What is not a downside is it can be very effective, which is true, which is why we do it, even though it has risks. Joancy is a BCBA working with Martha. Martha was engaging in the behavior of throwing her toys off the desk whenever a demand was placed on her. Joancy instructed her RBT Sam to allow Martha to request a break with a break card. Initially, it worked very well. Sam no longer allowed Martha's behavior of throwing to get her a break and only reinforced Martha by using the break card. Eventually, over time, and without even realizing it, Sam stopped giving Martha a break when she used the break card. This caused the throwing behavior to come back. What happened in this scenario? A, extinction. B, resistance to extinction. C, spontaneous recovery. And D, resurgence. So here we have an example of D, resurgence. Resurgence is when a behavior that was previously extinguished comes back because the new replacement behavior is no longer being reinforced, or another way to say that is put on extinction. So it says here, Sam stopped giving Martha a break card when she used the break card, or excuse me. That's how we know that it is resurgence. Joancy is a BCBA working with Martha. Martha was engaging in the behavior of throwing her toys off the desk whenever a demand was placed on her. Throwing was put on extinction and the behavior stopped completely. After several months of not throwing toys, one day Martha threw the toys off the desk when a demand was placed. Joancy ignored the behavior and kept the demand in place. The behavior did not come back. What is this an example of? A, extinction. B, resistance to extinction. C, spontaneous recovery. And D, resurgence. So we went through some of these, right? So extinction means you're not providing reinforcement for previously reinforced behavior. Resistance to extinction means you continue to engage in the same behavior again and again, even though you're not escalating it and even though it's not resulting in reinforcement. Spontaneous recovery is when a behavior comes back out of nowhere and after it's been previously extinguished. That is the answer here. So our answer here is C. And we went over resurgence. It's similar to a spontaneous recovery, but it's specifically when a behavior comes back because the replacement behavior stops being reinforced. Which is not a potential undesired effective reinforcement? A, collateral effects. B, reinforcers are always changing. C, behavior contrast, D, decreased response effort. This is a bit of an annoying question, and I wrote it. So I'm sorry, I hope you still love me, but you may see something like this. So you will love me if you see a question like this in your exam, even if you don't love me at the moment. So you have to go through, if you get a question like this, every one of these really, really carefully. So I know what you're going to say to me. The first thing you're going to say to me is, Jess, these all look right. You have to be really careful. There's a key word here, and that's effect. We're looking for the undesired effects of reinforcement. One of these is a limitation of reinforcement. So I want you to go through this and ask yourself, is this an effective reinforcement? One of the things you can say, one of the ways you can use in this particular question to get the answer is, does this happen after reinforcement and is it bad? Right? So collateral effects. What are collateral effects? Collateral effects are when you try to change a behavior and your intervention has an effect on another behavior. And collateral effects can be a good thing or they could be a bad thing. It could be that you put an intervention and improves one behavior, and then by chance it happens to help another behavior as well. Or it could be a bad thing. It could be that you're inadvertently reinforcing, or when you're reinforcing a behavior, that you're inadvertently changing another behavior in a direction you didn't want. So collateral effects are a potential undesired effect of reinforcement. Collateral effects can happen because of reinforcement, and it cannot be a good thing. B, reinforcers are always changing. This is true, but this is not an effective reinforcement. This is this limitation of reinforcement. We want something different every day, right? One day you wake up and you're in the mood for Mexican and tacos, and one day you wake up and you're in the mood for Chinese food, and another day you wake up and you want some curry, right? So our reinforcers are always changing. That is true, and it's a limitation of reinforcement, but it's not an effective reinforcement. It's just a true statement about reinforcement. The third one is C, behavior contrast. This is the idea that if you reinforce a behavior in one setting and it improves, it may decrease in another setting temporarily. So that is a result of a potential result of reinforcement that we don't want to see. And then the last one is decreased response effort. This is the idea that if someone's not being reinforced, they won't put in the same amount of effort. And that is also an undesired effect of reinforcement. So our answer here is going to be B. And again, that is true, but it is a limitation of reinforcement, not an effective reinforcement. Which of the following is true about staff monitoring? A, it should be overt. B, formal monitoring should be frequent. C, provide immediate feedback. And D, reinforcement is not required. Okay, so this is a situation where we're looking at some questions here that maybe you do know the answer to this, but maybe you don't. And if you don't really know the answer to this, this is, number one, a little bit of a hard section because it can be subjective. And you can say, but what if this happened? And what if this happened? What if this happened? And you can kind of just say, okay, well, I could find an example where you should do this or you shouldn't do this. So we're looking for our best answer in this case. And this is why H tends to trip up a lot of people. So let's look at each one of these immediately. The first thing you're going to do is cross off what you know is wrong. So the obvious thing that is just absolutely not correct, right? You should be able to look at this right away and know that you do require reinforcement. So you can cross off D, reinforcement's not required. If you get a question like this, that you're really like, oh man, I don't really know, I'm not 100% here, cross off the ones that you do know are wrong. There will usually be at least one you can just cross off from the beginning, even if you have no idea what it is. Then you want to go back, make sure you know what they mean, right? So A means the person that is being monitored should be aware of it. That sounds like a good answer. But it also does seem to make sense that you should formally monitor people frequently, that you should provide immediate feedback. Well, here's the thing. Formal monitoring should actually be less frequent than informal monitoring. Informal monitoring will give you a chance to see what's happening, and it will also give the therapist a chance to get to know you, to build rapport, to learn from you. Formal monitoring, which is where you're formally evaluating someone's skills, that should actually be infrequent. You don't need to do that all the time. It's the informal monitoring that's going to really help to build rapport and to have your RBTs learn from you. So B is actually not the answer. Now, provide immediate feedback. A lot of people tend to pick this one. Should you provide immediate feedback? You know, you shouldn't wait forever, right? You shouldn't wait 6 months to provide feedback. But in a lot of cases, you actually shouldn't provide immediate feedback. If a therapist is in the middle of a session or RBT is in the middle of a session and they make a mistake, you don't necessarily want to, or you really shouldn't, unless it's something egregious and the child's in danger, you don't correct the RBT in the middle of the session in front of the family and the child they're working with, right? You would maybe wait a little bit. So in most cases, you're actually really not providing immediate feedback. You're not going to wait like 6 months down the road. Maybe you're going to follow up in an email after the observation period, but you're not going to be providing immediate feedback in some situations. So C is not going to be our answer. Our answer here is that it should be overt. The person who you're observing when you're talking about staff monitoring, this isn't necessarily true if you're talking about monitoring or observing kids. When you're talking about staff monitoring, they must be aware that you're there. It is not okay to hide outside of a classroom and peek in to see what your teachers are doing. It is not okay to watch through like a double glass mirror so they don't know you're there, but you are. And if you're going to observe children and you want to get parents' permission and you want to minimize reactivity to try to minimize the child knowing you're there to prevent reactivity. I know I have often asked parents permission and told the RBTs, hey, I'm going to be joining your session. I'm going to ask mom to, it's going to be via Zoom because of telehealth right now. A lot of things are in telehealth. I'm going to ask mom to set up the camera so that way, Jim doesn't know I'm watching him and he doesn't react differently. That's fine. But when it comes to staff monitoring, we do things overtly. It will not help our staff rapport. And I don't even know, depending upon the state, it may not even be legal. It does depend on the state you're in, if you can observe your employees without their knowledge and consent. So don't do that. Okay. Coral is a BCBA who is concerned that her RBT, Jeffrey, may be engaging in treatment drift. What should Coral do? A, take IOA data. B, review the behavior goals. C, review the intervention plans. And D, rewrite the behavior plans. The first thing you need to know to answer this is, what is treatment drift? Treatment drift is when someone starts carrying out the intervention the correct way, and then over time, they just drift away from it. They start doing things differently, and now they're no longer carrying out the intervention the right way. So which one of these things would help this? Would taking IOA data help? It wouldn't. IOA data is actually more observer drift. It is associated with observer drift. IOA is not associated with treatment drift. So break that connection. I see a lot of people, if you ask people, what do you do for treatment drift? The number one answer I get when I ask people in my private tutoring, which I do, so check out my website if you want that, is they say, take IOA data. You're going to take that out of your head, disconnect them. They don't go together. IOA data is making sure that two people that are observing the same event record the same thing. So if I were to watch, let's say Jeffrey in this case, do therapy with his client, Raquel, and I say, okay, Raquel hit her head 5 times, and then Coral is a BCBA and she's watching and she says, okay, it happened 5 times, right? All that means is that Coral and I saw the same thing. It has nothing to do with what Jeffrey's doing and whether or not he's doing the right thing, which is why that's not the answer. So reviewing the behavior goals. The behavior goals specifically is, what is our goal for the behavior? So if we were, let's say, treating the behavior of headbanging, and we say we want headbanging to occur 0 times for 2 weeks until our goal is met, making sure that Jeffrey knows that is not going to help him to carry out the interventions better. So that's not the answer. So review the intervention plans, review how to carry out the intervention. There's your answer, right? If he's engaging in treatment drift, meaning he stopped carrying out the interventions the right way, the way we're going to solve that is to remind him of what he's supposed to be doing, which is reviewing the intervention plans. So our answer here is C. Our answer is not D, because Coral's not going to go rewrite the behavior plans just because of a treatment drift. Now, it's possible that when Coral reminds Jeffrey what he's supposed to be doing, he's going to say, hey, listen, I started doing this because of this and that. And then Coral will have to remind him, you know what, next time that happens, just make sure you communicate with me, but your feedback is great. I'm going to update the intervention plans to reflect that. But don't think about that and read that into the question if it's not there. Only use the information that you're given in the question. which is really just what's the best way to solve treatment drift, which is just to review the intervention plans. A lot of times when people get these questions wrong, specifically in section H, it's because they're adding information into the question that really shouldn't be there. Micah is a BCBA who is concerned that his RBT, Raphael, may be engaging in observer drift. What should Micah do? A, take IOA data. B, review the behavior goals. C, review the intervention plans. And D, rewrite the behavior plans. So this is the opposite. I think I just gave you the answer. So if you watched the previous question, which you all did, you just cheated. No, just kidding. Anyway, so observer drift is when you start taking one data on one thing, and then you start taking data on something else over time. So this could be, for example, like, let's say you start taking data on screeching, and behavior is fluid, right? So behavior changes over time. The topography of behavior changes over time. So let's say that there's an intervention plan. So Micah puts an intervention plan for a child that Raphael is working with on screeching. Raphael implements it. He does it a great job. Screeching decreases from a rate of 10 times a session to 3 times a session. But then Raphael's student starts to hum. And without even really thinking about it or making a conscious decision about it, Raphael just kind of starts including that in screeching, right? Because the topography changes and he doesn't even realize he did that. But now it looks like the rate went back up. So now Micah is going to come in and he's going to see the rate went down and went back up and say, like, you know, Raphael, what happened? And it seems like things are getting worse. And he's like, no, things are improving. And then Micah goes to Raphael, the child's mom, and mom says, oh no, he's not screeching anymore, but he is humming. And then Micah's like, okay, maybe there is going to be the observer drift. So how would you know that? If Micah were to say, listen, Raphael, during the session today, I'm going to take data and you're going to take data. Let's compare it afterwards. Now, if Raphael's data is much higher and Micah's data is lower, then Micah may have a good indication that Raphael accidentally started recording the wrong thing. So our answer here is A, take IOA data. You probably knew that from the previous question, right? Because I had said that. IOA data goes with observer drift, and reviewing intervention plans goes with treatment drift. This is a topic that you see in a lot of mock exams that BCBAs are writing, which means it may be important for you to know this. Rich is a BCBA who is conducting his first formal research study. During the study, he made an error during the baseline phase. However, the intervention was implemented correctly. What is the study lacking? A, procedural fidelity. B, treatment integrity. C, type 1 error. And D, type 2 error. Well, there is an error here, so we're not lacking errors, so we'll cross those off. So is it procedural fidelity or treatment integrity? This is the only thing I actually found between the second edition of Cooper and the third edition of Cooper that actually changed. In the second edition of Cooper, somewhere it says that treatment integrity or procedural fidelity, and it says they're the same thing. They're used completely as AKAs. There is one sentence and only one sentence in the third edition of Cooper that clarifies that treatment integrity refers to the intervention being carried out the right way during a study, and that procedural fidelity has to do with the whole thing, including other intervention phases like the baseline. So this is a very small change. They were previously AKAs people say under the fourth edition, they were AKAs, but in the second edition of Cooper, they were used as AKAs. There was one sentence added to clarify that there's a small difference between them. I use this as an opportunity to point that out for you. I think for the most part, people still use them as AKAs. They mean almost the exact same thing, right? It's whether or not the study was carried out correctly, but specifically, procedural fidelity is whether the study was carried out correctly, all parts of the study, and B is treatment integrity, is the intervention was implemented correctly during the study. So since it says here that the intervention was implemented correctly and he made an error during baseline, our answer is A, procedural fidelity. And I really just use this question as an opportunity to show you that. Obviously, all of us know a lot was added, right, between the second edition and third edition of Cooper. The only thing I saw that changed is actually this. And I don't even know that it was a change as much as it was a clarification. And it's really like one sentence. So it may not matter, but if it does, now you know. Whenever mom is home, Angelina eats all of her vegetables and asks for dessert. When dad is home, Angelina refuses to eat any vegetables and never asks for dessert. What appears to be happening here? A, matching law. B, reactivity. C, behavior contrast. And D, self-monitoring. So here we have one behavior, right? Eating our vegetables. And that behavior has two schedules of reinforcement. Okay, at mom's house, eating veggies is being reinforced with dessert. At dad's house, there is no reinforcement for eating, there's no dessert for eating vegetables. As a result, at dad's house, the behavior is not happening. At mom's house, it is happening. When a behavior goes up in the treatment setting and then decreases in the non-treatment setting, right? So the reinforcement is mom's house, that's the treatment. The reinforcement's the treatment. Eating dessert is the treatment, the intervention, the independent variable for the dependent variable or the behavior of eating veggies. In dad's house, that's not taking place. This is called behavior contrast. So again, where the intervention is being put into place, if the behavior goes up, where the intervention is not put in place, the behavior is going to go down. What is a direct method of monitoring treatment integrity? A, self-report. B, observation. C, questionnaires. D, behavior rating scales. So here we have to look at our keyword in order to get the answer. So our keyword here is direct. The only thing here that is a direct is an observation, right? A direct method is an observation. Self-report, questionnaires. Oops, here we go. All right, again, self-report, questionnaires, behavior rating scales. These are all indirect methods. So B is our direct method. Jenny is a BCBA working with Rita. Rita will spit on her hands and rub it on the table. Jenny conducts an FBA and determines that the behavior is automatically maintained. She writes a behavior plan to use NCR to reduce playing with her spit. She instructs the RBT to have Rita play with finger paint on a fixed 20-minute schedule to reduce spitting. Mom refuses to allow it because she just got a brand new white carpet. What should Jenny do? A, pick a different appetitive stimulus. B, explain NCR to mom. C, agree to put down a drop cloth. And D, terminate services. Okay, so we have a lot in here. This is a true story. I actually did have this happen, and it is completely based on fact. The only thing that's different is the names. So what did I do? I did not terminate services. I did not ask to put down a drop cloth because despite the fact that I have insurance, I don't want to use it. So did I explain NCR to mom or pick a different appetitive stimulus? So first of all, what is NCR? It's when you're delivering a potential reinforcer or desired stimulus in order to create an abolishing operation for the target behavior, right? So here, I did actually explain NCR to mom, but that doesn't necessarily fix the fact that we have here finger paint in a brand new white carpet. Now, why someone gets a white carpet is beyond me, but there are people who have white carpeting in their home. And so they have white carpet. So they were like, no finger paint because of white carpet. What did I do? I did explain NCR to mom. Again, that didn't solve the problem. I just said, no worries, let's pick something else. What do you think about just playing with some water on the table, that little bucket of water with a little bit of soap in it? You know, would you be able to go to the dollar store, get one of those shoebox plastic bins, put maybe half an inch of water and some soap, and we'll have her play with that? Mom said, no problem. It won't hurt the carpet if it gets a little bit of water on it. It worked like a charm. The person, Rita, right? This is in the case, Rita, that wasn't her name in real life, but in my situation, Rita's behavior went down. was replaced with water. Mom was happy, Jenny was happy, Rita was happy, and I was happy because I did not have an insurance claim against my liability insurance for a new carpet. Perfect. Okay, so our answer here is A. Now this really comes down to parent buy-in, right, which is social validity. When do we try to change what we're doing, and when do we terminate services, and if we don't have social validity? I would say almost all the time. We can usually make small adjustments in order to make things work. And that's really what they're looking for you to know with questions like this. It's not like mom is saying, no, you can't do applied behavior analysis. She's saying, I just don't want someone playing with finger paint on my red carpet. In that situation, you can almost always find something else to do. So it's not like you're going to terminate services every time you disagree with a parent. You only terminate services if you've exhausted all resources, you've tried everything to make it work, and you just cannot get the parent to agree to anything, then you would terminate services. But that's really what this is about, is recognizing that this is not a reason to stop services. Nadine is a BCBA working with Thomas. Thomas makes loud pitched screeching noises when he gets excited. Nadine is using a token board with Thomas. As soon as he gets 5 tokens, Nadine gives him a cookie. Sometimes Thomas gets so excited about his cookie, he makes a loud screeching sound right after getting 5 tokens. What is a potential risk with this intervention? A, reinforcement is transitory. B, reinforcing the wrong behavior. C, matching law. D, behavior contrast. Well, by now we've went over matching law and behavior contrast probably several times throughout this video. Right? Matching law is the idea of choice, behavior goes or reinforcement flows, so that's not the answer. Behavior contrast, that a behavior that's treated in one setting will increase or decrease in the opposite direction in the non-treatment setting. That's not the answer. So is it that reinforcement is transitory, meaning that it's always changing? It's brief, it doesn't work, or excuse me, it means that reinforcement's brief, right? It's changing, it doesn't work. What works one day doesn't work another day. And then, or reinforcing the wrong behavior. Here, what would be actually happening is right after screeching, right? He's getting his cookie. Then potentially we're reinforcing screeching. So we're potentially B, reinforcing the wrong behavior. Peter started receiving ABA therapy because he was delayed in speech. Goals were set around manding, tax, and interverbals. Peter quickly exceeded all of his goals. A formal assessment was conducted to determine if he had surpassed his peers. His parents report they are very satisfied with his results and have no other concerns. What should be done? A, write new goals for Peter. B, reduce service hours. C, terminate services. Or D, switch to a parent training model. The purpose of this question is simple. It's for you to know that there are times when we don't recommend that treatment continues. If all of the goals are met, he's totally caught up with his peers, there's nothing else to work on, we wouldn't set new goals, we wouldn't reduce goals, we would terminate services. So our answer here is C. Now you may say, well, actually we're gonna fade out services, and that's true. It is likely in this situation we would fade out services. But if you get a question like this and it's looking for the answer, terminate services. So that's why I put this like this and I worded it like this. This is one of those sections where every single question you're going to say, but what if this happens? Wouldn't we do it this way? I did it this way once before. The way you're going to get through H is, what does the BACB want me to put down? What are they trying to make sure I know? What are they getting at? That is the only way that you're going to actually get through this section, because really there's going to be times where you can tell me I did something different in a similar situation in real life, and this is why, and it'll happen for every question. Just for H, which we're now at the end of H, as far as this video is concerned, just try to figure out what are they asking for and what do they want you to see that you know, and you'll get through H. So congrats, you got through it with me, and I hope you get through it on your exam as well. Okay, guys, well, congratulations. You made it to Task List I. Task List I is the last section in the task list. This is the last part of our video. Now, by now, you should have already downloaded ABA Connects. And if you haven't, I don't know what you're waiting for, because ABA Connects is the only app designed for our industry. And this next section, Task List I, is all about personnel and supervision. And what better way to learn about personnel and supervision and management than to connect with other BCBAs and other people in your field? So just a final reminder, ABA Connects, they did sponsor this video. I would again encourage you, if you haven't already, it means you're not listening to me, and you should be listening to me, right? You're studying for me, so pick up your phone and download ABA Connects and add me on ABA Connects as well. So you can directly message me there if you guys have any questions. But we're going to jump right into Task List I. Again, this is all about management, supervision, and it is by far, in my opinion, probably the most subjective part of the task list and the hardest part to find information on, because let's just be honest, you can read the ethics code, you can read the Cooper book, and sometimes we don't really know where they come up with these questions. But I do have some questions for you. Again, this is one where my best advice is, really use your process of elimination, knock questions out if you don't know what it is, use your judgment. What would you do in practice? And this is, again, a really kind of challenging section, but we're going to jump right into Task List I. There were 16 questions about Task List I on your exam, so let's go over 16 questions now. Sandra is a BCBA who is working with an RBT, Genevieve. She is using behavior skills training to teach Genevieve how to implement extinction. Sandra explained why they were using extinction, explained how to use extinction, modeled it for Genevieve, and had Genevieve practice it until she demonstrated mastery. What did Sandra do wrong? A, she should have asked her what she knew about extinction before starting. B, she did not need to provide Genevieve with the rationale for using BST. C, she should have explained extinction before providing a rationale. And D, she failed to provide a written description of extinction. So here we have to know the steps of behavior skills training. So those are first to provide a rationale as to why you're using the procedure that you're using, then to provide both a written and verbal description of what was used or what you're going to be doing, and then you're going to model it, and then you're going to rehearse it and provide feedback until it's mastered. So if we look what happened, she did provide a rationale, she did explain it, she did model it, and they did rehearse it, but there was no written description. So our answer is D. Ricky was a BCBA who just got approved to supervise RBTs. He put a section on his website about supervising RBTs. A week later, he got a call from Sarah. He was open and honest about how excited he was to supervise her and that she was his first supervisee. He was so excited, he started providing her supervision right on the spot. They met for 3 weeks, and once they decided it was a good fit, he sent her a formal contract. Did Ricky do something wrong? No, it's a good idea to make sure a supervisee is a good fit for the supervisor before signing a contract. B, yes, you cannot solicit potential supervisees online. C, no, you can solicit potential supervisees online. And D, yes, he should have sent her a contract prior to starting supervision. So here we have two potential issues. You have to know which one's the real issue. Was the issue that he found her online, or is the issue that he didn't have a contract when he started? The issue is that he didn't have a contract when he started. So, yes, you want to get to know each other, but you do that on a phone call to make sure you're a good fit. Once supervision starts, you have to have a contract before it starts. So you can't do supervision and then make the contract. So D is the answer. He should have sent her a contract prior to starting supervision. This is really, really important because you do want to make sure, right, that you are in agreement about what happened. So there's no questions later. You are a BCBA supervising a clinician at your office who wants to become an RBT. She asked you to complete her RBT competency exam. You notice while conducting her exam, she does not seem to understand the principles of discrete trial training. What would you do? A, tell her you cannot sign off on her exam and to study more and come back to you. B, use behavior skills training to teach her about discrete trial training until you feel confident in her skills. C, sign off on the exam, but recommends she study that topic before taking the RBT test. D, advise her to retake the 40-hour training. So here we have to look at what's the issue? Well, the issue is she doesn't really seem that familiar with discrete trial training. There's a lot of things on that exam. So what we wouldn't do is just tell her we can't come, can't help you, like go away, go study and come back, right? That's not something we can do. We can't do A. We're not just going to tell her to leave. We do want to help her, right? We want to teach her about discrete trial training. So B is your best answer here. We want to use behavior skills training to teach her about discrete trial training until you feel confident in her skills, and then you sign off on it. So we're not going to just dismiss her. We're also not going to sign off on it and then recommend that she continue studying that topic before the test. And we're not going to advise her to retake the 40-hour training. Now, I have had people who came to me and it was as if they arrived on their, they just did not know anything about it. They had no idea. They didn't know what applied behavior analysis stood for, and they knew nothing on it. And it was obvious to me that if they did the 40-hour training, they did it on mute while they were doing dishes and they weren't paying attention to it. And then I've had to tell them, hey, listen, I really can't sign off on this. You really do need to go review some of this stuff. But here our key is that it's one thing, right? It's only just this one thing that she needs help with. This could easily be solved by just doing behavior skills training and then having her know what it is. So that's why our answer is going to be B. Chris is a BCBA who oversees RBTs in an ABA classroom. He has noticed that there is often very little data. He set up a formal observation. While Chris was there, his RBTs ran all of the lessons and took data. He suspected this was a result of reactivity and he was not doing their job when he was not present. As a result, he pretended to leave, but actually stayed and watched them from adjacent classroom through a window without them knowing. Just like he thought, as soon as they left, they were on their phones, looking at their magazines and not running any lessons. Did Chris do something wrong? A, no, informal observations are recommended. B, yes, all observations should be covert. C, yes, all observations should be overt. And D, no, the needs of a student come first and he was testing for reactivity. So here we have to look at a couple things. Now, there is nothing in the ethics code that says all observations must be overt. However, it's really good practice to make sure that all observations are overt. Now, overt means the person you're observing them knows you're there. And I think I said this earlier because we had a question somewhat similar to this in another section, I think in H, where it was a little bit different. We talked about overt versus covert. Covert means secretive, overt means the person that's being observed knows you're there. There's a big difference between when we're observing children and we're observing our staff. It is not good for staff morale if you were secretively watching them. You should not be doing that. It's not okay. It just is not going to lead to a productive relationship between you. Certainly, if you're videotaping someone secretively, that could become an issue, right? Depending upon the state you're in, it might not even be legal to do that. But you need consent for someone to be watched. You need consent for someone to be there. With that said, it is a very big problem that we have, is that sometimes people will perform differently when we're there. And it is, just not only do kids have reactivity, but staff has reactivity. And sometimes staff will not do their job when we're not present. As soon as we're there, then it's like, totally different night and day. And it does affect our learners. So we do have to do something about it. And there are things we can do about it. So one of the things that is recommended about it, and this is not I don't have a question about this, but you might see a question about this, is to do frequent informal observations and frequent spontaneous informal observations. Just because something is overt doesn't mean that it has to be planned. So you could go into a classroom without telling them you were coming and just saying, hey guys, I happen to be in the area and I just wanted to stop by and just see how you guys are doing. So that is overt, but it is unplanned. And now it's going to set up that kind of schedule of reinforcement of, oh, well, they might always pop in, so I better do my job because I never know when they're going to pop in. It also gives you a chance to answer questions and build rapport with your people as well without needing to set up formal observations. So our answer here is C, yes, all observations should be overt, so it is something wrong, and the solution would be to do frequent informal observations. Joan is a BCBA who is working with a client who also sees an occupational therapist. The OT suggests a sensory diet, including sitting in a beanbag and using a weighted blanket. The BCBA does not think this will work, but mom insists Joan give it a chance with the advice of the OT. What should Joan do? A, do what the OT asks and take their data on its effect on your students' behavior to prove them wrong. B, refuse to implement the sensory diet. It is outside of your scope of practice. C, supply research to show mom and the OT that proves weighted blankets don't work. And D, ask the OT to train and supervise you on how to properly implement the sensory diet. Use the beanbag and blanket, but take data and discontinue its use if it has no impact or negative impact on behavior. This question is really a tough one, and you may see something like this in your exam. It's hard because there's really no black and white clear-cut answer for this. There's no instruction in the manual about what you should do, or the ethics code about what you should do, or Cooper about what you should do exactly in this given situation. And every situation is going to be different, and it's going to depend on a bunch of things. I actually did this question with my coaching group. Prior to putting this video out, I had let them hear all the questions. They can see them and tell me what they think about them. And this is one we debated for a really long time. And as a group, we actually looked it up and we said, okay, what does the BACB supervision code say about working with other people? What does it say in the ethics code? What does it say in Cooper? And we spent 45 minutes just debating this question and looking it up. And there really is no exact answer. What we do know is we have to collaborate with other people. The field of ABA has a pretty bad reputation because historically, BACBs were known to not want to work nicely, right? But we do need to play nicely in the sandbox with others. We want to collaborate. We want speech therapists and occupational therapists to carry out our suggestions. And we can't just have the attitude that we're better than everybody else and everybody else's science doesn't matter, right? We have to be able to work nicely with other people. So in Cooper, the only thing I could find about how to answer a question like this is really some questions that you can ask yourself to make the best decision. So the first question you're going to ask yourself is, number one, is it possible that the intervention could be conceptually systematic to the principles of behavior and applied behavior analysis, and it's just being phrased differently? So here, it potentially could be NCR, right? If it is a potential replacement behavior for a behavior they're engaging in. So that's an option. It could potentially be looked at as an NCR. So maybe we're not going to totally discredit. The second thing is it doesn't have any possibility of harming the client. If there's any possibility of harming the client, then 100% we're not going to do it, right? If someone tells you I had I think I've said this earlier, I had a parent many years ago, over a decade ago, that wanted me to teach their child to drink urine. I had another parent who wanted to look at sun gazing. Obviously, no matter what, we can't do these things. So we do want to find that out. We also want to find out if there's research on it. And is there some research that's maybe just not in our field? And is that research valid? Is it a valid type of journal, not maybe someone's opinion on a blog post? It doesn't count as research. The other questions we want to ask ourselves is, do you need training to be able to carry this out? Having a child sit in a beanbag, that really doesn't require any training. And yes, okay, so there's no research documenting that beanbag will improve behavioral performance, but does it really matter? Like if the child's sitting in a beanbag, if we're just saying, hey, take your break, here's your beanbag and blanket, you can use it if you want. Is that really going to be something that we need to be trained in? Is there really any harm in that? And I would say no. And the final question it asks you is, what would happen to the relationship with the other professional in the event that you didn't do this? And so when I look at this particular situation, I'm asking myself, could this potentially be conceptually systematic with ABA? It might be. It could potentially be. It really doesn't give us enough information in this question to know, because the reality of it is if it was possible that the beanbag and the weighted blanket serve the same function as the behavior we're decreasing, it could be possible this is really just NCR, and that using the beanbag and the blanket we can give that as a potential reinforcer, right? Using NCR to create an abolishing operation for the target behavior. So it's possible this could just be that. Now, the other thing is, does there any harm to a student? Well, certainly a beanbag can't harm a student. I mean, I have a weighted blanket and I don't use it for any sort of behavioral reasons. I just think I like sleeping with a weighted blanket sometimes. So I don't really see here how there's any risk of harm. I also don't see any reason that you would need to have any training to carry this out. I mean, this is not like we're talking about doing some sort of like cognitive behavior therapy or talk therapy or another modality or physical therapy technique that we're not trained in doing. So since we don't need any training, it can't cause any harm. My guess here is if we refuse to do it, the OT is not going to want to take our suggestions in the future. My response here, and maybe you disagree with this because this is not black and white, but my response when I go through all those questions, and again, those questions are the only guidelines we have on how to answer a question like this, is D, to ask the OT to train and supervise how they want us to implement this sensory diet, use the beanbag, use the blanket, but take data on it, discontinue its use if it has no impact or a negative impact on behavior. We're certainly not going to take data to prove people wrong, right? So BCBA, as I said, we have a bad rap because sometimes we like to be right? I think there's a certain personality trait that attracts as BCBAs, or the ABA attracts a certain personality type, but we're not taking data to prove people wrong. Now, again, is the sensory diet outside of our scope of practice? Kind of, but again, it really is in this case, there's no real training required to do this, which is why I think when you ask those questions, you're going to come up with like, it's okay to do. And then again, is there research that shows things don't work? We're not trying to find research to disprove other people. Again, unless it's something that we think is causing harm to the person. And then even in an extreme case, we might have to go to the OT and say, hey, listen, you're causing harm to the person. Like in the example I gave about sun gazing, if the OT wanted the child to stare at the sun, we might have to go to the occupational therapist and tell her about the risks and dangers. And then if they decide to do it anyway, we might have to file some sort of complaint with the OT, even with Child Protective Services or their professional board if that was appropriate. So this is one of those questions where you really, really have to just use your judgment, use your best guess, know those questions to ask yourself. And there really isn't going to be an answer here for answer this question this way every time you see it. So that's why I think is one of the hardest sections. I said that about H, E, and I are all going to be those sections where some of these questions, there is some gray room and there's not these hard, fast rules, right? If I show you a graph of a multiple baseline, that's a graph that you can look at it and identify it. It's black and white. If I ask you whether or not you should use DRO or DRA when you need to immediately stop a behavior and there's no replacement behaviors and the child doesn't have anything in the repertoire to replace it with, it's obvious the answer is DRO, right? These are not debatable things. But this is one of those things where it's not black and white. And this could vary very much. If I were to say that the OT suggests you do some sort of manual manipulation to work on the muscles, yeah, you could hurt the child and you need training for that. You can't do that. You would have to refuse to do it. You'd have to say, no, B, we can't do that. But at the end of the day, this is one of those things. So those are the questions. That's my best advice for you on how to answer this kind of question. But it is probably one of the more challenging types of questions you're going to see on your exam if you see a question like this. Madeline is a BCBA working for the Sunshine Clinic. She is asking to take on a new case that will require about 5 hours of work per week. She only has 2 hours per week available. She is under a lot of pressure from her agency to take the case. What should she do? A, take the case and delegate 3 hours of work to her RBTs. B, take the case, but request that the agency finds another BCBA within 60 days, document her request in writing. C, decline the case. And D, take the case and make it work. It's only 3 hours. My disclaimer, if you own a company called the Sunshine Clinic or have the word sunshine in your clinic, this is not a poke at you. That was a made-up name. So that's my disclaimer. And the answer is going to be C, decline the case. So we don't take cases if we can't fulfill them. That is part of our ethics. We must not do that. So oftentimes you do feel pressured by your agencies to take more work on. And if you can't, you have to communicate that, because at the end of the day, losing your BCBA certification is a lot more expensive than losing your job, and a lot easier to replace a job than it would be to need to find a new career and go back and get a master's in something else because you lost your certification. Ethically, we cannot take on work that we cannot fulfill. Deidre is a BCBA. Recently, one of her RBTs, Melissa, has been showing up to work late and canceling sessions a lot. This has never been an issue in the past. What is the most appropriate way for Deidre to handle the situation? A, ask her to grab a drink after work to discuss if something is going on in her personal life affecting her work performance. B, call an informal meeting, praise her for her consistent, reliable work, admit you have noticed a change lately, and ask if there are any accommodations she may need to make things easier. C, ask the other RBTs in your case if they know what's wrong with her. D, write her up. It's affecting her students negatively, and they're your number one priority. So we cannot go get a drink with our RBTs after work. That is creating a dual relationship. So don't do that as a BCBA. It is not okay. Back in the day, I remember we would have a team meeting and some of the BTs in the case, they weren't even BTs back then. We would go get a drink and we would ask the BCBA if he wanted to come. And I remember this, then she would always have to say no, like, I'm sorry, I wish I could, but I can't. And now I realize as of many, many years later, it's because she would have created a dual relationship with us. So she wasn't able to do that. So, and probably RBT shouldn't be doing that either, but that was before RBT's certification even came out and more than 10 years ago. So that's that. Call an informal meeting, praise her for consistent, reliable work, admit you've noticed a change lately, and ask if there are any accommodations she may need to make things easier. This is going to be your answer here. You'd be surprised how many times, right? It says right in this question that it's never been an issue that she was late before, that she's a great, implication here is she's a really good employee. She's always done really good work. And now all of a sudden there's this issue. You'd be surprised how many times that this has happened in real life for me. And the answer is simply my son's bus got rerouted. A new person is on the bus route because someone moved into the neighborhood and now he gets off the bus 20 minutes later and it's just throwing off my schedule. And this whole situation can be resolved by just calling the family and saying, listen, we're so sorry. Your RBT, Greg, is now, going to have to, he's not available anymore so he's available at 4:30. Can we shift the sessions from 4 to 6 to 4:30 to 6:30? And families are accommodating. So it's usually, honestly, this is a very easy problem to solve. All right, so C, ask the other RBTs in your case if they know what's wrong with her. That is a terrible idea. Don't ever do it. Great way to have a lawsuit on your hands and some employee litigation. Not a great way to fix a problem. And D, write her up. It's affecting her students negatively, and they are your number one priority. This is a big kind of extreme step for an employee who just kind of is having this short-term issue that probably could be resolved. So we're not going to jump to D. Now, you might have to eventually do D if you go to B, have an informal meeting and nothing changes, but we're not going to do that first. Brandon is a BCBA working with Joanna. During his most recent supervision meeting with Joanna, he learned that her pet hamster died, that she has seemed sad in sessions all week. In response, Brandon designed an intervention that involves talk therapy and CBT. Which dimension of ABA did Brandon violate? A, conceptually systematic, B, technical, C, generality, and D, pragmatic. So I'm actually not sure this is supposed to be an I, but we'll go over the question anyway. So that would have been my mistake. But I'll tell you again what these things mean. I think we went through them, but it's been a while. If you're watching this video, you're almost at the end, right? 6 hours later since we went over this. So conceptually systematic means follows all the principles of ABA. Technical means written out in a way everyone can understand it. Generality is the ability to generalize the behavior being used, right? Apply it in different situations. And pragmatic means is practical, right? So here, it is not conceptually systematic. We don't do CBT, cognitive behavior therapy, or talk therapy. I personally am very interested in cognitive behavior therapy. I would probably love to actually get certified in how to do that separately from ABA. Just bought a book about it. It's a really cool approach, but it is not applied behavior analysis. So that's why we can't do that. What are the requirements for supervising fieldwork? A, being a BCBA for 1 year, ongoing CEUs and supervision, and an 8-hour supervision training. B, being a BCBA for 1 year and an 8-hour supervision training. C, being a BCBA or a BCABA for 1 year, ongoing CEUs and supervision, and an 8-hour supervision training. D, being a BCBA for 1 year and ongoing CEUs and supervision. This is an annoying question because first you have to try to figure out Well, what are they even saying? What's the difference between all of these? So this one here, being a BCBA for 1 year and ongoing CEUs, this doesn't have the 8-hour supervision, which you do need. So we're going to cross this off, right? This one here, being a BCBA for 1 year and having 8-hour supervision training, that doesn't talk about the CEUs, which we do need. So we're going to cross this off. A and C are the same, except here it's saying only BCBAs could do it. And here it's saying BCBAs or BCABAs can do it. So what's your answer? So a BCABA can supervise supervisees and RBTs for how they're carrying out interventions on cases, but only a BCBA can actually supervise people that are accruing hours for field work if that time is going to count. So the answer is A. Being a BCBA for 1 year, ongoing CEUs and supervision, and an 8-hour supervision training. And this was basically copy and pasted from the supervision manual. So I will cite the supervision manual in the video. You are a BCBA supervising Jillian. Yesterday, you learned that one of your RBTs visited your student's school and provided teacher training without telling you. What would be the most appropriate way to respond? A, formally write her up and hold a meeting with another BCBA present. B, reprimand her immediately. C, review the roles of an RBT in your company's policies at your next supervision meeting. And D, ignore it just this once. Now, this is an issue because oftentimes people who are not a BCBA have great intentions but aren't trained in how to properly handle situations. It also does create confusion for the parents and for the teachers, the school, and even just between the RBT and the BCBA as to what everyone's individual role is. So you do need to address it. You don't need to formally have a meeting and write the person up. It could be an honest mistake. It certainly doesn't, involve an immediate reprimand, especially if the families may be present when you found this out. So you would review the roles of an RBT at your company's policies at your next supervision meeting. So that's how you would handle this. And this has happened to me more than once in real life. And that's just what I've done every time. Colette is a BCBA who is supervising an RBT, Rebecca. Rebecca came to Colette for support in implementing DRO. Colette explained to Rebecca why they were using DRO, provided a written description of DRO, and modeled it. She also had Rebecca practice DRO with her before determining she was competent with it. A week later, Colette observed Rebecca doing DRO with a client, and she was doing it perfectly. What should Colette do next? A, formally assess Rebecca on DRO. B, provide reinforcement to Rebecca and continue to support her. C, redo behavior skills training. D, change the intervention so Rebecca can learn how to carry out a new procedure. So what are we going to look at here? So we have to look at our answer choices. Do we need to formally assess Rebecca on DRO? We don't really need to formally assess her, right? Obviously, we don't formally assess our RBTs on different interventions. Now, they do have to take their RBT competency exam. They do have to pass their test to become an RBT. So those are formal assessments, but we're not going to formally assess them on one specific skill when we're doing some sort of intervention. Now, we are not going to change the intervention, right? So she can learn new things. It's great she learned how to do DRO. We may want to teach her new things, and we can provide her with opportunities to learn new things by maybe taking on new cases, or if we think she's really good at something, having her assist us, or seeing if she is sitting for a BCBA, providing some form of supervision where we're giving her training. But we're not going to change the intervention that's working for the child so she can learn something new. That's kind of ridiculous, right? And we don't need to redo behavior skills training because she knows how to do it. So what we are going to do is provide her reinforcement, let her know that she did a great job, right? Not everybody we try to teach something to picks it up immediately and puts it into practice. And then support her with anything else she needs help with, and also continue to support her in case something comes up with using the DRO procedure. Okay, what is not a risk of poor supervision? A, modeling bad supervision. B, unethical outcomes. C, poor treatment results. And D, none of the above. So this is a negation. And again, it's almost like a double negation. So is this a bad thing about bad supervision? So modeling bad supervision, this is a bad thing because if you have a bad supervisor, you may wind up becoming a bad supervisor. Because if you have a bad supervisor and you supervise people the same way you were supervised, then your supervisor was modeling bad supervision. So that is a risk. Unethical outcomes. Yes, if you don't have good supervision, you may not know the ethics code. I mean, you are responsible to know it regardless of your supervision, but still you may make unethical choices if you didn't have a great supervisor who maybe did unethical things. Then you might duplicate those things, or you might not have been aware of things. And again, you do have to know the ethics code. Just let you guys know, it will not fly if you're audited by the BCBA or BACB. If someone makes a claim against you and you tell them that your supervisor told you it was okay, that's not going to work. And then poor treatment results. If you don't have good supervision, you may not be able to write good interventions, and then your kids may not progress. So all of those things are true. They're all risks of poor supervision. So our answer is D, none of the above. Which is not a responsibility of a supervisor to a trainee. A, providing supervision only within their areas of defined competence. B, providing documented, timely feedback regarding the trainee's performance on an ongoing basis. C, always being available to take on new trainees. D, being fluent in, current in, and compliant with all BACB requirements relating to fieldwork. So here, our answer is going to be C, always being available to take on new trainees. Now, we do need to realize this is a negation question. So in other words, it is not your responsibility. If you don't have time, you can't take on new trainees. The other three things are copy and pasted from the supervision manual. A, B, and D, they are word for word. I copy and pasted them from the supervision manual. I will cite that again in the comments of this video. Dawn was hired as a BCBA to assist a factory owner with improving staff performance. Dawn is recommending using an interdependent group contingency. What is the best way to communicate this to the factory owner? A, if every person in the factory produces at least 100 units by the end of the week, every person will get 1 hour paid time off. B, an interdependent contingency should be established to improve staff efficiency. C, differential reinforcement should be utilized with an interdependent group contingency to improve productivity. D, every person who completes at least 100 units by the end of the week will get 1 hour of paid time off. So here, right, this is like an OBM question. So we have Dawn, she's working in a factory. She wants to talk to the factory owner. So since she wants to talk to the factory owner, she wants to speak with him in layman's terms. B and C, these are not layman's terms, right? This is something you would communicate maybe to another BCBA, maybe even an RBT, but even with an RBT, you need to communicate this in more clear, easy to understand words. So that kind of crosses those off. So A and D have something in common. They both have layman's terms. They have something that they're different about too. One of them is an independent group contingency, and one of them is an interdependent group contingency. So this is like two questions in one. You have started off thinking all you were looking for was the phrasing, and now you found out you need to know the term interdependent group contingency as well. So it's kind of like a bonus question. So here, the interdependent group contingency. So first of all, what is an interdependent group contingency? It's when everybody does it, then everybody gets it. This is just one of those really, really annoying questions because the only difference between A and D, and this is coming right at the end of your exam, right? Which seems like how it is at the test too, is you're exhausted and you read it and you're like, what's the difference? If every person in the factory produces at least 100 units, right? And here it says every person who completes at least 100 units. It's the only difference. A is an interdependent group contingency, and D is an independent group contingency. Because in A, everybody in the factory has to produce 100 units, and then everybody will get 1 hour paid time off. And D, anyone who does it gets it. So that's your difference. Your answer is A. Jean is a BCBA working with Janet. Janet was working with her student Cameron with his mom present in the room. Jane realized that Janet was making a small error in how she delivered tokens to Cameron. What is the best thing to do? A, correct Jane immediately during the session. B, email Jane when the session is over. C, rewrite the intervention plan. D, model using tokens for Jane at the next company-wide staff meeting. Well, there's one thing that is absolutely 100% out. Again, right, we talked about that. What can you always just cross off? You definitely aren't going to model using tokens for Jane at the staff meeting, right? Call her out in front of the whole staff. That's just absolutely ridiculous. You also wouldn't just rewrite the whole behavior plan because she's making a small error. So what are our keywords here? It's a small error, right? And Cameron's mom is present. So you do not really want to correct RBTs when the parent's present in the room. So it's, even if it seems like something minor, it makes the RBT look bad in front of the parent. It makes the parent think they can't trust the RBT. Now, if there's something egregious happening that you have to interrupt, then you have to interrupt it. But for the most part, you want to provide feedback, written feedback, you want to document it, you want to provide it quickly, but you don't need to necessarily provide it in the middle of the session and interrupt her and build, the issue with the rapport with the child, the family, rapport with the family, the fluency with the child at the session. So in a case like this, your best answer is B. Email Jane when the session's over. Typically, this can be handled really easily in an email. Tony is a BCBA who is hired by Heather, the principal of a school, to improve attendance. Tony plans to use an independent group contingency to reward each teacher with an extra $100 for their classroom if they reach 95% attendance during the first marking period, and Okay, guys, this is our last question. We got all the way to the end. So congrats, and thank you for letting me study with you. So let's read it. Tony is a BCBA who was hired by Heather, the principal of the school, to improve attendance. Tony plans to use an independent group contingency to reward each teacher with an extra $100 for their classroom, and if they reach 95% attendance during the first marking period, and an interdependent group contingency that will reward all of the teachers with a catered lunch if the entire staff hits 95%. How should data be displayed? A, individual staff data privately, daily, group data publicly, weekly. B, individual staff data publicly daily, group data publicly weekly. C, individual staff data and group data privately daily. D, individual staff data and group data privately weekly. So we got some stuff going on here. It's our last question, and just like they do it on the exam, at least it felt like it did to me, it's like you're exhausted. I mean, some of you might have watched this all in 6 hours. I doubt you did, but when you get to that end of the exam, I mean, you just have to be so careful to read the questions. It's so hard. For me, the hardest part of taking my exam was just reading the questions in the end. I was tired. I was exhausted. It was like literally running a marathon, and I've run ultra marathons and marathons. So I can tell you, it's just the hardest part is focusing and getting it done and knowing what they're going to ask you. You get fatigue. It's real. Decision fatigue on your exam is real. And it's probably the number one reason why people fail when they know the content. So here we have to be really, really careful. What are they asking? So the first one, right, is saying the staff data is graphed, is given to them, right, privately every day. And then we have B, staff data is given to them publicly daily. So the first question, without even worrying about the group data, let's look at the private data. Should that be public or should it be private? Staff data should be private. That is not something you want to make public, right? And you might get a question like this on your exam. Unless someone consents to it, you just don't display when you're working with groups like organizations, right? This is an OBM question. You don't just display every individual person's data for everyone to see. I mean, I've seen it done in terms of when people have like numbers and you don't know who is who, but everyone figures out who is who. And especially like in a classroom setting and in a school setting, teachers might kind of cause problems with each other if one person's messing up the group. So you're not going to do private data or staff data, which really should be private. You're not going to do that in a group. So the first thing we can do is individual data is public. We're going to cross that off. Okay. So then what's the difference here? So one of them is saying that individual data should be given every day and group data should be given every week. Then one of them is saying they should be both updated daily and they should both be updated weekly. Now, you don't need to update group data every day. So that is not going to be our answer. Typically, when you're doing your working in groups and with organizations like this, what you do is you will typically every day give the staff their own data, right? But then every week, just let the whole group know how everyone's doing as a whole. So your best answer here, how things are typically done, is A. Now, you may argue this isn't done this way every single time. And what better way to end this exam than say, yeah, sometimes the best thing you got to do is just use the information you have and choose the best answer you can. So we do know going into this exam, it is a beast, right? If you got this far, you're studying it, you're working hard. I'm so proud of you. Congratulations. And thank you for watching this to the end. Most people don't finish what they started. So if you got to the end, you're in the top % of people who do. So you should really truly be proud of yourself. And just know going into this, that this test doesn't define you. It doesn't make you a better BCBA or worse BCBA or a better practitioner. It doesn't change whether or not you're going to create impact on this life. You know, a lot of people who fail the exam call me from the testing center, right? Because I do exam prep. And it can feel like your value is gone. Something you worked so hard for, and then someone just told you you're not valuable when they told you that you didn't pass. And I want to let you know you are valuable. And you're going to make an amazing impact in this world. I love what I do. I love working with kids. And my goal is to help you see your value and help you have that impact that you want to have and do what you love, because I love what I do. I'm so grateful for it. I would never go back and do anything else. If I had to start all over like anyone, I would certainly change some of the ways I've done things, but I would certainly go back and do the same thing. And what better way to end this with a little bit of a controversial question, knowing that a lot of this isn't black and white. And just because you may not be able to pick an answer out, it doesn't define who you are. It doesn't mean you're not a great practitioner. But I do hope that this video has helped you pick more right answers on your test exam so you can pass it. And like I, have had lots of my little products demoing throughout this. So one more time, we'll see about my new course. And I really just do hope that this has helped you pick more right answers and pass your exam. I would love to continue studying with you. So do please check out my courses, check out my coaching program, which is going to be part of my my course. It's all on my website, hopeeducationservices.com. And thanks again for watching, and keep subscribing to this channel, share this video. I'm going to keep putting out more videos. Well, hey guys, well, congratulations. You made it to the end of this video. This was a lot, right? I put a lot of time and effort into this. So I'm going to ask you, please share this, post it in your group, share it with your study groups, share it with your friends. I really hope you found this helpful. Now, again, I couldn't go over the entire task list, but I tried to give you as much information as I possibly could in this mock. As far as I know, it's the only full mock with explanations on YouTube. So it helped you to study. Now, again, I would love to continue studying with you. I do have my Deep Dive 5 class that is the most intensive look at the task list that you will see and be available online. At the time when this is out, right, this video is being released, it's not quite out yet, but it will be out June 1st. You can head over to my website though, and you can sign up for the pre-launch. I do have a special pre-launch offer that you'll be finding out about if you check it out. But again, head over to my website, hopeeducationservices.com. I would love to continue studying with you. And if you found this helpful, this is just a surface review. We're gonna go deep diving into the task list with that Deep Dive 5 class. Thank you guys for watching this video, and I wish you the best of luck in your exam, whether or not you take my other courses. Subscribe to this channel. I do put out more videos, whether or not you study with me again or you don't. I do wish you the best of luck in your exam and in your career, and I'm here to support you any way you need it. Take care, guys.